Test. Test. Check. Check. 1, 2.
Chief Justice, the candidate is seated and ready.
Thank you, Judge President. Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Judge President Body. Welcome, my brother. And I also take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Premier of the Mpumalanga Province, Honorable Mtweni Tsipane. Welcome, Premier.
Thank you very much.
And good morning, Judge Kweli.
Good morning, CJ and all the commissioners.
How are you, my sister?
I am fine, CJ.
Yes. Since you're the first candidate, let's just go slow with it. You are a holder of 3 degrees. You hold a B Proc degree, LLB, and Master of Laws degree. Am I right?
Yes, CJ.
Now, for your master's degree, did you do coursework plus a dissertation, a straight dissertation, or only coursework?
It was only coursework, CJ.
And what courses did you take?
I did advanced evidence, advanced criminal law, and constitutional interpretation, including the last course was insolvency and winding up of companies.
All right. Now, you were a magistrate from the 25th of September 91. At the time, did you fulfill some leadership or administrative responsibilities, or were you under a senior magistrate before you became a senior magistrate yourself?
When I started as a magistrate, I was under a senior magistrate.
And as a senior magistrate, were there leadership and managerial responsibilities on your shoulders?
Yes, CJ, if you can allow me in as far as that is concerned, because the leadership role I started when I was still a prosecutor. Because
okay, tell us about it as briefly as you can. Tell us about your leadership responsibilities as a prosecutor.
It was overseeing other prosecutors, making decision dockets, and even allocating the cases to different prosecutors, including dealing with inquest and correspondence from then we now call it the DPP's office, but it was the AG's office in the old Bukutatswana's era. Yes.
And as senior magistrate, how many magistrates did you have under you?
In Upington, as senior magistrate, I had 6. But I also was a subcluster head. I had 12 officers, magistrate officers under my supervision.
Is it correct to say in that capacity, you're not only lead magistrate, but there are other officials in the justice sector who look up to you as a leader?
Yes, I may say that because it was in the olden days when we were doing everything in the office. If it is a magistrate office, if you are a leader, you were responsible for all the administration of the office. It was the separation of powers was not yet approved. So you were responsible for the clerk of the court, the estate office, accounts office, budget of the office, everything everything in as far as the office is concerned.
Yes. And then you went to lecture at Justice College. Were there any leadership responsibilities there or not?
Yes. Firstly, I headed the criminal section. I had 5 magistrate or trainer magistrate under me at that particular time. And on an ad hoc basis, I also were appointed as head of the judicial training. When I say judicial training, I mean the judicial training at Justice College was comprised of the criminal section that I was heading. It was also comprised of the family law and then even the civil law. There was a senior magistrate, Shirul Lutz, who was heading the civil section, and there was another one who was heading the family section. So together with my section, all those magistrates and their heads were under me.
Yes. And as regional court magistrate, was it only the president who fulfilled the leadership role, or did you have any leadership role to play?
I said, unfortunately, I did not sit for a long time as a regional magistrate. I think I sat for a month or two because at that particular time, it was at the time when the course that was developed by Minister Mabandla, the fast tracking of women to the bench, was introduced. And fortunately, I applied and I became a candidate. So during that time, then we were called to participate in the program. I started participating in the program up until I was called to act. And fortunately, I acted up until I was appointed. So I didn't sit long as a regional magistrate.
Now, you have fulfilled several roles, several leadership roles in the South African chapter of the International Association of Women Judges. Am I right?
Yes, CJ.
You ended up being president of that organization.
Correct, CJ.
I understand there is some money, some fund that you people somehow acquired, kickstarted, I'm told by the Deputy Chief Justice donating some 20,000. Was it under your presidency or after?
It was during my presidency at a conference that we held in Limpopo, where the Deputy Chief Justice pledged 20,000 rand towards development. We identified a trust wherein we can use that trust as a vehicle for training, the training arm of the association.
Yes. And you've acted as judge president. You've acted as deputy judge president.
Correct, JP. Correct, CJ. Apologies, correct, CJ.
No, it is well. You used to address me as JP when you acted during my JP.
Yes.
How did your acting stint as deputy judge president prepare you for the position you've applied for?
I got an opportunity, I can start with when I was at Mafeking, to be able to test my leadership abilities in the sense that I was given a platform where I allocated cases to other judges. I also had an opportunity of dealing with case management. When I was in Mpumalanga, a division that runs its criminal role different from Mafikeng. In Mafikeng, for example, we never had what we call a roll call, where civil trials are usually called by a senior magistrate, a senior judge. I had an opportunity to do that. My JP gave me that opportunity at a very early stage when I was there, even before I started acting. And I also again did allocation of matters. I also got a platform of collaborating or engaging JP on a frequent basis when we were faced with challenges in the office. I also managed to interact with the personnel because CJ, the Mpumalanga office is a fairly new office. The support staff is fairly new. We also had introduced through JP the new practice directive, which are so comprehensive, which we needed a buy-in from our support staff. So together with JP, we managed to hold meetings, weekly meetings, so that we can orientate the support staff in as far as the practice directives are concerned, so that we make it a point that they understand it. And we also held workshops with the practitioners. It was on a Saturday where we also wanted a buy-in from them. So it equipped me.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. No, thank you very much. I take it that you are relaxed now and comfortable. I'm going to have other colleagues put questions to you. Colleagues, before I allow the JP and the Premier to put questions to the candidate, may I have your names, please?
Through you,
Yambi. Makwanisha.
Pofu. CJ, I think the candidate wants to say something.
Yes, I'll afford the opportunity once I have the list.
Thank you, CJ.
Okay. Lamola.
Madonsela.
Tepe.
Muimang.
And after Commissioner Tsepe, I couldn't get who stands between her and Honorable Mwema.
Baba. Cyril.
Schlimmer.
Wait a minute. Sorry, colleagues. I missed who comes after Honorable Mwema?
Arnold?
Cyril Baba.
You are there, Honorable Trevor.
Thank you so much, CJ.
Mlambo JP.
Thank you. JP Lahori, over to you, sir.
Thanks.
Oh, no, before. Judge Piri, you wanted to say something. I'm sorry.
I just wanted through you, CJ, to just get an opportunity to just update my questionnaire, because I filled it long time ago. So
yes, you can just share the additional information with us.
Yes.
That you believe is absolutely necessary.
On page 6, in as far as paragraph 16.5, list of reserved judgments still outstanding, I don't have any at the moment, even in the Supreme Court of Appeal where I'm acting. My judgment was delivered on Monday in the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And then paragraph 17, which deals with partly heard matters. There were several of them at that particular time. They are not all finalized. I am only left with the one from Northwest, the Nukeri one, Temba the Second Court S versus Johannes Nukeri. And the reasons are the following, CJ, if you may allow me. This is a very long matter, which has the accused there is facing 42 counts, which amongst others, there are plus minus 19 counts of rape. The others are robbery and whatever. And it's about 136 witnesses. Now, the other thing that causes a challenge in that matter is that the accused at various points fired the legal representatives. Legal aid, we even tried Judicial, he even tried private counsel, he fired them. So unfortunately, I'm dealing with a case where the accused is undefended, despite my effort of trying to convince him to get a legal representative in view of the fact that the allegations and the charges are so serious. And in dealing with matters like that, it takes time because you have to explain all the rights fully to the accused. You have to also assist the accused there and there in cross-examination, putting his version across. And lastly, the evidence also consists of expert DNA evidence. So, a chain of evidence in each and all the rape cases have to be led. So you can imagine how many witnesses are called in as far as the chain is concerned, in addition to the evidence of the victims or the other ordinary witness. So, but I'm still proceeding with it. I gave it 3 weeks, I think in June, June and July, yes. Thank you. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Judge. Honorable Judge President Lahori, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, CJ. Good morning, Judge Khwele.
Good morning, JP. Not sure whether I should call you Mukoni because you sometimes insist that we should call you Mukoni.
I insist that you should address me as Mukoni because every time when someone says that, I smile. Now, you have been acting in the SEA from the 1st of December to date, and you will still be acting until the end of October, according to the discussion which I had with the President. Is that correct?
Yes, I knew up until end of May, but you had already indicated to me that they requested that the acting stint should be extended.
But today I want you to talk to us about transformation in relation to the Mpumalanga division. You are aware that the division establishment consists of 9 judges. And 4 of the 9 judges, including yourself, came to the division by way of transfer. And out of the 4, 3 are women. Am I right?
Correct, JP?
And 2 male judges. In other words, the majority of the permanent judges are women as we speak.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you are aware of this, Judge Kwele. Since the start of the division, about 12 female candidates, as opposed to about 9 male candidates, were given the opportunity to act in the division. Are you aware of this?
I am aware of that.
And today, there are 9 candidates to be interviewed for the division. 5 of the 9 candidates are female, and 4 male candidates. Now, I want to tell you about my wish. And my wish is that this division should be the first division to have a female judge president and a female deputy judge president at the same time. You are aware that I'll be turning 67 in July this year. So time is no longer on my side. Now, here's the question. Would you make yourself available for that position when the opportunity arises?
Of the judge president?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, JP?
Can you say yes, Mukoni? That will make me happy.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. There are other commissioners here who call me Mukoni, so don't be ashamed to say
I
that.
thought maybe they all feel uncomfortable. I'll do that.
Now, you say you will make yourself available.
Yes, Mukoni.
And that will be irrespective of whether or not you will be at the ACA. And if you will be at the ACA, you can ask Judge President Mulambo how he managed to do it. So he will give you a tip as to how to do it. So
I was going to say it won't be the first of its kind, because I know that JP Mulambo managed to do that.
okay. That is all. Thank you. CJ?
Thank you, JP. Honorable Premier.
No, thank you very much, CJ, for the opportunity. Good morning, Judge Kwele.
Good morning, Honorable Premier.
How are you?
I am fine.
Good to see you. Judge Kwele, may I ask, do you have any outstanding complaints that you are aware of across the legal society? If so, what was the complaint all about? And in your view, do you think it holds? Does it have merits?
I'm not aware of any complaints, Premier.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, CJ.
Thank you, Premier. President Maya.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge Kwele.
Good morning, President Maya.
How have you found your acting stint at the SCA so far, and what lessons do you think the experience will help you take back to the High Court?
Firstly, I was warmly received, despite the fact that you were not there, President Maya. I arrived at the time when DP Petso was the acting president. but I was warmly received. And I can basically say he went all out, despite the fact that at the beginning when I started, I was not at the office. He went all out to call me, to even give me advices. And whereas I am told that there is an induction committee, but because of the fact that we are in this era, COVID era, it could not function properly, but he inducted me so well. Not only him, but I also got some advices from the acting deputy president, who is Judge Nafsa. But to cut the long story short, from many other senior colleagues. The experience, another experience is that the Supreme Court of Appeal is dealing with complex issues. So it's not, it is not, the issues that we grapple with are not easy. I have realized that sometimes even during deliberation, we often differ, but we are amenable to being persuaded. I have also experienced that there is a lot of work. Except the hearings, we normally get petitions every week. I am sitting with the petitions that I got, and I have learned that the practice is when you get a petition, you must drop everything because you must decide that petition within 24 hours. So there is a lot of work. And the experience again that I got was in terms of judgment writing. It's a bit different from what I used to, but I managed. As I indicated, I have already delivered one of my judgment, and the presider, President Maya, agreed with some other colleagues that it is a reportable judgment. So there's quite a lot of work, but I think it equipped me for the position that I'm applying. Firstly, it continuously honed my jurisprudence. Secondly, it will mean that I'll be able to now impart the knowledge that I received from the Supreme Court of Appeal to the colleagues back at Nelspruit, and I will be able to even advise acting judges, even including my judges who are my colleagues. I think it gives me a better edge.
You have represented women in the judiciary here at home, in the continent, and across the world, and your CV understates your role. In addition to leading the Women Judges Association in South Africa as its president for 4 years, you were also president of the Africa region of the International Association of Women Judges during that period. In addition thereto, you also sit, and your CV does not mention this, you also sit in the Women Judges Association's trust alongside Deputy Chief Justice Zondo, and I'll ask you in a bit to tell you just briefly what that trust seeks to achieve for women in the professions and in the judiciary. And you are also a member of the Women Judges Association's Advisory Council. Now, can you just tell us very briefly first what these organizations collectively seek to do for women, because this body, this commission, you know, throughout its existence, has always tried to find means of attracting women, more women, you know, deepening the pool as the jargon goes, so that there are more women to bring into the judiciary and, you know, support them when they're in the judiciary. So how would these organizations I've just mentioned now help to achieve that? And also, what role, especially the educational bit, does the SAC IWJ Trust, which is of which you're a member, you know, do?
I will start with the association itself. The main aim is to empower women. And when I'm saying women, I'm not only referring to women in the legal fraternity or in the judiciary. I mean women even at large. The association has many programs to achieve that, to be able to achieve that. One of the programs that I can boast about is the mentoring program, where we also mentor students in various universities. I think in almost all the universities in South Africa. Some of the programs can include like the family dialogue, where we partner with the gender directorate previously, including the office of the Minister of Women and Children previously, where we have family dialogues, where we invite various stakeholders in the legal fraternity, where we addressed women in the community about their rights, about the laws. We come mainly in as far as the laws are concerned, customary law, marriages, all of that. For example, we had one in Limpopo previously. We have various programs where in our provinces participate in. We have a wellness program. There's a lot. I don't want to take much of the time explaining that, but we are trying to empower women at large, because we want to achieve the sustainable development goals of advancing women in all spheres. I think we all know that transformation I will specifically now confine myself in the judiciary. In the judiciary, it's lagging behind. So in a way, we also empower our judicial officers. I'm deliberately using the word judicial officers because I refer to judges and magistrates, especially women, so that they can be able to fill the posts that are being advertised, both in the magistracy and both in the high courts. We do that because we have mentoring programs relating to that. We have we normally, like in appointments in the judiciary, we write motivations or recommendations for them. On that note, I should also include that we not only even write recommendation for women who are our own members. If we see on the shortlisted candidates that there are women, we also recommend that, and there are a lot of women who were appointed because of some of our recommendations. Maybe I should go to the trust. As the CJ had indicated, DCJ gave us 20,000 rand, pledged it because we have not yet received it, and then we formed a trust. The trust mainly, we formed it because as judicial officers, we are not able to source funding easily because of the judicial independence. So we then thought that we will be able to use it as a vehicle wherein we can be able to source funds without compromising our judicial independence. And the funds will mainly be used for training initiatives. Training, again, not only members of the judiciary or members of the association, SEC IAWJ association, but we are looking at the broader legal fraternity. So we had formed a trust. We are busy. We had formed a curriculum development committee. I am a member there. And we are busy making policy document in as far as the curriculum is concerned, what it should entail. What we envisage is dealing with training that will mainly empower women so that we can fight this elephant in the room, that is gender parity and transformation of the judiciary. Justice Maya, I can say in my CV, I think I had mentioned, let me just check before, yes. I had mentioned the fact that I'm a trustee of SEC IAWJ Trust. I said I'm the deputy chairperson of the Curriculum and Development Committee thereof. I also mentioned the one that you mentioned, member of the Presidential Advisory Council. I also mentioned that I'm a member of the Editorial Advisory Board of SEC IAWJ. I just wanted to add that. Yes.
Sorry,
I'm not sure whether I've
answered.
answered your question sufficiently,
No.
President.
That's sufficient for present purposes, Judge Kweli. We don't have much time. Thank you very much.
Judge Kweli, I'm going to be calling other commissioners where possible. Just be brief, and when details are required, it will be for the commissioner to require more detail. I have 12 more questions, colleagues, to put questions to you. So far as possible, please try to be as brief as you can.
Thank you,
Honorable Nyambi.
CJ.
Thank you, my sister.
Thank you, CJ.
Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, CJ. Morning, Judge Kwele.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Prof, your mic. From your response, if you have touched the issue of the independence of the judiciary when responding to President Maya. So if you can share with us your understanding of judicial independence.
My understanding of judicial independence is that judges must act without fear, must be impartial, must not be influenced by any other sources from outside, be other executive branches or any other thing that may influence them. The second part of judicial independence that I can mention is that the judges, for them to be fully judicial independent, they must have security of tenure.
We have been in Mpumalanga for some time, and we are aware that it's a rural province. Given that challenge, and you have applied for this leadership position, what will be your immediate issues that must be tackled as challenges facing the division of the Mpumalanga High Court?
The immediate challenges that I have discovered, as far as I'll start with the High Court, it's personnel, shortage of personnel. As a newly established office, there are other posts that have not been filled. For example, we only have one chief register who is manning two offices. That is the main office and the Middleback office. I'm just giving you an example. The court manager also. She does that, manning both offices. Now, I can mention even a researcher in Middleback, Miss Abigail Malambe. She is a researcher, appointed as a researcher, but she acts as a court manager in the absence of the court manager. She also acts as a registrar because there's no register, there is not yet appointed. So shortly, because they said I should try to be short, lack of personnel hampers us. But let me assure you, with the little amount of personnel that we had, JP can bear me out, they are doing their best. You'll never have those kind of personnel where even though he knows that she or knows that she's a researcher, when is allocated another job description, she is willing to do that in our era. Now, the other one, I won't talk much about it, but the infrastructure, the building also, although fairly new, but we are experiencing problems. I was told when I asked about the structural defects, I haven't seen them, but the director reported about that. We also have intermittent, network. When I asked, I was told that the brand width there, it's not sufficient for the whole office. We are having a challenge at the moment. I am not sure, but when I phoned to update myself of security, in the sense that when I left, before I started acting, the biometrics was not working. I'm told that it's still the case. It poses security challenges in as far as us judges and the personnel are concerned, because they had bypassed it. If I can give you an example, one of the good 1 week, I was sort of locked out because of the biometrics. I couldn't get my books from court, just as an example. And I'm also told that there is an issue of stakeholders not assisting each other in as far as the building or the maintenance of the buildings it's concerned. It appears that it has not yet, the handing over has not yet been finalized because of let me leave the court. But I know about an immediate challenge that has occurred of the periodical court, the second court, we call them second court, the second court having collapsed. It's going to add on the backlogs that we are having. It needs to be, addressed as soon as it can, because we already have a backlog as far as criminal cases are concerned. So you can imagine if the periodical court had collapsed, the second court had collapsed. And coming a little bit towards what you asked me about being a rural area. It's indeed a rural area, and I think we need to bring access to justice to the people. We need to create, if possible, but subject to the budget, because I think the budget is also one of the problems that collapsed the circuit court. Create additional circuit court. I am aware that there is one that is in the process of being created, the Kwamhlanga one. When I inquired, I was told that the building has been secured, and it's only the furniture is there, it's only that it needs to be finalized. In as far as, I think even in as far as the lower courts are concerned, they are having several district magistrates. They are also having what they call periodical courts, but I can talk about the fact that the regional court president, when I engaged him previously, he indicated that there's a need to increase them so that we can give access to justice, and especially in as far as sexual offenses are concerned. Apparently there is only one. And even in as far as the district courts are concerned, they need that as well. Another challenge that I heard about, which apparently hampers service delivery in as far as the judiciary is concerned, is that they told me that there's continuously lack of water in the magistrate courts. Yes, so I'm trying to limit. I have a lot that I can say about here, but
thank you.
I think, let me just add even the system where the district courts remand cases through video. I'm told that there's one in around Witbank, Middelburg, and one in Nelspruit. They say there's a need to increase that so that we can have access to justice, because of the area, it's too rural and vastly populated.
Thank you, Judge Hwele. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. Honorable Magwanisha.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge Kwele.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Yes, in the interest of time, I will only ask you one question. Can you indicate 2 incidences where there was resistance to your leadership style or your leadership, and how did you deal with those issues?
I'm trying to think back. I have no incident where my leadership style was resisted. If I can take you back, if you can look at my track record, when I was requested to head the office for your information commissioner in Taung, I headed that office, and I even headed senior magistrate. Not sure whether CJ will remember, Mr. Rampe was one of my senior magistrate. Mr. Mkhotwa was one of my senior magistrate. The late Tlaba was one of my senior magistrate, but I managed and I never had any problems. Even in Appington, one of the magistrate,
I think it's fine.
okay, sorry.
So you have never been in a situation where you have to solve a leadership challenge?
Not in as far as my leadership style, but because as I've already indicated, I was doing the whole administrative office. I used to solve conflicts from staff members or colleagues. I faced with those kind of situations and I managed. And even when those conflicts were in between my senior and maybe the other colleague, I managed well.
Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Honorable Mogomesh. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Good morning to you, to the commissioners, the Premier, JP, and Judge Kwala. Firstly, I may consider this a follow-up or even as a question, CJ, will be left to you. In response to Judge Kwala, when the Premier asked if you are aware of any complaints, your answer was no. Also in response to Commissioner Magwanisha, you said that you are not aware of anything, any complaints against you. Now, I don't know if you had the opportunity to go through the letters that have been sent to the Judicial Services Commission. In particular, one written by attorneys Zahir Omar on behalf of his clients, Vuganini Taxi Association. I'll just first wait for you to say yes or no, Judge Kwala, if you have seen that.
I'm aware about it, but I classified it as an objection, not as a complaint.
All right. Yeah, whether we call it an objection or a complaint or whatever, but it's under the section objection in our packs.
Yes.
But there are words used by the attorney on behalf of his client, which would relate to temperament. And I want to quote, arrogant disregard. Another quote from that letter is lack of composure and understanding of the law. Another quote from that letter of complaint or objection, lacks requisite competence, experience, and composure necessary for the position of and should not be appointed as DJP. Now, we may call it a complaint, we may call it objection, but I think it's something serious. We have to take serious note of this letter and its contents. And would you care to respond to what's written in this letter on behalf of Vuganini Taxi Association and particular references to your personality and person? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In as far as temperament is concerned, I have excellent temperament. Excellent, I've got no doubt. In as far as interpersonal skill, I've got excellent interpersonal skills. As far as composure, even in court, excellent skill in as far as composure is concerned. The other leg, if I remember well from what you said, it's also not a jurist. My judgment can bear me out. When I looked at Safli, I have got about 298, I think, judgments. If you can look at my questionnaire, there are a few that went to appealed against and that were successfully appealed against. And I may just say, it is that one complaint about from this one firm. I think I have got other good remarks or recommendation from the other association, including the bar, who on a daily basis appears before me, and they know how I am. And if you can look at my track record, in as far as the issue of temperament, not being a jurist, this is the first kind, because even in Mafikeng, when I was working in Mafikeng, I never had that kind of a complaint. I might just add a little bit, it's because of that, probably the very matter that I dealt with where the taxi association was concerned. To be honest, I'm firm, but very approachable. But I'm firm, and I'm very firm in as far as also the implementation of the practice directives, especially there in Mpumalanga, because they are so simple that each and everyone, including practitioners, will be able to understand them. So they must be adhered to. And remember, we are a new division. If we are not firm on the practice directives, then we will have problems. But I don't want to dwell much on the issue of the case, because they applied for a leave to appeal, which I refused. They indicated that they will petition the Supreme Court of Appeal. So I'm not sure how far it is, so I don't want to dwell much in as far as that is concerned.
And thank you very much.
Maybe it's because they were not satisfied. And if I may add, when I was listening, when I was hearing the leave to appeal, that was an interdict. I granted an interdict because I could see that the injury that was apprehensible there was imminent. And during after I granted the interdict, it appears they appeared before my sister Mpatlele for leave to appeal, not leave to appeal. They filed a leave to appeal, and then the other party appeared before Mpatlele so that they applied for the order to be implemented. My sister granted that, and when I was hearing the leave to appeal, I hear that indeed what I feared, what I was trying to stop occurred. There were people that were killed during that time.
Thank you, Judge Kwela. Yes, just for your information, you might not have seen it. They have also written a letter in respect of Judge Mpatlele, which we will deal with later on, but it refers to the same matter that you are talking about.
Oh,
and
just to
also
about that.
Yes, no, just to make you aware. And just to also confirm that, yes, indeed, the BLA, the South African Women Lawyers Association, the Law Society, Society of Law Teachers, and Mpumalanga Society of Advocates have sent in letters of support. But I'll leave this issue, perhaps other commissioners may want to follow up. My second question, Judge Kwela, relates to temperament. I think you will be aware, the Chief Justice, and I am aware because I was on the commission at that time, and probably Commissioner Nyambi and some others, of a very acrimonious, what I would describe as an acrimonious interview in 2017 when you applied for the position of acting DJP. I think it was in the northwest.
Northwest, yes,
Yes, in the northwest. So much so that the CJ had to intervene at some stage. And if I can quote the Chief Justice from what he said verbatim, he says, ugly public underway in JSC. Chief Justice McQueen said as follows, can I interrupt you people? Let me tell you the public perception out there that a colleague has just brought to my attention. Ugly public, that was inaudible, underway in JSC with JP Monica Liu castigating her junior for failure to respond to various issues. That's why I tried to intervene earlier. Just be aware of that. The public perception out there about the manner in which you people are proceeding. Now, I think you will recall that interview, Honorable Judge, at that time. I'd just like to know that looking back on that interview and looking for what you applied now, has your personal relationships improved with your colleagues that you work with at different levels at the SCA? I know you spoke about the SCA, but generally, if you are appointed in this position as DJP, what could we expect? What could we expect of you? Because one of the things you also said in the interview was, well, what we heard from Judge Liu at that time was your reluctance to get involved in case flow management, in the leadership of case flow management. Now, being DJP will require you to be in charge of case flow management, and you referred to that earlier. So I just want to be satisfied that what happened in 2017 will not be repeated now, and what can you give in as ameliorating facts to assure us that it would not happen, that type of acrimonious kind of debate and interaction with the then JP. Thank you.
Maybe I should say that it was unfortunate and that the interview proceeded in that manner. But if you are aware, Commissioner, during the interview, my temperament also spoke for myself. I was very cool. I managed to answer the question. In my view, with respect also, I did not belittle my JP then. Even the media also described me as cool, collected, Kwili, was answering the question. So my temperament even then spoke for myself. In as far as the relationship is concerned, I have moved to a new division. There are no concerns at the present moment. Probably my JP, current JP will have raised them. I have good interpersonal relationship with my colleagues as I speak. As far as case flow management is concerned, even at that particular time during the previous interview, I demonstrated that I know what case flow management is and how to deal with it. If you can remember well, Commissioner Singh, JP even had to say to me I should explain step by step as to what I do in what I'm supposed to do in as far as case flow management is concerned. And I did that. But to allay your fears, when I was acting also in Mafikeng, I did it on a daily basis. For your information, in Mafikeng, we do it from 8 o'clock to 8:30, and I managed. I did it even, had to even go to court on top of that. Now in Mpumalanga and what is it, in Mpumalanga and Middelburg, we do it. We have first stage of case management. We have second stage of case management. We do it, I do it excellently. As I told you, JP even, before I even acted, had to even request me that I should do the roll call that I never did even in Mafike, to allay your fears that I can do anything. Case flow management is even one, but a aspect of it, but I'm excellent in doing that. Even in criminal matters.
I'll leave it at that, Judge Kwela. Thank you for now, and thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Advocate Mpofu SC.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Advocate Mpofu.
Yes, thank you. Mine is I'll also ask you one question in the interest of time. We are in a fortunate position of having two African female candidates. And I think we should also pay homage to the JP for his dream of having a JP and a DJP who are women. And by the way, JP, you can even aspire to have the whole division with women.
Yes, I agree, Advocate.
Thank you, because there's been a misinterpretation of another JP hurtfully thought that one of the ways to do transformation is to aspire to bring white candidates. But I say a transformed division will be the one that will have full female candidates. But the question I wanted to ask you is, given that we are in that fortunate position of having an African female in respect of both candidates, what attributes, without having to castigate the other candidate, because that would not be collegial, but what attributes stand out in your own experience and CV and pedigree that would set you apart as somebody who should be placed with the responsibility of assisting the JP and even aspiring to the top post in what we regard as one of the young babies of divisions, with particular regard to that fact that it's not just a normal division, it's one that is still being built.
Thank you. 30 years judicial career that I have. If you can look at my leadership, the leadership role, I, as indicated, was a leader in prosecution, was a leader as a magistrate. I was a leader as a trainer. We need that in this post. I was a leader in the transformation. I was a leader in IAWJ, for example, and now in the High Court. Maybe I should highlight the following in as far as the leadership that I held. Advocate Mpofu, if you allow me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can look at my CV, I was appointed a control prosecutor 1 year after I was appointed as a prosecutor. Within 2 years after that, I was appointed a magistrate in 2 years' time. If you look at my CV again, you'll realize that then I was requested to head the office. And I have already indicated I was even heading senior magistrate in that office. Now, there was an additional office that was built to the Tau magistrate office that I was heading at that particular time. It was an additional office to the magistrate office Tau, a newly established office. I was requested to go and head that office, start that office from the beginning, and I acquitted myself so well, Mr. Advocate Mpofu, to such an extent that at that particular time, if you can look at my CV again, it says at that particular time when I was heading the Pampierstad magistrate office, I was requested to go and not even head as such, because there was a problem in Khanyisa magistrate office. Ganyesa from Pampierstad, it's 170 kilometers. There was a problem, that office was in a very dire situation, to such an extent that the magistrate that was heading that office was demoted. Serious financial issues there, staff problems, the morale of staff, it was in disarray. For example, I can quote an example, the interpreter will come at work at 1 o'clock. I was requested to go and fix that office, and I did. And at the same time, I was not relinquished from heading Magistrate Pampierstad. So I was heading 2 offices at the same time. Now, when I went to Appington, I did not apply to go to Appington, Advocate Mpofu. I applied to go to Rustenburg. But during the interview, I think, I'm not sure, but I can just suspect that seeing my capabilities, then they requested me to go and work, whether I can be prepared to go and work in Appington, a white Afrikaner-dominated office at that particular time. And I was still very young, and I agreed. And it's solely because to transform that office. I'm not sure whether you were here during previous interviews, you know how I transformed that office. Lastly, in as far as, I'm trying to summarize, in as far as the SEC IAWJ is concerned, I never dreamt of becoming the president. I was just pushed into that position. But I acquitted myself so well. So you can see that I am a self-driven person, and I can assure you I have all the qualities, temperament that you talked about.
Thank you. I'm
I can
satisfied.
add,
No.
I'm a sexually, socially contextualized judge. I'm one of the magistrates that attended the social context training when it started long time ago.
I'm satisfied.
I can tell you, I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge Kwen. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, as I said, Judge Kwele, if colleagues indicate that they are happy, please, in the interest of time, go along with them. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, CJ, and good morning, Judge Hoyle.
Good morning, Honorable Minister.
Morning, thank you. My question relates to the fact that you are now in a new division, as you have said, and this presents an opportunity for you and the division to start a division with a new digitized kind of a platform. What is your role in the digitization in this division? Because I see you have been acting from time to time, interchangeable, I think, with the Judge Mphahlele.
I didn't hear, are you saying what means my role?
Yes, your role in digitizing the division in terms of the documents or modernization and so forth.
Unfortunately, up to now, we hadn't done much because our office is not one of the, what do you call? It's
size for pilot project?
Yes, thank you, CJ, a pilot project. But continuously, I've been asking how far the infrastructure is, because I remember at a particular time when we were having training in, I think it was Bilabela, JP Mlambo gave us an update in as far as this issue of case line and infrastructure is concerned. We were told that our office was supposed to be equipped with with the infrastructure related to that in 2021. So I continuously asked, but I am told that they had started putting the infrastructure, and we managed to, during the COVID era, work virtually. I worked virtually from my place since the COVID era started. So basically, we managed to do motion court. We managed to do appeals through virtual hearings. And when I say motion court, I mean both opposed and unopposed. I even did one civil trial, which was not so complicated with a virtual hearing. And we have also attended a case line already, because in preparing ourselves for that, for the case lines that is envisaged. So, thank you.
Yeah, my other question relates to your role that I see you played a very prominent role in the judicial, in the Justice College, the then Justice College.
Yes.
And you are aware that now it has been almost, the current Justice College has been stripped of that prestige, and we're trying to reposition it again to play its role, particularly for the Master's Office, the State Attorney, and other service points that we are providing. And I'm aware that in the Mpumalanga High Court, you have almost all this under one roof.
Yes.
What do you think could be the role of the Justice College to enhance service delivery and also the training of our employees in case for the matters that will end up coming before you, because you receive lots of matters from the Master's Office and from the State Attorney? What do you think could be the role of the Justice College?
I still think Justice College will still play a big role, because they are clerks, they are interpreters also, that needs to be, trained, and they are still responsible for that. As we indicated, Minister, even the masters, they are I'm not sure, but I think I hear that the masters division is no longer at Justice College. Yes. Since we left, and the prosecution is still there. I think it can play a very big role. Remember, when we were at Justice College, we were even able to, if you can even see on my CV, produced a lot of training material, manuals. So they can do that, and it can enhance training of the personnel to a greater level, Minister.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Judge Kwele.
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Madonsela C.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Justice Kwele.
Good morning, Advocate Madonsela.
Thank you. The question I wish to ask is premised on your answer that you gave to the Judge President, that in the fullness of time, you would like to be the JP of the division you are applying for now. Now, but currently you are acting as a judge in the SCA.
Correct.
Exactly, where do you see yourself ultimately? And I heard you saying that you would also emulate what Justice J.P. Mlambo did, going to the SCA and then coming back to the SCA. Exactly, where do you want to go? Why should we condone this movement up and down the SCA and back to the division? Where exactly do you find yourself? Do you see yourself in the future? As an appellate judge or as a JP?
Unfortunately, it's too early to tell. I've just started in the Supreme Court of Appeal. I've just started very freshly. I think I've got 2 or 3 months. But I see myself being a judge president in the future. But remember, Advocate Madonsela, as women, we are faced with the following: transformation of the judiciary. And it faces us in all angles. We are still far from reaching that in the Supreme Court of Appeal. We are still far from reaching that in the Concord. We are still far from reaching that in the very same leadership position that I'm envying for right now. Now, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to find, I didn't want us to spend a lot of time on this.
Okay.
I wanted to find out what has that got to do with the question I asked. Why do you want to move up and down?
I don't necessarily want to move up and down, but I'm saying in the event that probably depending on the circumstances that may happen in future, we don't know what will happen in future. Depending on the circumstances, if for example, I happen to be appointed there before before the post of the JP is advertised, and at that particular time again there are no suitable candidates or maybe women that we can field, which I doubt because they are now coming, but I'm just giving you an example. If there is a need, I can come back. Not necessarily I want to go up and down, no. And that is why I'm bringing the issue of the fact that we are faced with a lack of transformation from all angles, from all angles.
So you would avail yourself on both if the opportunity comes?
If there are no women that we can field.
Yes, okay, that's the premise. Okay. Now, in your understanding, now that you have had a taste of an appellate judicial experience, as well as a taste of judicial leadership as an acting DJP, you are well placed to tell us in which environment do you find yourself more comfortable? And I just want to find out what are the attributes of that position that you are comfortable in, you think will best suit your appointment in.
I'm going to repeat. It's too early. I cannot even say I've tasted SCA. It's too early for me to say that. But currently, I possess all the qualities that is needed for the DJP.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. I see Commissioner Tsepe.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I just wanted to talk about the administration of the division, saying that this is a leadership a role in the division. And I have just 2 questions for you. The one relates to allocation of work for judges in the division. Do you, as a division, have a system of allocation of work to ensure that all judges are adequately exposed to all areas? If not, what system would you intend to introduce were you to be appointed? That's my first question.
We do. The allocation of work to judges is done by a senior judge. Mostly JP, but in most of the time, because he's so busy, he gives me, whether I'm acting or not. If I'm in Bombela, we do that. And if I'm in Middleburg, I do that. If my sister Mpatlele in Middleburg, she does that, she allocates. And in allocation of work, you don't just, count the number of judges and say there are 6 and 6 files, one there, one there, one there. There's a lot that goes in there. You must read the file. You must know what is in the file. And then so that you can know the issues there. At the same time, as you said, you will be knowing the strength of your judges also. So you will be able to allocate the matters in that fashion. And knowing the strength, I'm not necessarily saying you must always allocate serious matters to senior judges of a particular matter to maybe that deals with competition law to a particular judge. Yes, you can do that. But remember, as a senior, you need to empower the others. So at some stage, you will have to even go and allocating that very complex matter to another. It's a form of training, empowerment as we go on. Yes. So we do have system in place.
Thank you, Judge. My second question relates to also a system, whether you have a system in place or what would you propose as a system in place for acting judges in your division to equip them in the running of the courts and in judgment writing and timeous delivery of judgments?
We do have a system, an informal one, of course, if I may say so. We guide them, sometimes on a person-to-person basis. Sometimes we normally do it in the tea rooms if we are under normal circumstances. Nowadays, we do it on a Friday. My sister Mpatlele came up with a suggestion that we all embraced, that we do it on Fridays between 9 and 10, where we engage, where we make them feel to come up with problems that they are having, and we advise and we discuss it. We also have a system that they are free to send their judgments to us, to look at them. Advocate Sigogo can bear me on Mr. Sigogo can testify about that. He usually sends his judgments to me. And again, even when you are sitting in appeals, remember, a senior judge sits in appeals. So we have a system, you cannot allocate an appeal to, if it is a two judges appeal to 2 acting judges, there should be a senior there. So when you had allocated a judgment to him or her, you oversee that judgment. Correct there and there. In fact, not just like spoon feeding, but you give guidance as to how a judgment should be written. And what I wanted to add is, I have seen in the Supreme Court of Appeal, they have a style guide judgment which assists us when we arrive here as to how their judgments are supposed to look like, or how they are supposed to be done. I think that's one thing that I can take from the Supreme Court to there. I'm going to introduce that, but subject to JP, because remember, if I'm a DJP, I cannot just introduce things without agreeing with JP. I have to agree with JP first.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tsepe. Honorable Kaba.
Thanks, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Honorable Taba.
Thank you. Am I correct to say that the longest time it took you to deliver a judgment is 16 months?
16 months.
Yes. You reserved the judgment on the 5th of December 2019. And that's the judgment that was on reserve at the time of writing your papers, these papers.
The question is?
Yes. I think it's on page 6 of your document. And to update the information, you said this judgment was delivered on Monday. You may have been referring to another judgment.
Yes, maybe you
Can you check that?
Maybe I did not express myself well. I said I'm updating all the judgments were delivered in the questionnaire.
Maybe let me say the
and
one.
And then the other judgment that I talked about was in the Supreme Court of Appeal, but I was trying to emphasize in the High Court and in the Supreme Court of Appeal, where I've just started. I don't have a recent judgment.
The one that was
delivered on Monday is the Supreme Court of Appeal.
Supreme Court. Okay, no, fine. Thank you so much. Thanks, CJ. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mwima.
Good morning, Judge Kwele.
Good morning, Honorable Mwima.
On your question, there's a paragraph 16.1, which is on page 12. 16.1. It is under paragraph 5, Century Loop Right Trade and Northwest Gambling Board. Does the matter ring bell to you? Do you?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Apologies.
I'm saying that, do you remember the matter that we dealt with that involves Century Loop Right Trade and Northwest Gambling Board?
At some time back, but I think it might relate to the issue about the gambling board. I can't remember the facts now.
Yes. I'm more interested in what guided you to make a distinction between when to bypass PAJA and rely directly on the principle of legality, where there is an internal remedies provided in the Gambling Act. I think if you can just go through that paragraph 5 on page 12, it will remind you of the thrust. I'm more interested in terms of what guided you to say that because on page 176 on your judgment, the last paragraph, you says that I therefore come to the conclusion that the internal remedy that has been provided for by the Act should be complied with first in terms of Section 7.2 of PAJA before the main application can be proceeded with. This court cannot even begin to entertain the grounds of main application based on the principles of legality without the applicant showing why the provisions of PAJA cannot apply to the circumstance of this matter. Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you, Judge Kwele.
Unfortunately, I don't have them here, the judgment itself. I did not make myself a copy. But if I remember a little bit, there's I think a Concord or a Concord matter that I relied on there. I can't remember where.
It was the Gijima matter.
Yes, if you can give me the judgment, I can quickly look at what assisted me there. But I think I relied on that.
Yeah, I think the question is, when do you apply PAJA, or when do you apply the principles of legality?
When you apply the principles of PAJA when the basis for the ground of review relates to administrative issues. And the principle of legality is strictly in terms of what is it? Especially when any grounds it's relied upon in from the Constitution, or that is section 175, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Thank you. The other question is, do you think there is cause for concern for us as members of public to hold breath as we await the Concord a judgment on the matter between the Zondo Commission and former President Jacob Zuma?
If you can expand, I don't understand your question, Commissioner.
I think the point that I'm raising, that there's been a lot of restlessness or concerns. To what extent can the court go in terms of either setting aside an executive decision or setting aside a decision of the legislature? Because other things that sometimes the court go beyond what we accept as permissible in terms of the law.
You tried, but I still can't get you. I'm so sorry.
What is your view on judicial activism?
Judicial what?
Activism.
Judicial activism. Oh. Yes, there is judicial activism, but there is a balancing act. When you do your judicial activism, you must be very careful. There's a thin line there. You must be very careful to such an extent that you should not be seen to be either descending into the arena, or if I may say that you should not be seen to be, there's a term that we use, going overboard. That's not the exactly correct term that I was looking about, but yes, there's a thin line.
Overreach, Judge Kwena. Thank you, Judge Kwena. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Moiman. Commissioner Barnard.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Commissioner.
If you can assist us, how accessible is the Mpumalanga Division of the High Court to persons with disability? And to the extent that there are any shortcomings, what can best be done in this regard to address them?
I want to be honest, I have never exactly checked that. That building is so big, but I think because it's the state-of-the-art building, I suspect if they are accessible. It's a fairly new office. I don't think they will have missed it.
That's just that we were faced earlier in the week with or yesterday with some comments regarding accessibility problems. You haven't come across anything like that, members of the public or lawyers?
in as far as disabled people are concerned.
Yes, correct.
No. Personally, I'm not.
Thank you. Last question, very briefly. You come across very competent and very in control of things. So my question is there any weakness that you could work on to improve your skills as a leader of that court?
Yeah, maybe sometimes I tend to become too soft or
CJ, I'm sorry, I don't think Judge Kweli's mic is on.
okay.
I can't hear him.
It is on, it's just that you are a bit, please bring it closer, Judge Kweli.
Okay. I think sometimes I try to be accommodative, or if I can say soft, in the sense that, like when when a person has done something wrong, I try to give him or her a second chance and try to speak with him maybe softly without being firm. As I said, I'm firm. And sometimes people take advantage of that and they repeat it. And I'm always laughing. People sometimes, when you laugh and you you seem to be easily approachable, they take advantage of that. That can be a weakness on my part.
Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Makolo.
Thank you, CJ, and good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Commissioner.
You indicated earlier that you are very involved with women empowerment in Mpumalanga, but and around the judicial officers and magistrates and acting judges. What I wanted to know, you do appreciate that your feeder area is actually the legal profession, the side bar and the bar. Do you have any programs that you are involved in trying to because that's where we recruit most of the judges from? Do you have any training programs or mentoring or
You mean specifically in Mpumalanga,
Yeah.
or general?
I'm saying Mpumalanga because
Okay.
it's yeah.
What we had was a trial advocacy training, but not necessarily for women. But I know we held one through JP in Middleburg, and I know women from the legal fraternity had approached me that one of the good days train them just to. They say they see that I'm confident, just to give them confidence skills, advise them. The attorneys also approached me to say that even in as far as the control of proceedings is concerned, so that they can be empowered. Unfortunately, because of time, I had not given them, a date, because remember I started in Mpumalanga in August 2019. And then I stayed there up until October, because November and December I was in a circuit court in Brighton. So I couldn't give them a perfect date. And then from there, JP appointed me to go and act, and I was based in Middleburg. After that, we were immediately that when the acting stint ended, we were hit by COVID. It hampered us. Unfortunately, whilst we were still on COVID, the Supreme Court of Appeal called me, so I'm still cherishing that I will do that. But I'm engaged with the Saola in the province. I normally assist them in their programs. The chairperson of Saola, I am taking her by my hand in as far as he's leading the Saola Association is concerned. So I'm very involved in Saola also as a sister body.
Do we have many female practitioners appearing before you?
Yes.
And if so, how do they fare?
There are some that are good, but some need a lot of training.
Thank you, CJ, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Honorable J.P. Lambo.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge Khweli.
Good morning, JEP.
Thank you. I want to thank you for inviting me to one of your conferences where I was able to identify people who are now judges in the division.
You still owe me a registration form, but I think Justice Meyer said you joined the association.
This is not time to hang dirty linen, you know. I'm joking. In the interest of time, you didn't mention the issue of reserve judgments as a challenge in Mpumalanga. Am I correct to understand that that is not a problem as we speak?
No, that is not a problem. I checked that. That is not a problem. Middleburg, it's excellent. Mbombela, it's excellent. I only picked up one or two but not more than 6 months, but more than 3 months, but it's not a challenge.
Well, I hope you keep it that way.
Thank you.
Going forward. But this, in your update about the Maseko non-Nhlanhla judgment, in your update, are you able to tell us when you handed it down?
It was less than 3 months. Let me check if I make a note. I'm not.
No, if you say it was less than 3 months, it's
No,
fine.
it was less.
I'll take that, yeah.
They are only in less than 3 months.
Thank you very much
My
for that.
judgment.
I need to raise the Nukeri matter.
Yes.
As a head of court, it's of concern to me,
Yes.
and it should be of concern to you
And
as
me
well.
too, yes.
Yeah. You are acting in the SCA.
Mm.
This is a matter from Northwest.
Mm.
You are in Mpumalanga.
Mm.
If we talk honestly, shouldn't this matter have been finalized?
Pardon?
Should it not have been finalized by now?
No, not at all, even if that be the case. As I indicated, that case started very late after those attempts that I told you. In fact, in Northwest, I think it's the only JP that didn't deal with that matter because of the accused having all sorts of what is it, issues. All the judges went there, and I was the one that had to put my foot down so that the matter should start.
So
and at some point, even after I had warned him and indicated to him that next time I proceed, we proceeded, and then at some stage, because I continuously encouraged him to have a legal representative. He did have a legal representative, but he fired him again. So, to be honest, it's a long matter.
How long?
And I think maybe I didn't mention the fact that the unfortunate part again was because I was transferred to Mpumalanga. It also affects it because the state advocate also, who is dealing with that matter, was also transferred. He is in Limpopo. So sometimes we even struggle to get appropriate dates for ourselves.
Yeah.
But it's a long matter, GP, very long matter.
Well, I think that's what I want to check. It's a part head matter.
Yes.
How long is it part head under your belt?
I think it's a year.
It's a year.
Mm.
Because in your questionnaire, which you signed in January 2020, we are sitting in 2021, but it comes from Northwest.
Yeah.
Now, clearly it must have started before August 2019, because you say you started in Mpumalanga in 2019.
Yes.
So it's more than a year.
Or more than a year. Yes.
I see.
Mm.
Just one last question, follow up, CJ. But as heads of court, and you're aspiring to be a head of court, don't you reach a point in a matter where you say the litigants are going to dance to my tune as head of court or as judge in controlling and making sure that this matter is finalized?
Yes, you do.
You haven't reached that point.
You specifically refer to Nukeri?
Yes.
No, I think they do. I inform them about the dates, but the challenge is, remember now, if I'm in Mpumalanga, there is a role that I'm doing, JP.
Yes.
And the prosecutor has his own role again there. You see? So even if you, like now, I've indicated to the state prosecutor, I've given 3 weeks, although they are not in succession, in order to facilitate the fast tracking of, the finalization of the matter.
Yes.
Initially, like when we started in Mafikeng, the problem was the matter as big as it is, JP, was given only a week. It was not like a continuous matter where you can deal with the matter and finalize it. Come the next day, when you want to postpone it, then it's obviously thrown to that other time, taking into consideration the other cases that are already on the roll.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand that. I think
so. This time I put my foot down. I said to the state, we must get 3 weeks in advance, even if it is not continuous, but at least it will solve the problem that if we sit in 1 week, then we'll have to postpone it to another date.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I understand, and I have sympathy with you, but all I'm saying is you are in control of the matter. I'm sorry, CJ, I'm prolonging this. You are in control of the matter. You reach a point before it goes further to say, I'm now leaving this division, I'm going to another division. State prosecutor and accused, represented or not, here is the period when we're going to finalize this matter. And then you make sure that your slate is clean in the Northwest. You now focus on Mpumalanga matters.
I fully agree with you, JP, but
Yes.
it hampers on our role again in Mpumalanga.
Okay.
Remember,
Thank you,
we are few judges in Mpumalanga.
Yes.
I have to take into consideration what is it, the role in Mpumalanga.
Yes.
If I remember well, there was a stage where it was coming in 2020, before the lockdown. But because I had a matter, JP, if you remember, there was a long outstanding civil matter in Middleburg that JP allocated me. And then I had to go and deal with that matter and then postpone this one. So I'm trying to say we are also trying to accommodate the role that I'm faced with in Mpumalanga, and that is one of the challenges that I face.
No, I understand that. All I'm saying is, as head of court, I've had situations like that, judges transferring from Gauteng to other divisions, but with outstanding work, and they would come and say, JP, please release me from normal allocations in your division. I want to go and finish this matter. That's what I'm suggesting to you, that perhaps this could have happened.
I understand, but
You disagree with me?
Not necessarily disagree. I understand and I agree, but I was faced with a situation where I was also taking care of the role in
Yes, in Mpumalanga.
In Mpumalanga, yes.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Sorry I took long.
Chief Justice, I think I need Chief Justice. Chief Justice, with your permission, I need to make a follow-up on this, and I can assure you, Judge Mpahle, Judge Khwele, if I was briefed on the extent of the difficulties that you are facing in this matter, I would have sent you back to Northwest until you finalize that matter. And this is the undertaking which I'm making. You need to case manage that matter with all the parties involved in the matter. Give you an estimation. It could be a month, it could be 2 months, so that you should go there, finalize that matter. I know the minister, in your absence, will give someone to act so that that matter can be finalized. Can we agree on that?
We agree, JP, although maybe you forget, remember in my...
Yes, but forget about the other things. Let us just deal on that agreement.
Yes.
Can you agree that in due course you'll come back to me, you'll case manage that matter,
and then
you'll give me the duration. From there you can be sent back there and have that matter finalized.
I know if you said that you are going to do that, JP.
Yeah, but you need to come back to me with the dates.
I will.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Kwele, you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge President. Good morning, Judge Mpahle.
Good morning, Chief Justice.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just recovering from flu, so if I cough, don't be worried.
Okay, all right, thank you. You hold a BProc and LLB degrees, am I right?
Yes, Chief Justice.
Both from the University of Limpopo.
Yes.
Now, you were an attorney for how many years?
I was an attorney for 15 years. excluding my
And-
period of articles.
Yes. And did you have a partner, or were you the sole director, so to speak, of your company, of your firm?
I was the sole practitioner.
And it does require some leadership skills and some managerial skills to run and sustain a practice. Just very briefly tell us how running a firm of attorneys has equipped you in terms of leadership and management.
I had to manage the practice, manage the professional staff, as well as the administrative staff. And I have to attend to the budgetary requirements of the practice. I have also to market the practice. So all in all, I was managing everything in the practice. And over and above that, Chief Justice, I opened an insolvency practice because I was a liquidator trustee on the panels of the Masters of the High Court in Pretoria, Johannesburg, and Mafikeng. And because in terms of the practice of the Attorneys Act, we are not allowed to share fees with non-attorneys. And in the practice of insolvency, we were, in the nature of things, we were appointed with other professionals like chartered accountants. So I deemed it fit that I had a different vehicle. So in that respect, I ran two practices and I managed to even capacitate in train upcoming attorneys and insolvency practitioners. And I had a role again. I played a role in the organizations related to the practice. I served in the Law Society of the Northern Provinces, which was
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was going to come to that.
Oh, okay.
But I first wanted you to tell us very briefly, during that period and even now, when it is difficult for a woman legal practitioner to secure work, how did you manage to secure work and keep your practice alive until you were appointed to the bench?
As Chief Justice, this was a challenge, I have to be fair and honest. It boils down to the issue of the briefing patterns. It's a challenge to be a Black woman practitioner. You have to prove yourself, I think maybe 10 times your male counterparts. But I have to be thankful because when I joined the insolvency practice at the time, we made our concerns to the powers that be, the government, the Minister of Justice, and at least we were given a hearing, and there were policies that were put in place to make sure that a Black practitioner, because we were like the first group of Black practitioners who were interested to join the insolvency practice. And the Department of Justice drafted a new policy and made a rule that in all insolvency matters, there must be a member from the previously disadvantaged group. And that's how my insolvency practice flourished. But as far as the attorney's practice is concerned, it was a real challenge. And I'm sorry to mention this. I was even faced by the government itself. Because in instances where the government put you on panels, you find you are turned into an office of quotations. We specialize in giving quotations. And every time you are told you didn't make it, and you are not given a reason why. And when I called for reasons so we can improve, because it takes even financial resources to make sure that you have staff complement who will prepare those quotations. And every time you get a negative feedback, it's really bad. And there's something they have to look to. Because my feeling is they must have a panel of attorneys and even advocates, and you brief people and you tell them, this is my rate, and it's up to me whether I take it or not. Unlike calling upon me to give a rate and you don't give me work and you don't give me feedback. And where I got work, then they don't pay. I do the work, they don't pay, and the advocate threatened to blacklist me. And I was once reported at the Law Society, and I told the Law Society, where do I get the money to pay the advocates? Because the government, in some instances, and safe to say, I've been appointed a judge in 2013, but I'm still owed by some departments. It's so sad. And when I share with my fellow practitioners who are left behind, they're still faced with the same challenges. I don't know when will it end. And it's so sad, especially for female practitioners.
You were elected, I believe, to the position of chairperson of the Gauteng Law Council. How would you say that leadership role contributed to injecting even more confidence in your leadership and managerial capabilities?
It did, because I was the first woman chairperson of the Gauteng Law Council. And I'm indebted to my colleague, my fellow practitioners for having voted me in. And remember, the Gauteng Law Council, we were overseeing more than 8,000 attorneys. And I made a point that I went on a roadshow and went to the various areas in Gauteng to make sure that the practitioners appreciated who we are and who are we for. And it really helped me, especially in interpersonal skills, how I interacted with my fellow colleagues. And again, how do I managed to lead even people who were older than me. So it really boosted me. After that, I saw that I can make it, that even lead those who are older than me and who have been in the field. Who entered the field before me. So it boosted my confidence. And that's why later on I served as the vice president of the Law Society of the Northern Provinces.
I was getting to that one. And tell me, what is the, no, you've done nothing wrong. I assume that the membership of the Law Society of the Northern Provinces is much larger than that of the Gauteng Law Society. Am I mistaken?
No, it's larger because it's serving Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga.
That's right. What about the Northwest? It isn't the Northwest included?
Part of it.
In the different provinces?
I stand to be corrected.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, how did that capacitate you, very briefly? How would you say that also enhanced your leadership skills? How did that contribute towards making you the leader that is confident enough to apply for the position of Deputy Judge President of the High Court?
Like I said, it was on a larger scale than the Gauteng Law Council. And we were on policy making, and again, observance of the rules, making sure that the practitioners played by the rules of the game. And we had disciplinary powers as well. And in the absence of the president, I would be given an opportunity as well to chair the monthly council meetings. So we had different committees of the council, like the gender committee and the transformation committee, and one served in those committees as well. So as far as on the issues of finances, the running of the meetings, and making sure that the staff of the Law Society were performing in trying to oversee the whole thing. It really empowered me as well.
How big was the executive or or the leadership structure of which you were vice president at the time? How many other leaders were there? What was the staff complement under your your leadership together with the president?
The management committee, I stand to be corrected, I think we were 6. If I'm not wrong, I think we were 6, and the meetings will be also attended by the heads of the departments of the Law Society. And the whole council itself, it was 24 councillors.
Did you ever get a sense that your leadership capabilities were not appreciated? Or did you get a sense that people respected you for what you were capable of offering?
JP, I'm used to calling.
No, they never removed that title from
I'm
you.
not demoting you. I don't intend to.
No, it's okay, my sister.
I'm used
it
to.
was never removed.
Yeah, I'm used to communicating with JP, so I'm like, yeah. The truth of the matter is, I went all out to perform. So I must not be felt pity for, or just be accommodated because I'm a woman. I wanted to be appreciated for what I offer. But truth be told, there are colleagues, especially from the male component, who are preaching for equality. They preach it, but they act to the contrary. At one time at a meeting, and I will never forget this, when I was raising my point and I was so passionate about the point that I was raising, and the other male colleagues were not impressed with the point. The other one just hugged me and said, "No, don't worry, sweetie, I'll speak to you after the meeting." And you see, those are the challenges. And some people take it lightly, and it's hurting, but I don't allow that to get to me. And you'll be surprised with those who are so vocal about empowerment of women. They are vocal, but what they are doing is contrary.
Yes. Finally, just tell us, you've acted as Deputy Judge President, you've acted as Judge President. Very briefly, just tell us how you believe that has shaped you and how that has opened up your eyes to the challenges in the division and how you could strengthen the JP's arm in trying to resolve those challenges. Couple that with the opportunity you had to chair the Mpumalanga Provincial Efficiency Enhancement Committee, but be as brief as you have been throughout, so far as possible.
Yes, I'll be brief. I think I started at the top because I started acting as a JP when the JP went on loan leave for 13 weeks, and thereafter for 29 weeks, and not including the 2 weeks that I did now. I'm now acting as well until the end of term. I acted as a DJP. What my experience is, I was responsible for ensuring that the court remained efficient. I did oversight over the judicial staff, officers, as well as the administrative. Maybe I want to be brief, but I just want to take you back. Remember, I was one of those judges who was sent on circuit to Mpumalanga at the time when the Mpumalanga High Court was being formed. So I was lucky to be part of the formation of the new structure. What I realized and what was very important for if we want to be efficient is the training of staff. So the first thing that I identified is to train the staff, and I took part in it. And recently, in the first week, during recess, I facilitated the training of the judges' clerks because I wanted them to appreciate what's their role in the whole scheme of things. And I chaired the PEC meetings, as you say, those meetings for the benefit of the others. The objective, the mandate of these meetings is to enhance access to justice. And we're meeting with the stakeholders. Like I'm saying, Mpumalanga is a new structure. We're meeting with the state attorney, the master of the high court, and all the other role players to make sure that we reach the objective of the access to justice. I was involved in the court itself on the allocation of work to judges and overseeing the overall. I'm trying to be brief here, CJ. I was overseeing the overall. But one thing that's very important about the meetings of the PEC that I identified is
maybe to interrupt you while you are there, Judge Mpashere, and just in case you want to touch on it, you would recall it is access to justice, but also ensuring that every key stakeholder in the running of the courts plays their part so that courts can function as a well-oiled and efficient machine or machinery. I'm sorry I interrupted you. You may go ahead.
Yes, in that respect, as a new institution in Mpumalanga, one of my concern was the non-efficient running of the master of the High Court. We'll appreciate that the people of Mpumalanga, for them to access the services of the master, they have to come to Pretoria. And we have people who are relying on the Guardian Fund, traveling to Pretoria for people who don't even have financial resources. It's a very serious challenge. And in these meetings, I always impress it upon the master of the High Court to make sure that they have a complement to efficiently serve the people of Mpumalanga. And I'm happy that the Minister of Justice is in the meeting, and I'm making the call because I'm always told that the powers that be will make a decision. I'm just not imposing myself, but for the minister to appreciate the inconveniences of the people of Mpumalanga to access, especially the master of the High Court. When they want to report their estates, when people want to access the monies in the Guardian Fund, it's a challenge. And we meet even, in those meetings, we meet even the NDPP, we meet the state attorney, and we make sure that everything, when we start, we usually do these meetings during recess. So when we start to run the cases, everything will run smoothly.
Thank you, Judge Mpashere. Colleagues, let me have the names of those who want to put questions to Judge Mpashere, please.
Lamola, Nyambi,
Pofu,
And Maya CJ.
Tepe.
Matonsela.
Matolo Dlepu.
Schlemmer.
Dodovu.
Please hold it there, please. I ended with Commissioner Matolo Dlepu, who comes after. I heard Mr. Barnett, Commissioner Barnett as well. Who else?
It was Dodovu.
Thank
CJ.
you, Honorable Dodovu.
And
then
Schlemmer.
who else?
Schlemmer.
Prof. Prof, you must just say Prof.
Singh.
Who else?
Singh.
Yes, sir.
Mlambo JP.
JP Lohodi.
Thank you, CJ. Judge Mphahlele, I must say I am struck by your humbleness. Probably something that I did not know that you possess, and I wish I could be like you. Now, by the way, you were raised at Rampatlele, is it Seleting or Magurung?
JP, I was born and bred in Mamelodi. My parents come from Kampatlele. So about 90% of my relatives are based in Kampatlele.
And how often do you visit that area?
Like I say, almost 90% of my relatives are there. So it's like my second home.
And when you go there, they address you as Matlaku.
Yes, that's my name.
They know no status. They know no titles. The way you are speaking to us today, is it what you have learned from those people as you visit them?
I can attribute that to my mom. That's how I was raised by my mom.
Do not be overwhelmed by that. I'm sure probably I'm touching the wrong button in yourself. You are the one who introduced the every Friday judges meeting, which is held virtually since last year till to date. Am I right?
You're correct, JP.
I want you to tell us why, and before you do so, some other people say, if you focus on people, if you care for people, they will refuse to let you down. Why did you find it necessary for these meetings to take place on every Friday?
JP, I was asked on several occasions when I was acting as the JP and the DJP to administer the oath to the acting judges. And I used that opportunity, and I'm indebted to Judge President Mlambo, because I would ask for accommodation because most of them are coming from Gauteng side. I would ask for the accommodation there to meet them. So I would use that opportunity as an induction for the acting judges. And that will proceed. And then as we are in court, I will make sure that I discuss with them just to cushion them in for them to feel at home and be able to execute their duties. So when the COVID-19 struck us, I was very concerned that we are operating remotely from home and maybe people will be frustrated at home and not knowing how to interact with us. Because it's one thing to say people giving an invitation that my door is always open. You know, some doors are so closed, even if you are invited, you can't even attempt to knock at them. So I thought it would make easy for especially the acting judges to interact with the permanent judges on the Friday meetings and for them to relate their challenges and for those who are empowered to share their experiences for their empowerment. And those meetings have turned out to be like mini workshops where we discuss issues and we even discuss the challenges that we are faced with due to the COVID-19. And that's what the main reason. My concern was more about the acting judges, the interaction with the permanent judges.
And because these Friday meetings are your product, you are the one who is chairing these meetings every Friday, despite the fact that the head of office is always in those meetings. Am I right?
Yes, I always chair them. Even in your presence, I chair the meetings.
Now, lastly, Judge Mpatlele, as I'm saying, if you focus on people, if you care for people, they will refuse to let you down. What would you say is your relationship with the staff?
My relationship with the staff is very good, JP. Remember, like I said, I was fortunate to be part of the whole establishment from the start. So when we started, both in Bombela and in Middelburg, we had limited staff. In Middelburg, we had 2 people. So I had a relationship with them. And as the staff increased, I had relationships with them and made sure that they understand. I had informal meetings with them. And because of that, even the staff in Bombela, whilst I'm based in Middelburg, they call me for advice on how to handle it, when they have challenges, how to deal with those challenges.
Now, in the event you are appointed for this position, let me just give you a tip. From time to time, if you do get time, just walk into the offices and greet and share ideas with these officials. You will be amazed by the kind of cooperation which you get from these officials. I do it quite very frequent. But not only that, during lunchtime, when you see these women and men in overalls seated underneath a tree having their lunch there, and take the opportunity to go to them, to know them better. You will be amazed when you live there how much you have learned from them. And sometimes you just wish we can have be a rich country and take them to school or also help their children to go to school. That is one humbling experience, and that is the advice that I'm giving to you in the event you were to be appointed. Is it too much to ask?
No, Jay.
Okay. You are the only one who is not calling me by Mukoni, and I'm the only one who is calling you Matlaku. What difficulty do you find in not calling me Mukoni? Is it part of your upbringing in terms of respecting people, or what is happening?
Can I exercise my right not to answer that?
CJ, thank you.
I think you will ask you when you are back in the office.
Thank you for the protection, CJ.
CJ, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, JP. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, CJ, and good morning to you, Judge Mphahlele.
Morning.
I must say, Judge Mphahlele, I like your stance of not being apologetic about women emancipation. You tell it as is. Back to my question, I have 2 questions for you. The first one would be, do you have any reserve judgments? If so, for how long have they been outstanding? And what could be a reason for that?
My only reserve judgments are for this term, and I'm attending to them.
Why are they outstanding?
Because it's this term and I was still busy with them. I'm still within the 3 months limit. But
Judge, may we just give the Premier a sense of when were they reserved, because not everybody knows what the term is. It may be lawyers' language.
Yes. Oh, I'm very sorry. The term is, we only started the term. This is the 2nd week of the term. And I reserve them because I just want to apply my mind to them, and I'm still doing my research. My apologies.
Thank you very much for that. The second question, which is the last one, do you have any outstanding complaints that you are aware of from any legal society? And if that is the case, what were those complaints all about?
The only complaint that I had with the Judicial Conduct Committee was one, and it was dealt with, and now it was found in my favor. I was found not to be at fault. It was whilst I was at Gauteng, so I don't have any pending that I know of.
No, thank you very much for the response, and thanks, CJ.
Follow up, CJ.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
No, I want to ask about
No, not ask. I want to give you an opportunity to expand on that 3 months. They're still within 3 months, so that there's no impression that you have done something outside the expected um, judgments. So it shouldn't be. So you're saying they are outstanding because they came within this term and they are still within 3 months.
Yes, Commissioner.
So I want you to say it so that when you leave here, because you will not be here and we're going to hear stories here.
Thanks for the clarity. That's what it meant. It's 3 years is not 3 years. I make it worse now. It's 3 months. Yeah. Thanks for the clarity.
Chief Justice, may I, on the Premier's question, please.
Okay. You may just as well do whatever you wanted to do, Commissioner Singh.
Okay, thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge Mpahlala.
Good morning.
I'm just following up on the Premier's question about complaints from any bodies.
Yeah.
Now, they may not be listed as complaints in the pact that we have, but as objections. One of the comments from the Law Society is that they have no comment to make on your proposed appointment, and they refer to the coffin case which you are aware of. And the second sort of complaint or objection comes from a lawyer called Sahir Omar, where some of the things he talks about is the ignorance of the law that you have. You displayed a lack of composure and understanding, and then does not display the requisite grasp of substantive or procedural law. So just as a follow-up there, would you like to just comment on these letters that we received, Judge Mpahlala? Thank you.
Maybe let me start on the coffin case. I analyzed the evidence as was I analyzed the evidence for me, and I reached the conclusion that I did. And I was set aside by the Supreme Court of Appeal on a competent verdict. I found on attempted murder, and they found on a competent verdict of assault with intent to give grievous bodily harm. I don't know why they are taking issue with that. It doesn't come out clearly for me why they are taking issue with that. And on the issue of the complaint of Mr. Omar, his main issue when I read the complaint is that by the time he was writing the complaint, I haven't delivered the judgment, despite that it was urgent. And I had to look for the judgment, and I found the judgment. And if you look at the date, it was done within 2 days. So I don't know, maybe he didn't get a copy from the correspondent, because usually what happened when we hand down judgments, the correspondent will come to know the judgments and give them to the instructing attorneys. I don't know why he didn't get the judgment, but as far as I'm concerned, the judgment is delivered.
Thank you very much for responding to that, Judge Mpahlala. And then my other question, well, should have been a question from the JP because it was asked before. Do you have intentions or aspirations to be the JP of Mpumalanga one day?
I do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, CJ, and good morning, Judge Mpahlala.
Good morning.
What is your role in the digitization in the province? As you have said, it's a new court, and it gives an opportunity to start new things. What is your role in the modernization and the digitization program?
After we attended a workshop where Judge President Mulambo gave a presentation on the case lines. And after the workshop, the JP Lukhodi mandated me to make sure that the judges in our division attend a further workshop because he invited all the divisions for further training. I did contact Judge President Mulambo and arranged for us to attend. It was, we attended, it was myself, Judge President Lekhodi and Judge Mali. Unfortunately, we were promised that immediately case lines will be implemented from Mpumalanga, and we were so excited. But due to some other challenges, it was not. So what we have opted to do now in Mpumalanga, we are doing our civil trials online, and we are improvising because what we're doing now, we have the hard copies delivered to the judges, and we arranged to be heard online despite the challenges. Like last night, I had an agent application, but the judiciary email was down. So we use our own resources, and even my clerk has to use his own resources. I and a colleague drafted guidelines and directives for the conduct of trials online. So we have distributed it as a guideline and as a directive for all people conducting trials and motions online in Mpumalanga. That's how far we are. We're still waiting for Judge President Mulambo to come back to us on the case lines. But in the meantime, that's what we're doing, and we have the directives and the guidelines.
Yeah, you raised the issue about the master of the High Court that you do not
CJ,
want to.
If I may follow up on online issue.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Morning, Commissioner.
If you can tell the Commission how many judges are working in Mpumalanga right now and who are operating from home and not setting foot at all at the court and working through online, if you may know the number.
In Middelburg, we 3, and in Mbombela, it will be the Judge President and the 3. And I know the other 2 prefer sometimes to go to the court building, and the other one is operating from home.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, CJ. You mentioned the issue of the master of the High Court in Mpumalanga, and you were a bit restrained, feeling like you are imposing yourself to this space. So I want to free you that you are not imposing yourself. I receive on a day-to-day basis WhatsApp, emails, and all kinds of complaints about the non-functionality of the master of the High Court in Mbombela. So what do you think should be done to resolve the problem there, or the challenges?
At least, Minister, you have case studies. You have the master's offices like Pretoria and other divisions which are running. You know the expectations, you know the services that you have to render. I assure you, the people of Mpumalanga require the same services. All you have to do is to hire the staff to do the work and find them offices. In Middelburg, you have to look. And one thing that you have to appreciate is the spread, the area spread of Mpumalanga. It's not as congested as Gauteng. And for people to travel around, it's really a challenge. And I would recommend that when you can have your main offices in Middelburg and Mbombela, but you must have outstations where people can go and report estates, where people can go. Because if as a judge, when I'm in court and I order that monies, maybe from the road accident fund, for a child I'm not comfortable, that it be given to parents, that it goes into the guardian fund. I'm so constrained. I'm saying, I'm ordering for this money to go to the guardian fund to Pretoria. And I'm expecting those people to travel to Pretoria. And I can assure you, when I was practicing as an attorney in Pretoria, that office was closing at 1 o'clock. And I'm talking about a person who will be taking a taxi from Nelspruit coming to Pretoria. What time is he reaching Pretoria to ask for the money? So all I'm asking and pleading is if you can have an office with full complement staff, because having one person doing everything, we are told one person is attending to sanitizing people and even doing files, doing inquiries. It's not effective. It's not. So you have to have a fully fledged office in Mbombela and another one in Middelburg and have all stations, because Kwandebele is very far from Middelburg. People have to travel there, and we know people are using public transport. So that's my plea to you.
CJ, with your indulgence.
Yes, Minister, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, now this is the last, my last question in relation to the coffin case you just spoke about. As we speak now, you might have seen on the news what is happening in Piet Retief and in some parts of KZN. What do you think should be done to resolve some of these conflicts even before they reach the police, the courts, and the stages of adjudication? Because that area of the Highveld and Hartsbande in Mpumalanga is the highest in terms of these tensions.
Social cohesion, and that's not in my area of practice. I think we're still having challenges of people learning to live together in South Africa. And we have to be true to ourselves and address these issues. If we are lying to ourselves that we all embrace democracy and embrace the issue that we can, yes, there are people who have transformed and there are people who are willing to living with each other, but there are people who are still in those dark areas of apartheid, because it's so disheartening for such issues to be rearing their ugly heads, even in 2021. It's very concerning. So as long as we are not real and we are turning a blind eye to such issues, then we are not addressing us, we won't make any progress.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, CJ. Morning, Judge Mpahlela.
Morning, Commissioner.
My first question, if you can share with us the attributes of a good DJP that will make it possible that a rural province like Mpumalanga will be functioning at optimal level, then there's efficiency and effectiveness, and mainly focus on those that you think you possess.
I spoke about the issue of an open door policy. Being approachable. And over and above that, people must feel your presence. Not that you are being overbearing, but extending a hand and for people to feel your presence and that you are willing to assist. Even when I was no longer acting as the DJP, because of the efforts that I undertook and the things that I did to extend a helping hand, I was approached by people, even practitioners, when they were having challenges. But because I was no longer in my acting capacity, I would channel them to the right people who will address their concerns. So, and the main issue is to be alive and appreciate the challenges of the province. I can safely say I didn't know the province very well, but I took my time to study and appreciate the province. And I can safely say that I'll be able to serve the people of Mpumalanga because I'm able to appreciate their challenges.
My last question, Judge Mpahlele, as somebody that has given herself to understand and study the province, what will be the Mpumalanga's division pressing needs that you will address should you be appointed that are very urgent working with the JP of that division?
The first issue is the review of the establishment. I appreciate the people who put the establishment together and their recommendations and of where we are. And looking back from where we started from, I'm proud that I was part of the formation of the province. But Middleburg is turning to be very busy than in Bombela. And with the establishment that we have in now, the number of judges and the supporting staff is not enough. We are struggling. As it is now, we had to collapse some roles, the criminal court roles, because we're not coping on the number of judges. And it's very concerning because of the level of crime in our country, which is real. In Middleburg alone, we must, on a daily basis, have 3 criminal courts running, and we don't have the judges to do, judges available to do that work. And we made a request, and our request apparently was not accepted. And there are still negotiations going on between the Office of the Minister and the NDPP. And one is only hoping for a positive response because it doesn't augur well with the members of the public. So my plea is for the establishment to have a real look at it because the judges there, the numbers both in the high felt and the low felt has to be increased. And the second one is about the digitization. That's very important as well. That we have to attend to and achieve as soon as possible, having all the red tapes taken into consideration.
Once again, Judge, I commend you for how you handled the coffin case given the high tensions. You decided not to focus on the noise outside, but you mainly focus on the case. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you for the comment.
Follow up, CJ.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, CJ. I did not want to ask this question deliberately, Judge, but now that it has come up, I'm asking. You speak about the relook at the establishment. We agree to that in terms of the rationalization process that we have communicated to the JP. The question is with relates to the additional to the establishment, which for sure you are aware it's a budget decision. Yeah, so that is the difficulty that we have in regard to that, because when you now go beyond the establishment, it's now a budget decision that requires concurrence of the National Treasury. I'm not sure if you want to comment on that or not. If you don't want, we can pass the matter, because I will understand the constraints.
CJ, I propose that she should not, because there is a pending case specifically dealing with this aspect in terms of the order which was issued on the 12th April after the criminal rolls collapsed. So I suggest that the issue should not be discussed and ask for her view because that matter is pending and is coming on the 30th. I'm sure the minister will appreciate what I'm trying to say to him.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, CJ. As you will have heard, I've said that I was loath to ask this question, but now that it came up, I thought it's fair to answer. But I don't have a problem if it is not answered.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Judge Patel.
Afternoon, Commissioner Mpofu.
Thank you. Okay, because my questions are long, so I only ask one question. I would have wanted to ask you the same question I asked the other candidate about what sets you apart, but I'll abandon that one, hoping someone will pick it up. The question I want to ask you is about your passionate plea about briefing patterns, which is something that is close to my heart. So I always am encouraged to find someone who cries the cry that we cry all the time about this issue. And I want to ask it to you in relation to the position that you've applied for. And in other words, to what extent do you think that the leadership of the judiciary, which you now want to join, can assist us in that struggle to reverse the 27-year dismal failure of the government in this issue of briefing patterns? And the example I have is just Judge President Mlambo. I don't know if that program is still there, but about 2 years ago started a program of the judges literally keeping score of the appearances in their own court. And I hope that the Chief Justice can also do the same in the Constitutional Court and the President of the SCA and so on. Now, the reason why I think that the leadership in particular has a particular role to play here is because, you know, sometimes when we do bad things, they end up being acceptable. And if there's no leadership if there's no exemplary leadership in this area, I think we may falter. And I say this because we see the president of the country represented by White Council, the Speaker of Parliament represented by White Council in a matter that I'm actually involved in, ministers represented by White Council. Currently, we even have the DCJ who's running a major commission which is costing the country maybe 2 billion rand, and there are about 6 white senior counsel there. So if the leadership is not giving us giving examples how, and as you say, just pay lip service to this issue, do you think it can be resolved?
The best that can be done is what you quoted, because the project by Judge President Mlambo started when I was in Gauteng, and I was in full support of it because of the experiences that I went through as a practitioner. The bit that I do for my part is the training of candidates, and even having talks in my chambers with counsels who appear before me. Because most of the time, the excuse used is that we lack experience. And I tell you, there's no person who's born with experience. Those who are experts, they are so-called. If you remember, the Competition Act just came into place. And the next morning when we woke up, they were experts in respect of the competition.
Even the Constitution.
Yeah, and some of us were told we are not experts. So I believe in empowerment. And if you go through my CV, you saw even when I was in practice, I make it a point. It was a challenge because I was a sole practitioner, but I made it a point that I register for courses. So when I go and knock on doors and I'm told those stories, I will produce and say, hey, I have the theory, give me a chance. So what I do, my part is I usually have one-on-one talks with the counsels and try to encourage them not to lose, because some are discouraged and wanting to leave the profession, and especially women. And we keep on complaining that we don't have enough women. And I think the keeping of data, that's the best that the judiciary can do, because we can't dictate to the executive or who to appoint, or to the companies which appear before us. We can't dictate to them who to appoint or not appoint.
Yes, I'm sorry, just a follow-up, CJ. But do you agree that if the leadership in the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature do not practice what they preach, that sets the struggle for improved briefing patterns back by many, many years?
Yes, even if the judiciary, we can keep on, we want more women to come and act, but we don't appoint women to come and act. We're just paying lip service to it.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, sir. President.
Mr. J. Good day, Sister Judge.
Good morning, President.
It is a profoundly proud moment to have two competent women vying for this leadership position, and I look forward to witnessing with my own two eyes what JP Lehodi alluded to, having that division, and maybe indeed other divisions, and the judiciary itself led by women. Now, you don't just hold the two academic degrees mentioned by the CJ, but have a number of other law diplomas and certificates under your belt, not so?
Yes, President.
You should have mentioned those. I've looked at your questionnaire in relation, well, you were accused of being humble, so I suppose that attests to that quality of yours.
Yeah.
The LSSA has complained about your being overturned in the worst days in case, and
Yes.
that's their sole reason for their objection to your appointment.
Yeah.
Now, I looked at your questionnaire and I see that actually is the only judgment in which you've been overturned on appeal in your entire judicial career, not so?
Yes.
Well, speaking for myself, I've no doubt that you're a well-rounded lawyer and you've acquired the necessary experience for this position. But my only concern relates to the imputation made by the Mpumalanga Society of Advocates, I think, which criticizes your lack of judicial temperament when it comes to treatment of counsel. How can you defend yourself against this criticism?
I went through that. You know what's happening through you, Chief Justice? What's happening is when we're starting a new establishment. When we started, it was training, cum, hearing of matters. I would leave court even at 6 o'clock. And I told them that there must come a time where we cut the umbilical cord and we start being serious now about issues. Not that we are not being serious. And their complaint, as I go through it, is I call them to order in court, not in private. Those who are practicing, especially in motion code and in roll call, you know that if I don't give you an order on a matter, whether it's an opposed or opposed, I say what I have to say in court. And they have reservations about that. That why do I do it in public? Why don't I do it in private? That's not possible. If I have about 50 matters before me, I can't keep on saying, number one, come to my chamber and I speak to you. And say, number two. That's not how it's done. And I think even practitioners who saw me doing it in Johannesburg and Pretoria, that's how it's done. And that process, it empowers the others. Because if you hear me calling somebody to order that your application lacks in respect of 1, 2, 3, when you bring yours the next time, you'll make sure it doesn't lack in that respect. It's unfortunate that they feel like I'm intending to embarrass them. And I spoke to them and I told them I'm not intending to embarrass you. That's how things are done. And I don't intend to embarrass them. And that's why I always make my time. And even on Saturdays, we'll have workshops to empower and make sure that we do things the right way. And I am strict on compliance with the practice directives. That I don't compromise. And there's a reason for that. It's because I do allocations. And when I allocate to judges, I have to make sure that judges have enough preparation time. If today is Wednesday, is a closing roll, I don't expect people to bring papers on the day of the hearing or a day before, and they say I'm being unreasonable. That's being unreasonable for the judges if I accept the papers a day before or on the morning, and I expect judges to go to court prepared. But I
I'm
assure you,
satisfied.
I'll go back and reflect. And I've been doing the reflection since I got those comments. And where I lack, I ensure that I'll improve.
Thank you. I'm satisfied. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you.
Thank you, President. Commissioner Tsepe?
Thank you, CJ. Good day, Judge.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes. Judge, the issue one of the issues I wanted to raise with you, you actually responded to it adequately when you were responding to JP Lehodi's question. The last question I then wanted to ask is, what do you think the role of the DJP is in ensuring that the magistracy functions optimally?
Obviously, that role is for the JP. And if the JP delegates, then the DJP has to step in. And we have to keep the communication lines open. And those issues regarding the magistracy are discussed at the PEC meetings. Maybe I didn't mention that the other role players who attend the PECC meetings is the regional court president and even the chief magistrates. And we look at their performance at those meetings and where they lack and need assistance. That's where we give our input.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Advocate Madonsela?
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Judge Mpahlele.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Madonsela.
In the matter of insolvency practitioners versus the Minister of Justice, the Constitutional Court struck down the policy devised by the Minister of Justice to ensure transformation in the appointment of liquidators and trustees by the Masters of the High Court. We now have the vacuum in that regard. Given the fact that you have a background in insolvency practice, is there any judicial role that judges should play in monitoring the appointment of liquidators, trustees, and curators' bodies by way of practice directives, perhaps?
The appointment of the insolvency practitioners.
Yes, in liquidations or the likes, or appointment of curator bodies by the, for instance, the asset forfeiture unit, or the trustees during the liquidation or the sequestration of parties.
Yeah, in as far as the insolvency practitioners, the appointment thereof is concerned, I don't think as the judicial officers we can be of assistance because the appointments are done by the Master of the High Court. So the court doesn't interfere in that respect because there's a process that they follow. They look at the value of the nominations of the creditors because the interest is more about the interest of the body of creditors. So they look at the nominations of the creditors, who the creditors prefer. And to be honest, Commissioner, the creditors are the big corporates, and the big corporates still prefer their own, and their own don't happen to be the previously disadvantaged. And that's where the government came to my assistance to be in those matters.
Yes, the second question relates to the newly promulgated Rule 41 capital A that provides for judicial mediation of cases before they are allowed to unfold in a trial situation. In what respects do you think that judicial mediation can take place, given the fact that judges are maybe ultimately required to adjudicate on the disputes between the parties? Is it practicable, or how do you propose that the implementation of that rule should be put in place to allow the process of judicial mediation? I ask because if during mediation, it often happens that parties give out
Yeah.
the weaknesses in their case, or even the fault lines in their cases. And how could that happen, that a judge who has judicially managed a case may ultimately be required to adjudicate on the same matter when he knows the pitfalls of the parties' positions?
Yeah, obviously, if you get involved in the mediation, you are automatically excluded from coming to preside over the matter. Maybe if we can have, it's something that I've been struggling with. I haven't come to a conclusion in my mind, because I was thinking maybe if we can have mediators, the mediators will assist in mediation of these matters, and if these matters are not positively mediated upon, people fail to reach a settlement, then the matters can be referred to court for adjudication.
I have a limit of 2 questions. I will leave it at that.
Thank you.
Did you attend, just as a follow-up, the workshop organized for both judges and magistrates for mediation, court-annexed mediation, based on the American system?
What about it, Chief Justice? I missed the first part.
Did you attend that workshop that some of us attended regarding how possible it is for a judicial officer to mediate, knowing that if the matter doesn't get resolved, they'll have to recuse themselves and hand over to another judicial officer to do that, to handle the trial?
Yes, I attended, and that's why I said it's automatically excluded.
Yes. And, okay, I thought you said it can't work.
No, it will work. It will work.
Okay, all right.
A follow-up. Can I have a follow-up, Chief Justice, on that question? On your contribution?
Maybe you want to debate it with me on the sides.
Okay, thank you, Chief Justice.
Yes, because Commissioner Matolo.
Thank you, CJ, and good afternoon, Judge Mpatlele.
Good afternoon,
I
Commissioner.
must declare we have been together for a long time, so especially with the transformation of the legal profession. I'm just surprised why you didn't indicate how we were ambitious to try to come up with SADC lawyers, women lawyers organization. But having said that, I asked the same question to your colleague. Do you still engage with the sidebar and bars in trying to, because this is your feeder area, to get judges from there? Do you still do that? And how often do you do that?
I still engaged, and it's not as often as I used to do when I was a practicing attorney, and that's due to the pressures of the work that I'm involved in now. But I do get involved. I was even involved twice one time it was in the training of aspirant judges organized by the Law Society in conjunction with the Judge President Mulambo. And the second one was organized by Nadel in conjunction with the Law Society of South Africa. And I can assure you that I'm still interested in the empowerment of women. And I'm involved, I'm a member of the Women Judges Organization, the South African chapter. And I'm part of the project of the mentorship. Just a day before, I've been allocated 2 mentees, young ladies to mentor. Last year, I mentored one. It's just that due to the COVID-19 challenges, there was a delay because we start at the beginning of the year. And now we had challenges, so I was only allocated the 2 young ladies on the day before yesterday, and we still have to meet to discuss how I'm going to mentor them.
Thank you, CJ, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Barna?
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Difficult choice for the JSC to choose between 2 competent candidates, very competent candidates. So the question is, for this leadership position, what makes you the best candidate for the job or gives you the competitive advantage?
As I've already explained, that I come from a background of managing a law firm, managing an insolvency practice, and having led the Gauteng Law Council, and having been in the management of the Law Society of the Northern Provinces, and having had an opportunity to act as the judge president, and I haven't heard of any complaints that were received when I acted as such, and having had an opportunity to act as the deputy judge president as well, and again having had opportunity to chair the Mpumalanga Provincial Efficiency Enhancement Committee, and the role that I played, and especially in capacitating the support staff as well, facilitating the workshop for the empowerment of the judges' clerks and the support staff.
Thank you. Maybe to add on to that and comments that have already been made, to apologize for any misunderstandings from the LSSA comment, because clearly there was something maybe not taken into consideration. So apologies from our side. But then speaking about the court itself, in Mpumalanga Division, the High Court there and its accessibility to persons with disabilities, thinking about the entire division, how accessible is it, and is there anything that needs to be done in this regard still?
The one in Middelburg is not accessible. And when we moved into I'll refer to it as the new building. It's a very old building, but for us it's a new building. When we moved into the building, that's the first thing that I raised with the representative, the person who was in charge. We raised it with him, and he promised us that they'll attend to us. And we even identified a spot where even they'll do the ramp, but because of protocols, we're still waiting. After a year, we're still waiting for them to do. We have identified how they must make it accessible, but we're still waiting for the implementation. We were promised that it will be made accessible.
The newer one, the Mbombela side?
The Mbombela side, as far as I can remember, and the entrance, it is accessible, especially for people who are using wheelchairs, unlike the one in Middelburg.
Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, sir. Just as a follow-up, maybe to help Pamela, Mbombela even has lifts, doesn't it? And that's how to access the upper floors.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, CJ. Good afternoon, Justice.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes, just one question because I'm largely covered by colleagues. What is your view about these allegations that are floating around that judges are corrupt? Do you think there is any merit to it or is just mere allegations?
When I heard the allegations, I was very concerned, but I was comforted when the Chief Justice made an announcement. He made a call to all those who are having evidence of judges who are corrupt so they can be investigated. So nothing has been forthcoming, but it's concerning that there are such allegations. And I would urge the people who have evidence that it be produced and they be brought to book.
As in your own view, do you think that the judiciary is unethical?
Is what? Unethical?
Yes.
I haven't met any judge who's unethical so far.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, sir. Prof.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm to your right, immediately to your right, at least in the venue. I would like to hear from you, ma'am. You've been a judge now for a few years, and you have been working as an attorney for quite a long time, and I see that you have access to justice as a general rule close to heart. How do you think will your position, if you were to be appointed as Deputy JP, how could that impact and assist in creating better access to justice?
I think one important thing is for the people out there to be empowered with knowledge. Because for people just to know that they have rights, but when those rights are infringed upon, they don't know what to do. They don't know which institutions to approach. It doesn't help. So I think the first step is for people to get information, to be sensitized, that what remedies are available to them when their rights are infringed upon. What I do in court, especially when we do sensitive issues like the foreclosures, that's when we deal with the repossession of residential properties. That's where you see people appearing in person. And as judicial officers, what I do, I engage, but I make sure that I make them aware of their rights and make them aware about the legal aid, the existence of the legal aid, because some don't know, and make them aware about the program of the pro bono initiatives, which was, I don't know, the legal practice council, if they're still offering it, because I know the bar council and the law societies used to have the pro bono initiatives. So I will refer them to them so they can advise them quickly. So my advice is if we can have information out there and empower people to know when their rights are infringed and what they do, and especially when they receive court processes. Some people stay away because they are afraid to come to the court.
Thank you, ma'am. Just one last question. What would you see as the pinnacle of your judicial career, if you have to see in a couple of years' time now?
In the years to come?
Yeah, what would be the pinnacle of your judicial career?
Becoming the JP of Mpumalanga.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Prof. JP Mlambo.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Judge Mpahlela.
Good afternoon, Judge President Mlambo.
You aspire for a leadership position, and do you subscribe to the principle that you lead by example?
I do.
Now, in paragraph 17 of your questionnaire, you list 3 matters as being part-head. Part-head matters are what becomes of what leads to backlog matters. And you know there's a project to eliminate backlogs in the courts. What is the status of these part-head matters?
In the one matter, they asked for me so they can review, because they wanted to, it was an RAF matter, they wanted to review the medical legal reports. And in the second matter, the challenge there is that the defendant is appearing in person and is delaying. It's a Pretoria matter. So what I do, I gave it. I even asked the JP that I don't do any research duty the last winter, the last 2 winter recess, for me to attend to this matter. I gave preference to it because there was a person who was appearing in person, and it seems to me it comes to be a very challenging matter as far as that person is concerned, because we keep on adjourning for him to take legal advice. And the last recess, I made myself available. I didn't make myself available for the other 2 matters. I made myself available for the whole recess to finalize that matter. And on the day that we were supposed to start, he sent us a message that he was out of the province, and due to the comorbidities that he's suffering from, he won't come to court. So we couldn't proceed with the matter. But I've directed my clerk now to inform them that I'm making myself available this recess, that will do the matter via visual.
Are they all 3 still outstanding?
They are.
How long are they outstanding?
I can say it's a period of about 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
I took issue with Judge Kwele, and I'm going to take issue with you as well.
Yes.
That I think 2 years is too long to finalize these matters. There's a point that you reach and say, it's now or never. These matters must be finalized. Do you agree with it?
I do.
And have you reached that point of saying these matters must now be finalized?
I think what I did, JP, I was making myself available in the winter recess, and I prioritized matter number 2. And disappointing, the defendant is not coming to replay, and he's acting in person. And if he asks me for time to consult and for him to go and refer, I tend to give him an opportunity. And you know why I'm doing that? I was reported with the Judicial Conduct Committee, where a person appeared in person and I made a ruling, and he felt like I didn't give him a hearing, and which I did, and I explained to the committee. So I tend to be very accommodating when people are appearing in person. And maybe it's to my disadvantage.
Yeah, just for my own clarity, you say the first one, it's only part-head because the parties asked to review the medical legal reports.
Yes.
So do they have a date when to come back to finalize this matter?
We haven't agreed on the date.
I see. But do you agree that to ensure that such matters are finalized, and if you say, are they all 3 from Pretoria?
Yes.
Don't you think responsibility suggests and accountability suggests that you approach your JP, so I've got these matters, can you release me to go to Gauteng and finalize these matters?
I take your suggestion, and
Thank
I
you.
take your concerns.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice.
Thank you, JP. Your excuse, Judge Mphahlele.
Thank you, CJ, for the opportunity to appear before you, the Commission.
And colleagues, as Judge Mpatlele leaves, I propose that we deliberate and only go for lunch once that aspect of the interviews has been disposed of.
CJ, the candidate is ready.
Thank you, JP. Good afternoon, Advocate Bradman.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice. How are you?
How are you, sir?
I'm very
I'm
well.
very
thank
well,
you.
thanks, and you.
No, I'm always very well. Thank you, Chief Justice.
You hold a B.Juris LLB degree,
That is correct, CJ.
and you were an attorney for about 23 years, if my numbers are right.
I think it's 26 years, CJ.
The 20s, I always get numbers wrong, almost.
Me too, CJ.
And an advocate for about, practicing advocate for about 7 years,
Yes, that's correct, CJ.
and you have acted as a judge.
I've acted as a judge. That's correct, CJ. For a period of according to my calculations, 94 weeks in total, of which 64 was in the criminal courts, including motions, trials, urgents, and 30 weeks criminal court, CJ.
And you are ready.
I'm ready, CJ.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I just want, before I get your list, just to caution, and the caution extends to all of us, including me and the JP. Let us please remember we still have a number of candidates to interview. We may run into late into the night, 10 o'clock or so, but it can be avoided if you want us to. So let's just test the suitability. May I have the names of colleagues who want to put questions to Advocate Bradman?
Madonsela.
Schlemmer.
JP.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Advocate Bradman.
Afternoon, JP.
I want you to talk to us about reserved judgments. To date, you have delivered more than 200 judgments, or handed down more than 200 judgments. Am I right?
That's correct, JP.
And how many of these judgments were delayed for more than 3 months?
Nothing. I have no judgment outstanding for longer than 1 month, JP, in all my acting stints. I normally deliver a judgment within a week.
CJ, that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JP. Premier?
No, thank you very much, CJ. Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon, Premier. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you
Only
too.
see your
Thanks.
photographs.
Okay. Now, do you have any outstanding complaints that you are aware of? And then if you do have, what was the complaint all about? And do you think it does hold?
Do I think?
It does hold. Are the merits?
Are you referring to the Legal Practice Council?
Yes.
And or my bar?
Just the complaints
Yeah,
about
I have
your
no
work.
complaints with the Legal Practice Council outstanding. I got a letter of good standing yesterday from the bar. I circulated it to Tebogo. And with my bar, I have no outstanding complaints.
Thank you very much, CJ. That would be all from my
Thank
side.
you, Ms.
Thanks.
Thank you, Premier. Advocate Madonsela C.
Thank you, Chief Justice, and good afternoon, Advocate Brockman.
Good day, Mr. Commissioner Madonsela. Second time I see you.
Yes, we met in that case, the COVID case,
Yes.
where you made an orders, extraordinary orders concerning cross-border attorneys.
That's correct.
In that case, as I recall, unfortunately, I I had the dubious honor to appear for you in that case. You made an order, I say it's an extraordinary order. The first one under the COVID circumstances, in which you picked up on the lawyers and said they were not entitled to be in court, and therefore, because of COVID regulations, and therefore they they should forfeit their fees.
That was the order,
The
Commissioner Madonsela.
The circumstances were such that an EFF lawyer, Tami Ngongwane SC, had gone to court and argued the matter. You deprived him of the fees from day one, from the time that he consulted with his clients, prepared the papers, and you did not only deprive him of the fees for appearance, you went as far back as him, having taken the matter and prepared for the argument in the matter. How could that be? If the only fault of him was to
If the
travel,
only?
if the fault about him was to cross from border to border.
Just
appear.
Chief Justice, with your permission.
JP, let me hear your intervention.
There is an application, no, not application. There is an appeal pending to the full bench of the division in regard to this particular matter, as Brahman AJ, as he then was, granted leave to the full bench of the division. So that matter is under, is still going to be considered by the full bench. And I'm not sure the extent to which the questions can be asked, but I'm going to leave it up to the CJ and the members of the commission as to whether or not it is appropriate to ask the candidate on a pending matter.
Yeah. JP, just remind me, by the way, what is the mischief sought to be addressed or arrested by avoiding the discussion of a pending matter that you're not going to be deciding yourself? He has done his part. He has delivered judgment. What problem does the rule or the principle against discussing a pending matter seek to address? What mischief do we seek to avoid? Particularly as it relates to him who is not going to decide the matter.
Well, it might well be that he could be asked about the merits and demerits of the matter, which will be the subject of the appeal. But as I am saying, I'm coming here for the first time. I'm coming here for the first time, and therefore, and that is why I'm saying I would rather leave it up into the capable hands of the members of the commission.
All right. No, thank you. I think he must answer for his part. He has played his part fully. He's not going to be sitting in that decision, in that matter to decide. Those that have to decide can do so independent of his viewpoint. It's irrelevant. They've got his own viewpoint in the form of a judgment. So I think Advocate Madonsela can ask him to explain himself regarding the propriety of the decision he made or the justice behind it.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Commissioner Madonsela, I made the order, and let me start with the application for leave to appeal. You appeared on behalf of Advocate Ngongwane. The reason why I granted leave to appeal is because I was of the view that in respect of the costs I may have earned, and I said it in the judgment, the reason is contained in the judgment recording the leave to appeal. That I was of the view that another court there are reasonable prospects that another court would come to a different conclusion on the facts presented to it, and that I might have heard in the order, whether it was depriving Mr. Ngongwane of all his fees or just the day's fees. And that is why I granted the leave to appeal. And the instances where I granted leave to appeal while I was acting was limited to matters where I was convinced in law that I was incorrect. I would grant, or where I would feel uncomfortable. And that was mostly where, like you convinced me that day, that there would be, another court would be able to come to a different conclusion, faced with the facts that I was faced that day.
Yes, no, I appreciate, judges make judgments all the time and they can be right or wrong. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is the kind of the order that, do you think that you could have, first let me put it this way, in that case, the issues were that all the lawyers, well, one of the lawyers or two of them had a license from the LPC to travel during COVID times. You didn't ask for a submissions from the Legal Practice Council on that issue, who had issued the order, the permit to the lawyers. You didn't issue an order calling upon the advocates profession that issued permits to come and give submissions on that part.
I didn't, Mr.
How could it be that you could have just made such a drastic order against lawyers and not limiting it to their appearance on the day when they appear in court, but just take it back to a point in time when they were preparing their case, consulting with their attorneys in their offices, and deprive them of the entire course of their appearance in the entire matter, not just those of appearance, but everything else? How could that be? Was that appropriate?
No.
Chief Justice, may I please come in with a
I have no
follow-up
further
on this
questions.
topic?
Yes, please, Advocate Kane, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Advocate Brachman.
Good afternoon.
As I'm sure you are well aware, there are many kinds of proceedings where one may come to a finding on the merits and then have a second part to the proceedings which pertains to the appropriateness of the sanction. For example, in criminal hearings, in labor law proceedings, and so on. And in the second part, where you're dealing with sanction, you would hear the parties on what an appropriate sanction or step should be. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that, Ms. Kane.
And in this case, to which my learned friend has just referred, you, it seems, did not afford the legal representatives an opportunity to address you on what an appropriate step or sanction would be on your side, consequent on your finding that they had contravened the regulations. Is that correct?
I've already answered that in the affirmative with Mr. Advocate Maronsela, ma'am.
Yes. Did it occur to you that all of the relevant practitioners belong to professional bodies that have disciplinary powers over them? You found that these were criminal offences. Did it occur to you that ordinarily then a criminal sanction would also be available if appropriate?
No, it didn't occur to me, Ms. Kane, because those were for their professional bodies to deal with. I don't have to deal with that.
Well, that is correct, except that you imposed a sanction as opposed to allowing professional bodies and criminal authorities to deal with the matter.
Ms. Kane, I don't agree with you in that regard. It often happens in our court that the basic rules are not complied with, and we often make rule orders depriving practitioners of their costs because they did not comply with it. And in our division, it often happens because we initially had tremendous challenges with the practitioners approaching the court unprepared. Now, I've already stated, and when Mr. Marunsela or Commissioner Marunsela asked me that, well, let me put it this way, Ms. Kane. When I was confronted with this argument at the hearing of the application for leave to appeal, that is exactly one of the reasons why I granted leave to appeal. I owned up to...
Do you, Chief Justice, may I have one more question? I'm allowed
Yes,
to
yes.
I don't want to overstep the mark.
No, it's okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Advocate, do you recognize then that you imposed a sanction without compliance with the Audi Ultram Partem rule?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Follow up, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Advocate Kane. Yes, Commissioner Barnard.
Thank you, Advocate Brachman. The point that is taken about the applications for leave to appeal, but the question is, and it goes to the ability to conduct court proceedings in a constitutional manner. So the question is this: is don't you think that the order you made at that time, that drastic order, sends a discouraging signal to practitioners about the right of access to courts in Section 34 of the Constitution?
As it stands now, Mr. Barnard, it may. I've learned a lesson, and I am owning up to that lesson at this stage. And that's why I granted leave to appeal. The portion of the judgment dealing with the I call it the permit case. The permits, as far as that is concerned, I found that I didn't do anything wrong. It was just in as far as that I did not afford some of the practitioners the opportunity to address me on an appropriate sanction. And if that sends a wrong picture to the practitioners out there, I'm sorry about that, but as I state, I learned a very, and to call it a humiliating and embarrassing lesson from that.
Sorry.
If that answers your question, Mr. Barnard.
Thank you. But having said that, my concern is a larger concern than that. It is then, to what extent do you consider applying the Constitution as well in the day-to-day operations of the court? Is this not an indication of a wider problem?
No, Mr. Barnard. If you look at my judgment subsequent to that, you'll see that the Constitution was constantly applied. I did not, if you want to say that I'm prone to doing that, that is not correct. That was a once-off during a very exceptional time where I felt that the practitioners were not supposed to be in the court. All of them crossed borders, knowing, or were supposed to know that they were not to be there. And I made a mistake, like a lot of judges makes mistakes, goes on appeal, and it is corrected on appeal. I am not prone to not complying with the Constitution. To the contrary, the Constitution informs everything I do, and since it came into operation, everything I did.
Lastly, then, that was such a big time of confusion at the beginning of the lockdown period. that, I mean, there was a confusion as to who should grant permits. At one stage, it was practitioners themselves. At one place, it was the Legal Practice Council. There's such a lot of confusion. And really, one would have thought that in all of that confusion, there would have been a little bit more of a sympathetic approach to litigants who are, after all, not there just on their own behalf, but they're there on behalf of clients that they are representing.
The confusion, if it reigned in practitioners' minds. The regulations were clear, Mr. Barnard. I applied the regulations and the law as it was at that stage. It would be a sorry day if, in circumstances that there are pandemics or confusion, for us, the judges and whoever is involved, to decide not to apply the law. There was a reason why those regulations were made. There was a very good reason for people not crossing boundaries without the permits. At that stage, nobody could cross any boundary, not a judge, not a practitioner, nobody could cross boundaries, and it was clear. And the regulations were also clear at that stage, Mr. Barnard.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Barnard.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Barnard. Prof?
I'm covered. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate Brockman. Your excuse.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Commissioners.
Chief Justice, the candidate is ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Langa.
Hi, good afternoon, CJ, and good afternoon to all
How are you,
commissioners.
sir?
I'm okay in the circumstances, CJ.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's try and take it easy first. You hold a diploma juris, LLB, and Master of Laws degree. Am I right?
That is correct, CJ.
What did your master's program entail?
It was a course curriculum, CJ.
Sorry, sir. Carry on.
It was only mainly on constitutional law. So
With or without a dissertation?
there was no dissertation. It was coursework.
And you did it through UNISA?
Yes, that's correct, CJ.
I often get it wrong with my calculation of years, but in my attempt to get the number of years over which you've been a magistrate at all levels, I get 38 years. Am I right or mistaken?
I think that is correct, CJ.
And you have acted as a judge.
That's correct, CJ.
For how long?
That's I did not count it in weeks. I've had other people counting it in weeks. But when I counted in terms, it's 13 terms, 1-3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you find it to be a smooth and comfortable transition from regional court magistrate to acting judge of the High Court, or were there some challenges but not quite serious?
Well, it was certainly not a smooth sailing. It was a very, very, it has been a challenging task, and it still is, because you are called upon every time you touch a case to dig very, very deep. So it's a work that is demanding. I can put it that way.
Just so that you take this off the way before questions are put to you, you have indicated that you were an ordinary member of the ANC from 1998 to 2006. Is that a true reflection of what happened?
Yes, intermittently, Chief Justice.
Yeah. And I want to afford you the opportunity to explain yourself here, because you were already a judicial officer. 1998 to 2006. Is it fair to assume that you didn't realize that you could be a judicial officer and a member of a political party at the same time?
Yes, by the statement that I was a member, as I say, it was intermittent. I knew, but I was not an active member, but only had a live or active membership for those periods.
You had a card, a membership card, or you were not a member in good standing?
No, I did not have a membership card. Maybe I was not a member in good standing in that sense, but I was not an active member, as I've said.
Okay, all right. JP, or before I go to you, JP, colleagues, let me have the names of those who want to put questions to the regional court president.
Lucas.
Maya.
Matolo Zeku.
JP Mlambo.
Dodovu.
Thank you, JP.
Thank you, CJ. Acting Judge Langa, by the way, where is home?
That's a very dicey question, JP. My home is currently in the Western Cape. That is where I stay with my family. But home, as I understand it, or as I understand your question, is Mokopane, in what used to be called Potgietersrus Rest. That's where I was born, and that's where I grew up and went to school.
I want you to talk to us about courage and the beauty of dispensing justice in rural areas. And those who know better put it this way: we need men and women of courage, character, and accomplishment. A single woman or a single man of courage makes the majority. Now, I want to take you back to 1989. It is something which I call midnight in Bushbuck Ridge, 26 October 1989. Young boys and girls were arrested and assaulted brutally by the soldiers and the police when they were in a truck going to deliver a memorandum at a police station on access to water and other facilities. Those young boys and girls appear before you round about 1 o'clock midnight on 26 October 1989, and they applied bail. They applied for bail. You granted bail. Almost all of them showed clear sign of fresh wounds, and some of them had broken arms. Midnight, Bushbuck Ridge. You can see here is a broken arm of one of those youngsters. Now, you must have known that the police were going to be very angry with you. And in fact, that morning, you were apparently approached in your office, confronted by the police, questioning you. Why did you release these people? Because they were going to be exposed. Where did we get the courage to do that? And what is the importance of being courageous as a judicial officer?
Thank you, JP. I think in that situation, I had to follow my conscience and the law. And despite the fact that I knew that it was going to be a controversial decision as far as the state and the police were concerned, it was, in my view, the right thing to do because the circumstances of the case called for the release of the accused on bail, particularly because most of them, as you correctly put it, had been severely injured. But over and above that, there was no reason not to release the accused on bail because the state did not put up a good case for the denial of the bail of the accused. So it's something that I did out of my obeyance of my conscience, but also in what I thought was the correct application of the law.
You have acted in the Western Cape Division of the High Court. You are presently acting in the Mpumalanga Division of the High Court. And as you are aware, most of our judicial officers in the lower courts are exposed to criminal work and not necessarily civil work. During your acting stints, did you have the opportunity to deal with matters beyond just criminal work?
Yes, thank you, JP. Yes, in the Western Cape, when I was given the opportunity to cut my teeth in the High Court, I actually spoke to the JP and made a request that I be, as far as possible, be kept in the civil court. The main reason being that I was coming from a criminal court, having been in the regional court for a long time, where the majority, or if not all the cases, were criminal. So in the Western Cape, I can count by not more than 5 fingers the number of criminal cases that I did there. Most of the work was civil, both trials as well as motion, including urgent Court, or what they call in the Western Cape the 3rd Division.
You also had the opportunity to deal not necessarily with criminal matters in the Mpumalanga division, am I right?
That is correct.
And the only reason why you have been put on the criminal roll now is because of the backlog, amongst others occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the fact that there has been a backlog, and because of your expertise, you have been placed to deal with these criminal matters, to deal with the backlog. Am I right?
That is correct, JP.
Now, of those judgments that you're talking about in relation to the civil work, more or less, how many judgments did you write?
I have not done an actual count of cases, but in the Western Cape alone, for the period starting June 2017 until September 2018, I could have produced and written and handed down not less than 200 cases, civil cases.
Some of those matters, were they taken on appeal? And if so, what was the outcome, if you know?
Some of them, yes, have been taken on appeal. But as far as I know, only one was set aside in the SCA.
By virtue of the background that you have mostly been dealing with the criminal matters, do you think you are ready to be appointed on permanent basis and be a rounder, so to put it?
Yes, JP, I think if I did not believe that I was ready, I would not have been here. I believe that I am ready, I am prepared, and if appointed, I will be in a position to run with and to run with the work and discharge my duties as could be expected of a judge. But not only that, not only in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of my what I bring as a person to this position. Even if I have to say it myself, I believe that I am a person of with the necessary temperament, and as you probably know, I am very, very diplomatic in the manner in which I deal with people and issues, without necessarily allowing things to get out of hand. I was thrown into the deep end when I was appointed as the regional court president in the Western Cape, which I can only describe as then as a hostile terrain. But I managed over the years to convince people, even people who thought that I'm not the right person, whether based on the fact that I was from outside or other things. But in the end, I enjoyed the support of even the people who initially had doubts about me and did not believe in me. So I think I've got as a person, I think I'm the right fit for a job like this one, which demands a lot in terms of your personality and how you deal with issues, how you deal with people, how you address people, how you call people to order, the manner in which you do it, the civility with which you do it, the respect with which you deal with people. I think apart from the knowledge of the law and the application thereof, I think I'm the right person in terms of my temperament and personality. And over and above that, I'm also a person who is not averse to advice or even criticism, which I think can be a very bad quality if you don't have. Thank you.
CJ, thank you so much, and I'm sorry for wasting the time.
Can I just
Thank you very much, Judge President.
Can I just make a follow-up, CJ?
Is that you?
Muimang,
Yes,
Matri
Honorable
Mohol.
Moimang.
I was attracted to the point that Justice made when he said he was able to adapt, though the environment was very hostile. So I just want to get clarity around the hostility of the environment. Was the hostility within the judiciary or outside the judiciary? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. The hostility that I was referring to in this instance was the hostility from within. I mean, if you are a person coming from Mukopane, and by the way, when I went to the Western Cape, I came directly from Mpumalanga, where I had lived for 16 years. I was regarded as an outsider. I was also regarded as inexperienced because I was appointed as regional court president when there were other people who had been in the regional division for over 15 years before I came. So that's the kind of hostility that I'm referring to, not necessarily on the social front, even though, as we know, every place has got its own dynamics, and so does the Western Cape in terms of how people relate to one another.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang.
Chief Justice, can I have a follow-up as well?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chief Justice, and good afternoon, Mr. Langa.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Odonsela.
Did you preside in that bail application in 1989?
I beg your pardon?
In that bail application, the 1989 Bush bail application of the young youth.
Yes, I actually presided in the bail application, and that is the reason why the police actually threatened me and came to confront me about the release of the accused.
When you presided in that bail application, were you an ANC member?
At that time,
yeah, I'm talking about that time because I find it quite uncomfortable to say the least that you preside in an ANC-sponsored uprising as an ANC member.
I was not a member.
When did you become a member then?
I think in the late 90s, 1997, 1998.
Oh, yeah, I thought that the incident occurred in 1989.
Yes, 89.
So that predates the time that you presided.
That's right.
So obviously you would have been an ANC member when you presided.
No, the other way around. It's the other way around.
In 1999.
Chief Justice, you are not audible, but I've given.
I was saying he became a member, the regional court president became a member only in 1998. It was from 1998 to 2006.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
CJ,
Yes, sir. Is it a follow-up?
Yes, it's a follow-up, CJ.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Langayo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Gogo.
Did I not hear you saying you never were an ANC card-carrying member?
Yes.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon, Mr. Langa.
Good afternoon, Premier.
Just one question from me. Is there any complaint that has been laid against you by any legal society? If so, what was it all about, and do you think it has merits?
No, there is none, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, CJ, and thanks to you, Mr. Lang.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Mr. Langa.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Lucas.
I've seen in a way from your profile, you've been presiding over gender forums and you've been quite involved with gender issues. But just in your own words, what do you see as gender equality and as a transformation of the judiciary with regards to women?
I think, Commissioner Lucas, gender equality means just that, the equality in terms of gender. But in our situation, where we come from, we know that women have been discriminated against on many fronts and in many respects. And we also know that it is one of the imperatives of our constitution that efforts should be made to redress women in terms of putting them where they are supposed to be. And in our setup in the judiciary, that means an extra effort has to be made to ensure that females get recognized and get appointed to the bench. I just want to perhaps give you the example of my scenario in the Western Cape. When I arrived in the Western Cape Regional Division in 2004, we had only 2 female regional magistrates. In 2014, I mean, black, as in African regional magistrates, and 5 white regional magistrates. And in 2014, when I took over, after I was appointed, we had 4 African female regional magistrates. And over the years since taking over, a deliberate effort was made to advance the cause of females in terms of appointment to the regional court bench. And I can safely say that for me it was a mission accomplished, because over this period until last year, we have had 13 African females appointed to the regional court division in the Western Cape, and 1 Indian. So in terms of advancing the cause of women, and in terms of equality, my understanding is that it means that we have to do exactly that, try and advance and make sure that women get appointed in these positions.
Thank you, Mr. Langa. Just the next question that I want to ask you in this regard. One of the candidates today said that many men pay lip service to the issue of gender equality and the empowerment and transformation of the judiciary with regards to women. I'm mentioning it now because according to what I've seen, and you might clarify it to us, most of the objections that came against your appointment came from women that felt that they were not treated correctly by yourself. How do you actually explain that?
Yeah, well, I think that is self-explained by the nature of the complaints. If you look at the complaints, they are complaints which are based on the decisions which I had taken as the regional court president. So that's how I understand it. It's just a pity that it had to be females who complained to the JSC, but the nature of the complaint, the content of the complaint tells you what it's all about. It's all about the decisions which I took in execution of my judicial functions.
If I may follow up, CJ, I understand what you are saying, but
Yes, Honorable Lucas.
what is your personal attitude with regards to that?
beg your
And
pardon?
what is your personal attitude with regards thereto? And how do you redeem yourself in the eyes of women that have a negative attitude towards you?
I've gone through fire, Commissioner Lucas, in terms of dealing with people not happy about decisions which I make. So this is not different because I know that in my position, I cannot afford to take it personally. I deal with the issue and it ends there. So it's not that they are enemies to me. I regard them as regional magistrates falling under my supervision, and I've got no personal issues with them. And that's how I deal with issues, and that's the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Langa. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Lucas. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and good afternoon to you, Acting Judge Langa.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. I just want to follow up on Commissioner Lucas because we have these documents sent to us, and in as much as you in your response you may want to treat these complaints lightly. From what I read, the voluminous documents with supporting documents, both these regional court magistrates have referred the matter to the JSC. I don't know if you are aware if any inquiry has been held as yet, or is there going to be an inquiry in this regard? Because from the face of it, I treat this as a commissioner as quite serious complaints against you. And if I may just quote one of the complainants, it says, "I have suffered extreme levels of unfair treatment, verbal and psychological abuse, clear acts of conduct of favoritism at my expense, abuse of power and gender-based discrimination in Mr. Langa's hands. This all culminated in severe depression, which resulted in my hospitalization on 2 separate instances for depression management and medication." And just an extract from the other complainant: "In light of the information contained in the attached correspondence, I submit that a formal inquiry or investigation as regards him being fit and proper to be part of the judiciary should be inevitable." Now, can you just go more into these complaints, the nature of the complaints? Because we're hearing your side of the story. We have this written evidence before us. And do you think it should be dismissed, just dismissed by the commission? Sure.
Well, Commissioner Singh, also I was under the impression that the commission has got my responses to these complaints, where I, in detail, give my side of the story.
Can you give it to us briefly?
It would appear that you perhaps have not seen my response.
No, I have seen your response, but I think for the benefit of the others and for the recording, if you could briefly tell us the circumstances from your point of view.
I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to refer to the complainants by name, or should I? Or perhaps let me
just deal with the issue. Deal with the issue, sir. They may not be willing to have their name mentioned in public, even if this is public information. Just deal with the issues.
I didn't follow that, CJ. There's a network break.
I was saying, if you're able to just deal with the issues without mentioning names, unless it's unavoidable.
No. I also preferred not to mention their names, as the commission has all the details and the names of the two complainants. But with regard to the first complaint that Mr. Singh read, I can assure you that there is absolutely no merit in that complaint. I have explained in my response that it was the first time that I heard that the regional magistrate in question had an issue with me, or was aggrieved by me, or was of the view that mental health issues were attributable to me. And in fact, in that case, in the case of that complaint, there was not even any report made to the Magistrates Commission, which, as you know, is the body responsible for dealing with complaints. There was just nothing done until the JSC announced the shortlisting. That's when I saw the objection when it was referred to me by the JSC. But as far as I was concerned, things were just normal between us. But I just want to draw your attention as commissioners to the fact that, as I explained in my response, the regional magistrate in question, as we speak, cannot even survive in the court that she's working. In other words, she is finding it difficult to work in her court because she is almost having a difference with everyone. And I'm talking about colleagues and other stakeholders, prosecutors, the people from the administration, and so on. So for me, it is a question of it's a personality issue that is making it impossible for her to have good relations with other people. But the strange thing is, I've not ever received from her any inclination that she could be having such a deep-seated complaint. But all I can say is that it is without merit, and I say that boldly without any fear of contradiction, that it is just a figment of her imagination. I I've got currently more than 50 people who are working under my supervision, and I hardly ever have this kind of problems. I can assure you that that information is completely wrong. The complaint is not based on any fact. And if I must add, it is also evident from some of the attachments that I've made that the person in question, the regional magistrate in question, had health issues, mental health issues, even before she joined the regional division of the Western Cape. So that is just not correct. The second one, you asked, or rather, in respect of the second complaint, let me rather put it in this way. It was referred to the Magistrates Commission, and the Magistrates Commission decided that there was no merit in the complaint. Even though it's difficult to even deal with the complaint as was sent to the JSC, because I found it very difficult to make head or tail out of it, because it's a whole lot of things and issues which have been referred to you without any succinct explanation of what the nature or the basis of the complaint is. So, yeah, that's my response on that one, Mr. Singh, and the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Langer. Just one quick follow-up, and then I end it. Do you not believe that in terms of the Audi principle, one should give you and the complainants an opportunity to have your side of the story said in a formal inquiry, so that this can clear you once and for all? Otherwise, whenever you have to apply for whatever position, even after this, there will always be this exchange of correspondence.
Well, as I say, with regard to the second complaint, this was referred to the Magistrates Commission, which dealt with it and made its decision. Because in effect, it was a complaint about things that do not have anything to, or rather that cannot be said to be within my competence. If we are talking about, for example, air conditioners, we're talking about a building which is not suitable, we're talking about infrastructure. Those are unfortunately issues which fall outside of my competence. I cannot do anything about it except to approach the functionaries in question, or the ministry, which is now led by Commissioner Lamula, for assistance. But it's basically issues that, as the head of court, I cannot do anything about, because, as you know, I'm responsible for the judicial functions mainly, as well as training and mentoring of judicial officers. So that issue has been dealt with and closed by the Magistrates Commission, not by me. So if there is to be any action, the person in the, or the regional magistrate in the first complaint knows exactly how the process works, because she has had several complaints in respect of other people, colleagues, and so on, which she referred to the Magistrates Commission. So it's not a case of a person who does not know how to get help and redress if she has a grievance. But this one, I can assure you that it was just not referred to the Magistrates Commission. And if she was having a genuine complaint, I think she would have referred this matter to the Magistrates Commission. But this I regard as just a way of trying to foil my chances of getting a fair hearing at this body from the timing and the manner in which it was done. So it's not up to me to decide on what action to be taken, but it's up to the complainant to approach the relevant body, which she clearly knows. And I do not feel that there is anything hanging over me, Mr. Singh, because I know that I'm not in the wrong. And yeah, that's the way I see it.
Thank you, Mr. Langa. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Follow up, Chief Justice. Follow up, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Matolo.
Okay. Acting Judge Lang, don't you think, I'm just following up on the first complaint. The second one, you said it was dealt with by the Magistrates Commission. Because this thing will keep on cropping up. Shouldn't we be reporting it to the Magistrate Commission yourself? At least they must deal with it and clear you.
No, in fact, as I was saying, my point, Commissioner Lepu, was that the complainant there, did not refer it to the Magistrates Commission as a complaint. The reason why we have this complaint is because I referred her situation to the Magistrates Commission as a result of her continued absenteeism. And as you can see from my correspondence, or rather from my response, there were even complaints from lawyers and the community with regard to the unavailability of the magistrate in question. So the matter is now, as we speak, in the hands of the Magistrates Commission at my request, but essentially to look at her fitness to continue in office because of her health. So in that sense, yes, the matter is before the Magistrates Commission, but my response to Commissioner Singh was that there has not been any complaint laid by the regional magistrate in question. But the matter is currently with the Magistrates Commission, which is dealing with has a fitness to continue on account of her health and the frequent, and I must say very, very long periods of absenteeism from work, which prompted me to refer the matter to the Commission because, as you know, it is the only body that can deal with issues like that.
Thank you. I think that's what the missing link that you needed to fill in. Thank you.
No, I understand now what could have been missed, but it's part of the response that I've made to the Commission. But thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner Lepu.
Commissioner Lepu, while you are there, I think put the question that you had listed yourself for, so that you don't have to come back again.
No, thank you, CJ. I think I'm covered by Commissioner Lucas and the clarity that I got now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. President?
Thank you, Chief Justice. I'm largely covered by the questions put by the last three commissioners about the complaints lodged by the objections lodged by the two women regional magistrates. But I'm still a bit confused about some of the issues. First, I've not seen the decisions of the magistrates court, which you say dismissed the complaints of the the two women. Secondly, earlier you said in respect of the regional magistrate who ended up in hospital that there was no complaint from her until the JST shortlist surfaced. But she submitted a chain of correspondence between her, you, and some of, I won't name names, but two male officials, senior male officials in your office. And then her complaint to the magistrates court, which predated your application for this vacancy.
I'm sorry, Justice Maya, I'm missing some of what you're saying because
Oh,
of the
I'm
network.
sorry. Okay, let me just pause this. These are records of public record. I'm saying you said she had not complained at all until you were shortlisted for the, I'm paraphrasing, you were shortlisted for this vacancy. But I'm saying to you, we, in this long, this large record that she sent as a complaint, she included a chain of correspondence between her, a Mr. Lekuleni and Mr. Lowe, and you were copied in all that correspondence, and then her complaint to the Magistrates Commission, and all these predated your application to the for this position. So that would make a lie of your explanation that she had not knew nothing at all about her situation, her unhappiness until you were shortlisted for this vacancy. Then I was also saying that I've not seen any document from the Magistrates Commission as well dealing with anything they may have said about you to the Magistrates Commission. You want me to give you a chance to respond to the first one?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not very clear. I missed some of the things you're saying. If I understand you correctly, you are saying that are you referring to the regional magistrate who complains about
the woman who ended up in hospital twice, who incidentally says she was quite healthy when she started in Michel's Plain, was hardworking and got kudos until she started being frustrated by various things, including, and then finally she was getting death threats and her car tires were slashed and she was not getting any support from the office. So some of the complaints are actually personal. It's not just complaints about poor building infrastructure. It's things that happened and decisions that you took pertaining to problems that this one in particular, says she was facing.
Yes, maybe I said it in a manner that did not come out clear to you. But what I was referring to as the complaint which relates to infrastructure and so on is the complaint which actually went to the Magistrates Commission and was dealt with by the Magistrates Commission, and not the one relating to the regional magistrate who ended up in hospital and who is under medical care.
Okay, let's take it this bite size. About the other one who has mental health issues, she says her last correspondence dated 6 March 2020 in this pack mentions that she actually complained to the Magistrates Commission and was still awaiting their decision. She lodged a complaint against you, saying all these things that were raised by Commissioners Lucas and Singh.
No, that is not correct. I have never received any notice of that complaint. In fact, as far as I know, she did not make or rather lodge any complaint with the Magistrates Commission, because otherwise I would have been informed and I would have even attached it if that was the case.
Yeah.
But the point is that
she does say that lastly, I forwarded my complaints to the Magistrates Commission in 2018 already. I'm still waiting for their decision, and then she refers to correspondence with Mr. Lowe of the Magistrates Commission in Annex 13, but it's just voluminous. I've seen that document to which she refers. Can't find it now. So are
Yeah,
you saying it's not true that she complained to the Magistrates Commission?
No,
She's
no.
lying in this letter.
No, she did not lodge a complaint against me. I think the only thing perhaps she's referring to by complaint is the complaint about her health and wanting to move from one place to another. And the commission, I think, in their correspondence with asked her as to whether she wanted the transfer or not. But there was never a formal complaint lodged against me. It was just a complaint to the commission about health issues. I don't have the documents that you are referring to with me here, but I can certainly say that no complaint was lodged by the complainant who had the health issues.
Then I have a problem because these documents were made available to us by the commission, and I would imagine that they would have sent them to you as well. But be that as it may, about the other regional magistrate, she also wrote that she had lodged a complaint to the Magistrates Commission and was also still waiting, but that was in 2018. She was still waiting for the commission to decide, and she was not happy about it. And the impression one got from what she was saying is that maybe the Magistrates Commission was protecting you. Look, it's my impression, but it's what I glean from what she says. So did she lodge a complaint against you?
Well, yes,
Or
and the
not?
second one did. And as I said, the Magistrates Commission dealt with the complaint, and they, after...
Dismissed it.
Yes, they dismissed it. After which she actually complained to the Office of the Chief Justice, to the Public Protector, about about the decision of the Magistrates Commission. That's how I know it. But the other colleague did not lodge any complaint against me.
Well, unfortunately, that decision of the Magistrates Commission dismissing that complaint was, well, I have not seen it. And I want to believe that I went carefully through these documents.
No,
So it's not before us. Do you have it?
Yes.
Now?
Well, no, not
All
now,
right.
but
You
I
have it somewhere.
Yeah, I can have it today. I can ask my office to send it to you, but that's the position. A matter was dealt with by the commission, and the commission decided that there was no merit in the complaint.
Yeah. It is a messy situation, Mr. Langa, unfortunately. And speaking for myself, I'm still not satisfied because I think, especially now that you say there are some documents from one or both these ladies to which your answer would not address, then it leaves some of the issues hanging, which is far from ideal. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Follow up, CJ.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
Mr. Langa, were you aware of these allegations when you came here?
Which allegations? The
The
two
one
complaints.
yes.
Yes, they were actually sent to this body.
And in preparation of this, did you see any response from the Magistrate Commission?
In the papers.
So when there is an objection about you, or when you come here, there are all types of correspondences from legal bodies and magistrates and all of that. When you are preparing to come here, did you see any magistrate commission writing anything to us in relation to this matter?
No.
Since this allegation or this objection against you, and you've got correspondence from Magistrate Commission speaking to exactly what is this being complained about here? Why didn't you bother to bring along with you those documents from Magistrate Commission clearing you? Because you say you've got them in your office.
As far as I recall, in the papers which the complainant in the second matter submitted, there was part of it was the Magistrates Commission's decision I'm referring to.
In the letter that we are sent here.
In the many emails and letters which he sent, I think it's about 261 pages long. There was a letter which was from the Magistrates Commission, the one I'm referring to, where the Magistrates Commission informs her that there is no merit in the complaint and it is therefore closed. It's part of her own documents.
Did she, yes, because we send you those things, did she attach that, did we attach that to you when we're making you aware of this objection?
Yes.
It came from us?
Yes, it's part of her own documents.
Which we sent to you?
Yes.
Of a magistrate letter saying this complaint is dismissed?
The Magistrates Commission.
Yeah, commission saying this complaint is dismissed.
That is correct.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. JP Mlambo.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I wanted to ask the candidate about his exposure to civil work, and that's been covered by previous questions. So I pass. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Dodovu.
No, I also pass CJ. The questions that I wanted to ask were extensively traversed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused, Acting Judge Langa.
CJ, before that,
Oh.
with your permission,
Yes,
just need clarity. Judge Langa, the complaint relating to the other magistrate who is having health problems, did I understand you to say she did write to the Magistrates Commission?
She did not complain as she did to this commission.
Yes.
But what is with the commission, the Magistrates Commission, is what I refer to them as a result of absenteeism from work, continued absenteeism due to ill health.
Did she at any stage write to the Magistrates Commission?
No.
So the first time that she lodged a formal complaint is here.
Yes, the complaint that the JSC is having is the first time I heard about her grievance and that particular grievance, or any grievance against me for that matter.
And it looks like the crux of the complaint is that you caused her mental trauma.
That is what she alleges I caused her.
I see you had attached some medical reports, am I right, in
Yes.
relation to that?
Yes, JP, I attached medical records which she made available to my office because obviously as the manager, I would from time to time ask her for medical reports, and some of the reports included even reports which relate to the period before she joined the regional division in the Western Cape.
And the essence of the reports is that she had some sort of depression, and if I understand you correctly, it was before she even came to your regional division.
Well, that's how I understand it, and that's how she actually confided in me about that when during the time that she was, or rather I was dealing with problems, and in particular the absenteeism, as I state in my response to the commission.
The issue has been raised by the president to say this appears to be a problem, and if I understood her correctly, is that perhaps it will be improper for the commission, say for example, to recommend you for appointment before the issue is settled by the appropriate body. Is there anything that you can do if she has not lodged a formal complaint with the Mistress Commission?
No, AP, there is absolutely nothing I can do, because she has to lodge a complaint like she did with this commission. She has the power to decide to refer the matter to the Magistrates Commission if she is aggrieved by an action taken by a fellow magistrate or the regional court president. But there has not been any complaint, and in fact, as could be seen from my application, I also attached the certificate of good conduct from the Magistrates Commission.
And if you were to be overlooked on the basis of what she has written to this commission, she may as well thereafter not do anything, because the horse would have bolted. Am I right?
Well, that's, I think, what will probably happen. But so far, nothing has happened. She has not approached the Magistrates Commission. This is the only complaint that is on record with regard to the issues she's raising to this commission. It was never referred to the Magistrates Commission. And as things stand, there's just no record of this complaint anyway.
And did I understand you correctly to say it is not because she does not know what process she needs to follow? In other words, it's not that she does not know that if she has a serious complaint about you or a concern about you, she would have lodged that complaint with the appropriate body, the Mistress Commission. Am I right?
Absolutely. She's well aware of the procedures which magistrates and other people follow if there is a complaint against a fellow magistrate or by a fellow magistrate or even a member of the public. She's well aware of that, because she has a complaint to the Magistrates Commission before about other people. So it's not as if she did not know the procedure to be followed.
Thank you, CJ.
Just last follow-up, Chief Justice.
Yes, yes, under the same.
The Chief Justice, just to make the comment that we're talking about a person who is not here and what she would have done and what she would not have done. I think we are looking at this matter on the facts before us. And that's all I wanted to say to the Judge President. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it you?
And Muimang also, Chief Justice.
And Sigogo, CJ.
And Maya, as a follow-up, CJ.
So it wasn't Advocate Madonsela SC, it wasn't you.
No, it was not me. Justice said I've not asked to speak. The matter is closed.
I thought it was, but it doesn't look like it.
I think the matters which are raised by commissioners relate to our deliberations more than anything else.
I thought so, but it is well. Commissioner Sigogo.
Thank you, CJ. Mr. Lang, President Maya indicated that somewhere in the complaint it is indicated that she reported to the Magistrate Commission. On page 3 of the complaint, the following is written. Lastly, I forwarded my complaints to the Magistrates Commission in 2018 already. I am still waiting for their decision. In brackets, see last correspondence with Mr. Lowe of the Magistrate Commission, Annexure 13. Let's go to Annexure 13. Annexure 13 it starts with the letter from her to Mr. Lowe. But I want you to listen to the subject matter of Annexure 13. It says, complaints against yourself regarding your absence from office, and it gives file number. So I want you have indicated that there was no complaint against you, but there was a complaint from you or from the office regarding her absence and her from office. So I want you to confirm if indeed the complaint that she's talking about that she has referred to in her complaint or in her objection against you is not in respect of a complaint against you, but it is in respect of a complaint in respect of her absence from office.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Skog. I think you have captured it correctly. I may have not unpacked it as you did, but that is the essence of it. What she's complaining about is that the complaint that she's referring to is the complaint, is the report from my office to the Magistrates Commission about her absence or continued absence from work. But she has never lodged a complaint against me or the acting regional court president, because I think even at that time, I was in the High Court acting when in 2018, the days that she's referring to.
Thank you, CJ.
Chief Justice, it's JP Mlambo here.
Should I add you come after two other commissioners, that's Honorable Malema and President Maya.
That's
Should I
fine.
add you, sir?
I'm not on the list.
It's Muimang, Chief
I've
Justice.
accepted that you have closed the matter.
Yeah, I honestly thought we had closed the net for colleagues. Really have to be desperate to put a question, given the responsibilities we still have, and that it's not a deliberations issue. Okay, Honorable Maimang, it was you.
CJ,
Yes.
you may remove my name. When I spoke up, I was going to point out what Commissioner Skoko is just referred to.
Thank you very much, Double President. Honorable Maimang.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Just on the clarity on the Magistrate Commission letter that the candidate referred to. The letter which is on, I think it's bundle on book 2 of 3, the last paragraph. I think it will be important for the candidate just to clarify that point, because it says that the commission resolves to retract the resolution of the Grievance and Service Conditions Committee and to let the matter stand over to the next meeting to await the finalization of the preliminary report by the Ethics Committee in order to prevent any duplication. So I just want to check to ascertain as to whether did the Ethics Committee finally present the report to the Magistrate Commission, because in this last paragraph, of the letter from the Magistrate Commission that is dated the 14th of November 2017, it is quite clear that there were two committees that were dealing with the matter. The first one is the Ethics Committee, and the second one is the Grievance and Service Conditions Committee. So it says that the matter was that the Commission resolved to retract the matter from the Grievance and Service Conditions Committee and hand it over to the Ethics Committee so that duplication is avoided. So you can just clarify the Commission as to whether did the Ethics Committee finally present the report to the Commission, and did you receive any feedback on this matter? Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner. That letter, I don't have it here, but from what you're saying, that relates to the other complaint. It is not the complaint in respect of the magistrate with health issues, if I'm correct.
That is correct. It's objection 2, not the first
yes.
one. Yes.
Okay. Yes, that is in relation to objection 2. The matter was indeed referred to the Magistrates Commission, and as you can see from my response to objection 2, I also refer to that and indicate that the Commission has taken its decision after the report from the Ethics Committee not to take any action against the regional magistrate in question without providing any reasons therefore. And the report or complaint which had been referred to the Magistrates Commission was in respect of that complaint, the absence of the regional magistrate who decided that she was not going to work in a temporary facility for over a year and 2 months. That's the complaint that letter refers to. So, yes, the Ethics Committee dealt with it and decided that they were not going to take any action despite the recommendation by the investigator who was enjoined by the Commission to investigate, who recommended that at least a disciplinary inquiry should be held.
Thank you, Mr. Langa. Thank you, Chief Justice. I'm cleared now.
Thank you, sir. You're excused, Acting Judge Langa.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Justice, the candidate is ready.
Thank you, Judge President. Good afternoon, Ms. Manka.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice. I'm sorry I forgot to take off my mask.
Are you well?
I am very much well, thanks. How about you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you.
I see you hold a string of degrees here, BUris, LLB, LLM, and even a postgraduate certificate in mining tax law. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct, Chief Justice.
You were a prosecutor for about 7 years, am I right?
Yes, it's correct, Chief Justice.
And a magistrate for about 9 years.
Correct.
And for how many years did you practice as an advocate?
For 5. This is my actually 7th year.
This is your 7th year.
Yes, from 20. Yes, 7
And
years.
I can see you've acted as a judge.
I beg your pardon, Chief Justice.
You acted as a judge.
Yes, yes, I have.
For how long, more or less?
It's about 90 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it a fairly comfortable ride or rather too bumpy for your liking?
Well, it was not uncomfortable, but at the same time, it was a bit challenging and also intimidating, but manageable.
And what is the longest it has taken you to produce a judgment?
The longest is maybe 6 to 7 weeks.
Okay, but on the whole, you've adapted to the environment. That's why you are here.
That's why I am here, Chief Justice. Yes, I have.
Okay. Colleagues, let me have the names of those who would want to put questions to Ms. Manka.
Nyambi.
JP, over to you.
Acting Judge Manke,
Mukoni.
good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Mukoni.
Thank you. You are giving us a problem in the Middelburg court.
I was not aware, Mukoni.
Well, every official who ever had the opportunity to work with you, all of them, without exception, want to work with you. Now, perhaps you need to tell us what is it which you are giving them, what is it which you are saying to them, because I also want everyone to work with me. What is the magic around it?
I wouldn't know, Mukoni. The only thing that I know is that I always walk around appreciating that I am a product of grace myself. So I endeavor to be graceful to other people because I also, as I'm saying, a product of grace. So maybe because of that, and then it overflows to other people.
Now, you have indicated to the Chief Justice that you have acted for a number of weeks. What kind of judicial functions were you doing? Criminal work or civil work or both?
It's actually both. In fact, JP, I can just say I'm a SASWISH. Everything from motion, unopposed, opposed, criminal trials, criminal appeals, civil appeals, a SASWISH. That is how I can to conclude or sum up myself.
Now, no, don't be worried about the commissioners. And I think they're just trying to make you relax a little bit. And that is why you hear them talking and laughing. You get my point. So, and I think it's a way of saying, please relax.
Thank you.
Now, during the time when you were acting, Can you remember more or less how many judgments did you write other than criminal matters?
Other than criminal matters, in the civil the civil matters, both civil trials and opposed motion and unopposed, I just did one. It's not less than 50. Not less than 50, of course.
And any of your judgments, have they been taken on appeal?
As you can see from my application, I noted, I've indicated that one was, I've granted leave to appeal. I found out just 2 weeks before I came here that it was heard by full courts in the division, and my judgment was upheld. So that's the only matter, and I sometimes wonder why people are not appealing against my judgment.
And I take it was not upheld because you are still acting there. It was upheld on merits.
I can imagine, yes.
Okay. Now, it might well be that other people may say, well, you have not spent a number of sufficient years as an advocate. If that was to be raised with you, what will be your answer?
As in what? As a what?
As an advocate.
Oh, well, if it can be raised, I would say I come from an understanding that experience is actually content-based. And if you look at the content, I would still say it doesn't matter how much the number of years I've practiced as an advocate. But over and above that, I am clearly, I was a judicial officer as back in 2004, even though by then I was in the lower courts. But that experience cannot be quashed. The experience as a prosecutor cannot be quashed. The reason actually why I diverted, or I resigned and left the magistracy, it was because I knew that I'm called for bigger things. And I knew that when the time comes for me to maybe work or be recommended to work in the High Court, I will need to have various experience. So as a prosecutor and as a magistrate, I was only having that experience from lower courts. So that is why I went to try and augment it with the experience from practice. So I'm still saying, even if the number of years of my practice as an advocate, but I have content and I am ready. In fact, Mogone, I'm not only ready in terms of the legal experience and practice, I think I'm also ready in terms of character. Because I always, I remember when I was thinking for times like this, I was always praying that when this time comes, it must find me with a character that is strong enough to handle the weight which comes with the power of this kind of position. So my character is adding as well that it will handle the power. I'm not going to be intoxicated by power or favor that comes with the position. So I do have content.
Is it why you keep on moving from one office to the other, interact with the officials to the extent that everyone wants to work with you? Okay. Now, how is your relationship with colleagues?
As in the judges, the other judges?
Yes.
My relationship is very good with everyone, from the cleaners to the security, to the admin, to the judges. And I guess with you, Mokone, as well, it is very good. And Mokone, if I may add, other than the fact that I am, well, at home they always say I have a good heart. Other than the fact that I have a good heart, I also made it a choice to be kind to people. Like I'm saying, that because I'm a product of grace, I just need to be graceful to people as well.
Well, kindness is all what we need as a society. Thank you very much, CJ.
Thank you, Judge President. Premier.
No, thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon.
Just one question from my side. Do you have any reserved judgments If you do have, for how long have they been outstanding, and what could be a reason for that?
Yes, Commissioner Mutweni, Premier, from the province of the Rising Sun. I do have reserve judgments, but they are just 2-3 days ago because I was sitting in the opposed motion, so I reserved those judgments 2 days ago. They're about 3. Excuse me, they're about 4, Commissioner.
Thank you very much for the response, and thanks to you, CJ.
CJ, just before I forget,
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Yes, JP?
the Chief Justice referred to your qualification in mining. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that by the nature of the high field, most of the matters that we get from time to time, almost on a daily basis, relates to mining disputes?
Yes, I agree, JP. And in fact, I was thinking that you are allocating those matters to me purposefully because I always get matters which is to do with mining because of our province.
Well, I did not know that you do have a qualification in mining, but it's just simply to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to deal with all sorts of cases. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable JP. Honorable Nyambi?
Thank you, CJ. Afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Yambi.
If you can share with us 3 attributes of a good judge, mainly focus on those that you think you possess that will make the Mpumalanga division to be efficient, effective, and function at optimal level.
It's first of all impartiality, open-mindedness. If I say open-mindedness, Commissioner Nyambi, I don't want you to confuse me as saying maybe I cannot stand firm, but open-mindedness in the sense that I treat each case on its own merits. In other words, I brainwash myself from the facts of the previous case so that I can enter with a clean mind in the next case. So I endeavor to be impartial when I execute my functions. I endeavor to dispense equitable orders as expeditiously as possible. Hence, I was even answering the question that my judgment is about 6 to 8 weeks. So that is one thing that I can say about those attributes. And obviously, I don't see anything wrong with having a kind judge where everyone is describing you as kind. We need such people, especially when you are a woman, Commissioner Nyambi. I'm sure you can see that I'm having a dub today. And it's not about a bad hair day, but I'm representing other women in law, in particular those who are in practice, who are struggling out there to get work. So I'm here to represent them. And that is the reason why I'm wearing this dub today, to honor them. Other than the fact that I'm an African woman, but I honor those women today to say it is possible.
My last question, as a woman, probably if you can be able to tell us any other outstanding challenge that you have experienced looking at your age and the challenges that they were coming from as a country. What you have gone through as a woman in your profession?
Obviously, one of the challenges that I experienced, I've touched on it a little bit, the lack of work for women in practice. So that is one of the things that I've experienced. Otherwise, to be honest with you, I have never experienced any abuse or any mistreatment in any way. That's the only thing that I've experienced. But because I had men in my life, like the advocate I was sharing chambers with, he took me along, introduced me to his friends, and made sure that he tells them that she is a female. If you have work, please give her work. So it did not become difficult in that manner because we had men who believed in women, and I wish every man can be like that council and believe him. He was also a junior like me. We were doing pupillage together, but he took it upon himself to make sure that he empowers women.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. You are excused, ma'am.
You don't believe it? We're done with him, ma'am.
Vice President. Good afternoon, Advocate Ndoroba.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice.
How are you, ma'am?
I am very nervous, but I'm sure I will settle the time as time goes.
Okay.
Thanks for checking.
I'll try. Now I'll try and settle you down. You hold a BUris degree from the University of the Western Cape. Am I right?
Indeed so, Chief Justice.
And a Bachelor of Laws degree from the same university.
Correct.
And the Master of Laws degree from UNISA, what was it about?
It was a combination, Chief Justice, of coursework and a mini dissertation, and it was mainly in family law.
And so your dissertation was on family law as well?
It was on problems relating to the effective enforcement of maintenance, and that's you can say it's family law based.
Did you get a chance to use your advanced certificate in alternative dispute resolution?
I did, Chief Justice, in some of the matters that I was briefed as a counsel and that I was a junior in, but mainly it was in family law matters once more.
Okay. You served as a prosecutor for a fairly short period of time, about 2 years, am I right?
It might be a little bit more, Chief Justice.
1999 to 2001, is it not?
Yes. Yeah, correct, Chief Justice.
Yes, and then you went to the to work in the gender advocacy program,
Yes, Chief Justice.
and you also served in the United Nations Children's Fund.
UNICEF, if you shorten it, yes.
Yes. You were a child protection specialist.
Yes, Chief Justice.
Very briefly, very briefly, how do you think your experience there dealing with issues relating to children could help you contribute more meaningfully to the judiciary as it deals with child abuse, gender-based violence issues, and so on?
Chief Justice, the position that I'm applying for, if I am appointed, issues and I will have to deal amongst others with issues that relate to children. Now, it is out there, it is the fact that high courts are upper guardians of all minor children. And I see myself I will be very suitable to dispense child justice, and I will be very sensitive to the issues that relate to children, amongst other things that a judge ought to do. And I think that experience of mine from dating, from the UNICEF, amongst others, has prepared me to be able to execute any matters that relate to children.
And you've been a practicing advocate for just over 7 years, am I right?
I think it's 9, Chief Justice, just a little bit
Is
over
it 9?
9 years.
Oh,
Yes.
you are right. You're actually, I always get these numbers right. Yeah. Over 9 years.
Little bit over 9, Chief Justice. Yes.
And you were chairperson of the appeal tribunal. Did you get to write decisions in that capacity?
The Compensation Fund Tribunal.
Compensation Fund, yes, yes.
Yes, it is actually my 5-year term is expiring so soon, Chief Justice, because I commenced in 2016 for a 5-year term.
But did you get to write decisions in that capacity?
Not reportable ones, mainly unreportable.
No, just the decision. Just the decision.
A number of them I did.
Yeah. Did they offer you some training relating to judgment writing, you would say?
They did, Chief Justice, in as much as it was not as intense as one would say with regards to the 2 aspirant judges course I attended. Theirs was quite a short duration, but we were offered an induction training, Chief Justice.
Did you do the Surgery Advanced Training Program for aspirant judges, or did you do the entry level one?
I think, Chief Justice, I did the entry level in 2015, and at the beginning of this year, there was a visual webinar for aspirant judges, which my JP recommended to attend. It was also a week-long one, and I attended that, I think, in February, the very first week of February this year.
Yes. Now I see that the nervousness has disappeared. You've acted as a judge, have you not?
I did, Chief Justice.
And you are fairly comfortable, I take it, in that space.
Yes, I was in 3 different divisions of High Court.
Yes. All right. Colleagues, can I have the names of those who want to put questions to Advocate Moyoba? Okay.
Bofo.
I'm Matoro Tripu.
Jenny Kane.
Schlemmer.
JP.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Advocate Ndlogovan.
Good afternoon, Tademugon.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Mugoni. And how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thanks.
You know that those young men and ladies who are working for us, they call me Mukulu or.
Thanks.
And
I've heard some calling you that.
although you had some calling me Mukulu, it's okay. And I'm indeed Mukulu. 67 years old is not a small thing. Yeah. Now, you have acted in the Mpumalanga division of the High Court for how long, by the way?
I think it is 7 months. Mugoni.
Okay. Now, during the 7-month period, how many of those months were you in the civil role? Civil role meaning civil trials, opposed motion, and also including the appeals.
I think for almost all of them, because since I was there, I was never allocated criminal work. I was always doing civil. The only time I would do criminal work would be the appeals and the bail appeals. Otherwise, for all the 7 months in the division of Mpumalanga, I was mainly based in civil, and civil including opposed motion and unopposed.
And within that 7 months, did you say 7 months or 7 weeks?
Not weeks, Mugoni, months.
Yeah, within that 7 months, did you have the opportunity? No, how many judgments did you write?
Of Mpumalanga alone, Mugoni, they just under around 20, roughly 20, 25.
I was looking at your pack and I'm not sure how many judgments did you submit. I don't see anyone from Mpumalanga. Is it any reason for that?
I think I submitted 3, Mugoni. I'm really speaking under correction. And one of them was in from Mpumalanga. And I think it was the case of Rome or something. Yeah, I just can't recall the proper citation. There is one Mugoni from Mpumalanga, and the other one is a criminal one from Northern Cape, and the other one is from Limpopo. But I am definitely sure Mugoni there is one for Mpumalanga.
The Northern Cape Division, for how long did you act there?
I think it was the longest stint in my entire acting stints in High Court. It must be around 12 months. It was almost a year.
Okay. And how many judgments did you write there?
Around 40, 45, roughly.
Okay. Now, how did you find the atmosphere in the Mpumalanga division of the High Court?
I was well received, Mugoni, from day one. And I think you as a leader made it even easier for us as acting judges with your welcoming spirit. I worked very well with each and every colleague or judges, being permanent or not. I worked very well. I had a very, very stress. I was actually looking forward to go to work daily. And I'm not only confining myself to the judges, to the staff, the judges, secretary. It was just a very warm. I was warmly welcome, Mugoni. I'm not exaggerating.
I am not sure about that welcoming treatment attributable to me. I think it is attributable to everyone who is working in the division. Yes. Thank you, CJ.
JP? Thank you, JP.
Thank you very much, CJ. And how are you, madam?
Good morning, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I am fine, thank you. Thanks for checking. And how are you, Commissioner?
I'm also good, thanks. Just one question from my side. Do you have any reserve judgments? And if you do have, for how long have they been outstanding? And what could be the reason for that?
I do not have any reserve judgment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CJ, and thanks to you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Advocate Mpofu SC.
Hello. Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Mpofu.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Commissioner. How is Commissioner?
He is good. No, thanks. I just wanted to ask you, I think the JP covered part of my first question, which was having acted in 3 divisions, why did you choose Mpumalanga over the others? And I think you've said how you were warmly welcomed and so on. Is there any other reason why Mpumalanga was your province of choice?
Commissioner, you would appreciate that the questionnaire before you was completed as far back as 2019 in December. Now, during that time, none of the divisions I've ever acted in had advertised. And that's just one quick one. And it was only Mpumalanga. And I have applied. Then subsequently, I've seen Northern Cape, and I had already been shortlisted, but I had an opportunity to still apply.
Yes.
I did not, deliberately so, Commissioner. I think I have found comfort in Mpumalanga, and for the very same reasons that I've alluded. I'm not suggesting that I was not welcomed or I did not feel welcome in the other division. All 3, I was treated very well. I still maintain relations with all judges in those 3 divisions.
Yes.
I hope I answer.
Yes, you have. Thanks. Then my next question is, I appeared in your court in Polokwane, I think during your first acting stint.
Indeed, so.
And after that, you confided to me that you were very nervous in those days. That was 2015 or 16?
It was 2016, the 4th term of 2016.
Yes. Now, you did say when we met subsequently in chambers that you felt that you needed to act some more. So I actually didn't know that after that you had a 12-month stint in Northern Cape and then the acting in Mpumalanga. So how have you monitored or observed your growth since that first stint that you and I met and now? The personal growth as a judge, I mean, what have you learned in those stints, those subsequent stints?
I have grown a lot from the time that you were referring to. And those butterflies that I said I had, they are no longer there. They're very little now. And I must say, it is not an easy job to do. And I do not take it lightly because it involves a number of it's just a very humbling position to have. So I don't take it lightly. And I've grown so much. When I look at judgments that I wrote 4 years ago, I just feel I wish I can write it again and just put another paragraph there. So for me, it does demonstrate to me that if you were to do this 4 years ago, you will still do better. And I take that as personal growth.
Okay, thank you. On a lighter note, since you are my opponent in one case currently, if you are appointed, does that mean I will be unopposed?
Okay, let me just correct this. With Commissioner Mpofu, I am led by my group leader, and we are his opponents. And if I'm appointed, I'm sure Advocate Soma SC is very competent. You will still have opposition, Commissioner Mbo.
Thank you. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you very much, SC. Commissioner Matolo Lepo.
Thank you, CJ, and thank you, Advocate. I'm actually impressed with your mentoring and, mentoring other people. I just wanted to find out how do you do it in a formal structure in the bar councils, and how are you going to take it forward, especially that we get appointed so that at least other young women and who want to be aspirant judges actually can get comfort that you had.
Thank you. Commissioner, it's a very formal structure. I belong in 2 bars as it is appearing there. The Joburg bar is got a very, very vibrant pupillage program. And I see the Pulukwane bar, which I'm also a member, is following suit. It started some 6 years ago, and I can tell you now I've mentored 2 pupils there from that bar and 2 in Johannesburg at the Joburg bar. So formal is definitely a formal. They attend class lectures. They must do practical work. They write the bar exams at the end of the year, and I take them to court in each and every matter. I involve them from drafting legal papers. So I also, because I benefited from the program as well when I joined the pupillage. So I know exactly what would a pupil need, would look for when you are undertaking a pupillage program. And coming to your second question of taking it forward, actually, a few days ago, I'm sure it also is appearing in my CV there that I am a friend of the IAWJ. They normally call us a friend of the chapter, and I was just assigned 2 mentees, and which for a period of a year. So it appears that it's definitely not going to be something that is going to stop. And I am looking forward to empower women, just like I have been the product of women empowerment.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Advocate KNSC.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Prof.
I'm also covered, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. You're excused, Advocate Ndogobani. You want more?
Thank you so much, CJ, and to all commissioners.
Thank you. Judge President. Good afternoon, Mr. Chirungu.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice, and good afternoon to all the commissioners.
How are you, sir?
I am doing fine, Chief Justice. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, what is that judgment of yours that is often quoted?
I suppose you could be referring to State versus Macheke. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. I noticed that you chose to go all the way to a master's level in your studies.
Yes, I did, Chief Justice.
And what was your master's degree about?
It was LLM in international law. It was a coursework and a short dissertation. And my dissertation focused on the role of African court on human and people's rights.
I noticed that under 5.1, it says B.Juris LLB and LLM cum laude. Is it all of them cum laude or only one?
No, I suppose if I didn't put a comma, it should have been a typo, a comma before the LLM. So cum laude is the one that was awarded cum laude.
Wow.
The LLM was awarded cum laude, Chief Justice.
Yes. Now, for how many years have you been a judicial officer?
It's 20 years, going to my 21st year, Chief Justice.
And for how long have you acted as a judge?
I've acted as a judge a total of about 104 weeks, 37 of which was in Gauteng, and I think 67, it was in Mpumalanga.
And you have played a number of leadership roles, am I right?
Yes, Chief Justice. Those leadership roles, I served as a way to give back to my community, be it the community out there at large or the judicial community. So in those leadership roles, I was able to give back to that community in a way.
Thank you. Colleagues, may I have the names of those who have questions for the candidate?
Same. Lucas.
Thank you. JP?
Thank you, Chief Justice. Should I say Macherone or?
Dimasiari, Chief Justice.
Oh, Dimasiari. Dimasiari, yes.
JP, Dimasiari.
Yes, thank you.
No.
I want you to talk to us about the importance of research work and sharing of information with colleagues. During your acting stint in the division, every important case coming from the SCA and the Constitutional Court and the essence of those decisions, we will always hear from you. You became our living library during your stay as an acting judge. Now, why did you develop love for research work, and why you always find it necessary to share information with colleagues?
Thank you so much, JP. I suppose this also goes to my calling, which is to give back to the community, be it the judicial community or the community out there at large. One of the qualifications that I have is an IT qualification in macromedia Dreamweaver. It may appear insignificant at first glance, but with this IT qualification, I am able to do a lot of research work. You will know, like you just indicated, colleagues, both in the Mpumalanga High Court and in the lower court judiciary, if they need any authority delivered by any court, be it in the country or international, I am able to get it in a matter of seconds and avail it to them as they wish. And that is just something that I developed. You would also know on monthly basis, month-to-month basis, I would be able to share with colleagues of, judicial officers of various ranks, magistrates, judges, matters of interest to judicial officers. That is hot judgments newly delivered by the Constitutional Court, SCA, or even the High Courts. Judges are very busy people. They have no time to really read the judgments. So I do try to make time to read, summarize those judgments in smaller paragraphs, telling what the judgment is all about, and avail that to various judges, and that way they're able to know what the judgment is all about. I may go on just to say, JP, that skill was spotted first by your brother, JP Mlambo, the first time I was called to act for the first time in the High Court. I remember when I came from court, I was very much surprised to find this giant stature waiting for me by my office. And I checked, I realized it was the JP, and humble as he was, he came to my office without any appointment. And when he got in, he inquired, why do you walk to the courtroom with a laptop? And I must have spent about 20, 30 minutes with him to show him what I do with a laptop in court. And that's when he said, I'm convinced if you're able to do research and use laptop in this fashion, if we put you in the High Court, even in the motion court, you're going to survive. The rest is history, JP.
Now, we might be tempted to say that as a magistrate, and particularly as a regional court magistrate, you are much more exposed and almost like becoming an expert in criminal matters. But as you are aware, the bulk of our work in the division is on the civil role. And you were placed in the criminal role the last time simply because of your expertise and with the idea to settle the backlog also occasioned by the lockdown. Now, to what extent during your stay as an acting judge did you have the opportunity to deal with civil matters? Civil matters, meaning civil trial, unopposed, which can be very critical, and it needs one to be very careful because you can easily make mistakes on the basis that it's not opposed, but also the opposed matters in the appeal. What is the nature of your experience with regards to that?
Thank you so much, JP. Well, maybe for the sake of completeness, talking of the criminal role that I was placed the last term, it would be appropriate to also add that, yes, I did bulldoze that role, if I was to use the words, to deal with the backlog. I'm saying this because our criminal role is also part of the High Court matters that we deal with. But getting to your question, I should indicate that I have very great passion in civil work. Hence, my short stint as a tutor lecturer was in civil procedure, civil law and the procedure thereof. And
lecturer where, by the way?
Tutor lecturer at the University of Venda before I started as a public prosecutor.
Okay, yes.
It was in civil court, civil law and procedure. And the other thing you'll see my CV reflects that I offer training. I do training of the newly appointed magistrates, and in particular, regional magistrates under the auspices of SAJE. The training that I do, it's mainly about I do ethics, judgment writing, and also civil law and procedure. Since 2013, when I was requested to come and act in the High Court in Gauteng, it has been described by one of my colleagues here as where the judges are being cooked. I was doing about 80% of civil work. And you will also remember when I came to Mpumalanga, you did place me in civil court. I've done motion court, civil trials. And of the judgments that I've delivered, I'm talking of over 150 judgments. More than 80% of those judgments are in civil court. Only about 20% is in the criminal work. Well, I have done well, and I think you have gone through my work. You did go through my work even when I was still in Gauteng, and I doubt if you found any of my judgments wanting. Thank you.
Well, it's not for me to say, but now that you're talking about that, did you have any judgments appealed against? And if so, what was the outcome?
JP, of all these judgments I'm referring to, a lot of them, there were applications for leave to appeal, which I've granted. I'm yet to have any of the matters that are allowed to go on appeal being set aside. I'm yet to come across any of them. Otherwise, I do not know of any of the matters that I handed down that were set aside on appeal.
Any reported case of significant that you think we need to be told about?
Thank you. I have had a few matters reported from, I think, Judicial law reports, 2020. I must have spotted 2 of those. There's one that was also reported when I acted in the Gauteng division. As far as I can remember, almost all of them, although not everything, it's available on SAFI at Judgment Online. But I suppose that's not what you're referring to. You must be referring to Juta. The ones that were reported on Juta, they were all criminal matters. One that I can think of from where I am, it was about the need to sit with assessors when doing a trial on murder as a regional magistrate. That one was reported. There's also another one that deals with sentencing. It came before me in Mpumalanga by way of review. It emphasizes the principle that even if an offender has a number of previous convictions, he need not be sentenced for those previous convictions. He should be sentenced for the current crime. The previous conviction can only take away the mercy that the court otherwise would have if he was a first offender. He has served his previous convictions or the sentences imposed on those previous convictions. He need not be sentenced for them.
Lastly, and for your information, the minister will be appointing you in the course of this week to deal with the collapse role in Brighton. And if everything goes well, you will be dealing with that role from Monday, and also to make arrangements to take care of the collapse role for the 2 weeks so that they can come up to date. And that is being done simply because of your expertise in criminal matters. Thank you, CJ.
I appreciate that, and I'm humbled by that, JP.
CJ, can you please also add me?
Okay, Minister, you're confirming the appointment.
So that I can deny or confirm.
Honorable Premier.
Could you also add me, Chief Justice, on a small issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon to you, Advocate.
Good afternoon, Premier.
Just one question from me. Do you have any reserve judgment? And if you do have, what could have been the reason for that?
Thank you, Honorable Premier. As we talk, I do not have any reserve judgment. The last judgment I handed down was yesterday, so my slate is clean as we speak.
Thank you very much for the response, and thanks, CJ.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and good afternoon, Mr. Rachivumu.
Good
I hope I
afternoon,
pronounced that
Commissioner Singh.
I hope I pronounced that correctly. Just as a
You
follow-up. to the
tried.
honorable- Yes, is it Rachib Vumo?
Yes, that is Rachibumo. You should visit Limpopo one day. We will teach you well.
Thank you, thank you. Ngiyabonga, mfowethu.
Sure.
Let me just talk about, just to follow up on the Honorable Premier first, this judgment that you delivered yesterday, when was the matter heard?
It was an appeal matter. The matter was heard electronically or by way of virtual means. It was about 4 weeks ago. Yeah, I've never had any, maybe for record I should indicate, I've never had any judgment reserved for more than 2 months to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my recollection. So it was heard about 4 weeks ago.
No, thank you very much. I just wanted to verify that. And firstly, congratulations on receiving all these prestigious awards. I see the Lamp of Knowledge 3 years in a row, and I think that speaks for itself. And thereafter, I see that at what was called the Rand Afrikaans University before, established in 1975, you were only the third person to receive the Chancellor's Gold Award and the first Black student. So well done on that.
No, thank you so much. I think those are all the capabilities that I intend to bring to the bench, to the High Court bench. I appreciate it, Commissioner.
No, thank you very much. Now, I read somewhere that you write a number of articles. You're a prolific writer. And some articles have related to environmental law. Am I correct? Or educating the communities on environmental law?
Yes, you are right. I do write a lot. Perhaps I can just remind the commissioners, as I see it, my other role is to serve as an editor-in-chief of the Judicial newsletter that is published on a quarterly basis by Sajay. So when you sit there as an editor-in-chief, you have to go through all those articles, and then almost every edition as an editor-in-chief, there will have to be an article also coming from me. I also summarize the cases this time, different from the matters of interest to judicial officers that I talked about, but just for this publication. And indeed, especially at the time that I served as president of the Judicial Officers Association, I had a lot of articles that were published in that, or rather that were published in the website of JUASA. At some point, I should also indicate that with the IT knowledge I have, I was also the webmaster for that association, that is JUASA and ARAMSA. I am not currently. But yes, I've written quite a lot, even on environmental law and various other topics.
No, thank you very much. The reason I'm asking that is I have a passion for the environment, having served myself as an MEC for environment some decades ago in 1997, and I still have a passion for environment. I'd just like to know your views on South African legislation when it comes to environment, particularly the enforcement side. Because in another capacity, we are agitating for specialized wildlife courts, because poaching has become a serious problem. Rhino poaching, elephant poaching, etc. has become a serious problem in our country. And judgments usually take very, very long. What would be the reason for that? Is it the preparation for the case? Is it we don't have enough judicial officers to deal with these matters? Can you just share some of your views in that regard?
Perhaps I should also shoulder the blame, but in my capacity as one of those who facilitate or train our colleagues, that is judicial officers, that maybe on this side of the environmental law, we haven't given enough attention as we should. However, I should also indicate to you, Commissioner, there are judicial officers, especially those who are sitting in those should I call them specialized courts or the courts that deal with this kind of cases on regular basis? In particular, in Mpumalanga, there are judicial officers who deal with these cases swiftly. You check their judgments. They are delivered way on time, wonderfully so. Unfortunately, when once in a while there would be such a case, suppose in a court that normally deals with general criminal work in Gauteng, or somewhere where they do not specialize in these matters, you will find that a judicial officer will be in need of some kind of induction, and that is where a colleague will take quite some time. And now that we said that, I think it is our responsibility to raise this with those who are in charge of the training, in particular Sajay, to see to it that this training need not be channeled only to those specialized courts, but all the courts general, because any other court, especially in the regional court, even in the High Court, any other court can deal with environmental law at any given time.
Thank you for that. My last question also relates to environment, and I think these two state-owned enterprises are located in Mpumalanga. I won't name them, but you know that they are notorious for the noxious elements that go into the air. What do you think we can do about industries like that seem to say, well, we are providing a utility that the citizenry of South Africa require, so does that mean they can carte blanche pollute our airs?
Look, that one, I must say, should I put it that it's a thorn to citizens of this country. A number of people, of course, in Mpumalanga have complained about it. It is very difficult for me to make much remark, especially as a judicial officer. Those matters may easily come before me. I don't want to find myself having to recuse myself because I've already made or formed an opinion regarding the pollution of the air. But Commissioner, I think, as far as I know, your background must be that of a legislature. I would simply advise that if you hold the view that this pollution, as is the view by a number of other citizens, it's unhealthy and it has to be kept, why don't you take it upon yourself and other colleagues, maybe from the benches around here, to come up with the necessary legislation that may have to outlaw some of the pollution of that kind, and then either criminalize that or impose the necessary fines if the pollution that is emanated is above whatever required quantity. I suppose there are people who can do the measurement along those lines. Once you have that, I think it will simplify the work for us as judicial officers to be able to enforce the law that you have legislated. That would be my advice to you.
Thank you very much for that advice. I think the time has come when we need to criminalize and not penalize, because penalties, these corporates have got lots of money to pay fines, but we need to criminalize some of these transgressions. Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
No, Commissioner, I agree with you. Before there's any penalizing in any event, there has to be criminalized. Once anything is criminalized, whatever you do to punish that person in penalizing, it will be, we are talking from the same mic, Honorable Commissioner. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Honorable Lucas, thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I have been covered in some of the issues, but I want to, good afternoon, Advocate. I would want you to tell us a little bit more about the program that you are running with UNISA, particularly with regards to community services. But also, since Honorable Singh have been speaking about the issue of the environment, a few years ago, when I was also in the same former position where he said he was, there was a big dispute in Mpumalanga around the issuing of mining rights, particularly for coal, in spite of the fact that there was a challenge of pollution of water and the surface, the ground surface. Now, my issue is that you are running this community service, this program of UNISA. How can you then also use it to make sure that the people of Mpumalanga understand the fact that they can actually object to the fact that people can get mining rights without them properly being consulted and so on? I just thought in the same context. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. I share your sentiments. And yes, what you're talking about is UNISA's chance to advance. Like I indicated, I do serve in various roles to give back to our community because my calling as a judicial officer is to do service delivery in the form of justice to our community. And thankfully, there are a number of institutions, like you spotted, the one by UNISA, through which I use as a vehicle to give back to our community. UNISA has this which they call chance to advance. From time to time, it could be once in a year, sometimes twice in a year. They will invite me and we will do community outreach. In Mpumalanga, we did this outreach in Siabuswa. We did it 1 year and we visited Siabuswa again, I think about 3 years later. We will be addressing communities on various topics, especially of great interest to that community in the area. And UNISA will give them certificates after attending all the sessions wherein I will be addressing. They will call them, say, come talk to Judge Takarani. And then we will sit down, we talk about the Constitution, we talk about their rights, we talk about the Domestic Violence Act, how they can access the courts, what they should do. We talk about the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. And another topic that is very close to my heart is on maintenance. You will find it very interesting that here in our communities, we got so many children who are very poor, yet their fathers are very rich. They do not know that they, as the children, especially when they grow, they are 18, they are at varsity level, they don't know that they can approach the court on their own. Now that they are adults, they are 18, they can approach the courts to sue for maintenance simply because their mothers, since they were young, did not want to sue for maintenance for one reason or another. Now they are grown up, they know there's the father, is very rich. What happens next? When they want to study at university level, they end up applying for NFSAS. These are the kids who are not supposed to be applying for this. They should just be approaching the courts on their own. There's my father, he's rich, he can pay my tuition. And we do this community outreach. And on the topic that you have just suggested, Commissioner, I will definitely take it up. I make an undertaking that going to the future, I will raise it, of course, with UNISA that perhaps this is one of the topics we should address the communities on, because I don't just come with my own topics. I tell them what I suggest we talk about. They approve of it, and then we address the communities on those topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate, and thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Lucas. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, CJ. I've heard you about how you use your skill for research, the IT skill. How do you think that skill can be extended to help the division with the digitization efforts by the JP or the judiciary as a whole?
Thank you so much, Minister. Those skills, in fact, the JP will confirm are being utilized as we speak. I can also inform you with those skills that were spotted by JP Mlambo as indicated earlier, I am serving in JIT committee that he chairs. And in that committee, I mainly look up until today after the interest of the lower court judiciary. I was fortunate to be part of the delegation that was sent by the Office of Chief Justice in 2015 to observe the e-filing system in the United States. And we went there under the leadership of then Deputy Chief Justice Musaneke. And of course, I was looking after the interests of the lower court judiciary. I was part and parcel of the training of the judiciary when Case Line finally went on air together with the chairperson here in Gauteng. Although Case Line has not been fully introduced to the Mpumalanga branch of the High Court, we are doing cases. We have been pushed from our comfort zone by this virus called Corona. We are doing all our civil work virtually. And of course, my skills did come in very handy. For example, wherever I sit, when the colleagues have issues with the laptops, be it internet, emails, before they call in any IT help, as long as I'm there, they first ask me, hey, what's wrong with my computer? I know all the four corners of JP's laptops there, what to fix when things are not right. So now that we are doing our work virtually, yes, we are introducing that in Mpumalanga. It's just a matter of time that we will also be fully fledged on a case line. And as long as I'm there, I think if I'm recommended, my role in seeing to it that every judicial officer is able to run a trial, it's able to do motion court virtually, will simply have to continue that way. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, you might be aware that I'm from one of the communities adjacent to the Kruger National Park, Pushback Ridge. Why do you think it could be the role of the judiciary in sending a very strong message to the communities around the park about the dangers of rhino poaching?
Right. I suppose the judiciary can easily talk when they mete out their sentences to those who do poaching. That is the best way to communicate to the criminals. You know, I can tell you that in imposing the sentence, there are few purposes that are recognized in law. And if we are to take care of all these purposes when it comes to sentencing, we will be able to send the right message. The purposes will be deterrence of the criminal himself, deterrence of the other would-be offenders who are thinking of committing similar offenses. It will be retribution, which simply tells that punish the offender, let him feel the pinch of his wrongdoing. There are other purposes that talk about the correction and reformation of the offender. But as the Supreme Court of Appeal rightly pointed it out in State versus Swart, a 2015 judgment, when it comes to serious offenses such as rhino poaching, surely the other purposes such as corrective, reformation of the offender should take backseat. This time we should look at retribution and deterrence. And if we, as the judiciary, only where the offenders, the criminals are caught and evidence is led that they are convicted, that message is to be sent in terms of these purposes of sentence.
Yeah, no, thank you, Borachi Vumo. I confirm that appointment, the one that the JP spoke about, not this one. This one is for this commission.
Minister.
Judge President Mlambo.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I think the candidate has covered the one issue regarding the study tour of the U.S. Center for State Courts. Nda Borachi Vumo.
JP.
Varmi.
Anendo vandu mbelange.
Dota Kalangamanda. Your association is JUASA, or do you belong to both, or just JUASA?
No, I was a member of JUASA. I served until I was the president. The moment I was elevated to the regional court, I became a member of ARAMSA, which I'm serving in its NEC, and I am currently its spokesperson. I am not a member of JUASA as we speak.
Okay. The period when JUASA called a strike by judicial officers, were you still a member of JUASA?
I was still a member of JUASA.
What was your view to that call that the magistrates should go on strike? And what is your view? Do you think judicial officers enjoy the right to strike?
Thank you, JP. My views were made very clear. I will refresh your memory, JP, if you remember. The last conference that I presided as a president of JUASA, I had invited you as a guest. Something that may have taken place before you were allowed to address the podium was a discussion on whether we should go on a strike or not. And there was serious debate because there were colleagues who were vehemently pushing that magistrates should strike. But there are those, amongst them myself, who were pushing that no, as judicial officers, we cannot go on a strike. At the end of the day, I took that aspect to a vote, and the majority voted against striking. And I handed over the baton to the next president with that position that there is not going to be a strike. Unfortunately, the new NEC under the new leadership, while I wasn't a president anymore, decided to take a decision from the NEC level, but no longer on the AGC level, to go on a strike. And as a past member or as past president, at that stage, I was also serving in the NEC. I wasn't that pleased, I must say. And as a result of that decision, I even resigned from that NEC.
Okay.
But that decision was not supported by the AGC.
Yeah, because the strike did happen, although not widespread, but it happened. But your view today to this commission is you are a safe bet. You don't subscribe to judicial officers having a right to strike, and you will not push that line.
Definitely so. In fact, even the AGC of that association took that position, and that's why I subscribe to it.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice Ndolibu Wabo Wotakala.
CJ, if you may aid me.
You are the only one, Commissioner Sigogo. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ndi Masiari.
Masiari Audibo Sigogo.
Nda. You indicated that you bulldozed the criminal trial role. I want you to share with the commission the extent that you went when your role was to collapse because of load shedding. What did you do?
Maybe just to share about the time that I bulldozed the role or the time that the role collapsed?
No, the role was to collapse on a particular day because of load shedding. What efforts did you do to ensure that you proceed with your trial?
Oh, I now understand. No, Commissioner Skogo, you could be referring to that incident wherein, I've that great passion. I went to court that morning. I was told that there was load shedding. It started at 7 o'clock, but at 9 o'clock it would be over. Then we'll proceed with the matter, the trials that we had. And by 9 o'clock, there was still no electricity. Then it came clear that this is more than load shedding. 10 o'clock, still no electricity. And I told the State Council and everybody else that, no, wait, nobody goes home. We're going to do this trial. When I realized that this is more than load shedding, and I asked a part of my personnel to confirm with ESCOM, and it was confirmed that no, we won't have electricity the whole day. And I noticed that there was electricity generated from a generator from the nearby police station. I said, can you inquire from the station commander if we can borrow from his generator so that we deal with our work here? The station commander was willing, but unfortunately they didn't have the extension cables. And I asked that let's measure the distance. It was measured to be about 80 meters. And I gave cash to the court orderly, go to the nearby supermarket, get the cords up to 80 meters. We connected from the generator at the police station. We had power that was able to give power, electricity in the courtroom and at the server. Then we were able to do the trial. We worked the whole day, and those cords are still available. Whenever we have load shedding, JP in Brayton, it's covered.
Thank you, Ndoriwo. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you so much. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Chief Justice, and thank you to the commissioners.
Thank you.
Abana mfana nebone namsi. Ndandu ndikolibu abo malimu. Nda.
Chief Justice, the candidate is ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Advocate Olafson.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you, Chief Justice. It's a privilege to spend some time with you, albeit virtually. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. I see that in your earlier days, you really went on out to acquire qualifications, BCom Law, Diploma Juris, BProf, LLB, Postgraduate Diploma in Financial Planning.
Yes, Chief Justice, it took me 18 years from the first day I started university, bright-eyed, to become an advocate, Chief Justice. It took a long time.
And you've been an advocate for how many years now?
It's now 18 years, Chief Justice.
And you've acted as a judge.
Yes, Chief Justice, indeed, sir.
I see that you've attached quite a number of judgments that you wrote quite active.
Yeah, Chief Justice, yes, I was criticized about that, but I felt it was necessary that as much as possible was given to the Commission, Chief Justice.
And you are ready.
Yes, thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me have the names of those who have questions for the advocate.
Makwanisha,
Dodovu,
Schlemmer,
Sigogo,
I missed the last name. Oh, is that the Commissioner? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see.
Lamola,
Over to you, JP.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Advocate Rulofse, the first judgment on COVID-19 regulations came from Mpumalanga.
Indeed, so, Chief Judge President, that is correct.
You are the one who handed down that judgment during an urgent application.
That is correct, Judge President. That's
And
correct.
subsequent to that, you wrote full reasons for that short judgment and the order which you made.
Yes.
That judgment, and this is the only thing that I want to ask you about. You ended that judgment with the words Nkosi Sikelele Africa. What was going through your mind when you put those at the end of your judgment?
Judge President, that is how I felt. We were at the very beginning of COVID-19. The day that I considered the urgent application, only two people.
CJ, we can't hear the advocate.
Only 2 people in South Africa, sorry about that, were infected. 3 days later, many more were infected. And I was concerned about us and concerned about Africa because we do not have the same resources as the rest of the world. And we can even see today that countries that are well resourced. So every word there I meant. I wrote it because I felt that I also wanted to say the same prayer, Judge President.
Are you done, JP?
Yeah, I was done, but a wise man always changes his mind. and I've changed my mind. The last thing which you said, perhaps it goes together with what wise people say, and they say, when things are tough for people, think about how you can motivate and help them, and not much about how you can navigate yourself single-handedly from the toughness of life. Probably that is what was going through your mind. Am I right?
Yes, Judge President. It was difficult, and it was a difficult decision also to take. I was feeling for the applicant, but I had no choice but to apply the law because the law is our master and we must be the law's humble servants. The legislature legislated, the executive made regulations, and the court cannot encroach upon that. In any event, the basis of the application was not a challenge to the constitutionality of the regulations. It was, in effect, a request by the applicant that the court allow him to break the law. And that I wrote, that no court can allow any person to break the law under judicial decree. Now, I specifically used the words judicial decree because in past times, legislation was decreed by all the Kaisers and all the leaders, and the court is not there to decree. It is the legislature that's there to decree. The court is there to interpret.
Now, during your stay as an acting judge, you wrote a number of judgments, and the Chief Justice has already referred to that.
Yes, Judge President.
Have you ever had a reserved judgment for more than 3 months?
Judge President, there was no reserved judgments. 2 judgments, I've also included it in my pack, was delivered very late, but there were circumstances. It's where I sat with another acting judge who had to write the judgments, and it was not forthcoming, and my mistake was not to follow it up and to discuss it with you, Judge President. So, but for that, no reserve judgments. My judgments are delivered reasonably fast because I don't want litigants to wait. I've been an advocate for a long time, and it's very unfair for parties to wait for decisions of the courts, Judge President.
And what magic or weapon did you use to ensure that you do not have reserve judgment for a long period of time?
Judge President, I've included in my pack the list of judgments, the time the judgment was reserved, and the time that I've delivered the judgment. I've included the number of days that the judgment was outstanding, and the average time is 6 days for delivering a judgment on average. Judge President, there was 2 judgments that took longer. The one was difficult. It involved an estate and offshore assets, and there was no precedent on that. The other judgment took 46 days to deliver, but it was a judgment where you and I sat in an admission applications where difficult issues were raised. I was tasked to write the judgment, so it took a bit longer, Judge President.
You are aware that you are likely to be questioned about a reservation relating to your suitability to be appointed as an acting judge. Would you want to comment on that, or you prefer to wait for the questions to come?
Judge President, I know about the circumstances. It is most unfortunate, Judge President. I've tried to do my best. When the time had come when I had to disclose allegations that were made against me, I did so immediately to you. You took the decision that I could not be acting any further as a result of those allegations until it is resolved. You said in a mail to me, yet unproven. I wrote back to you, Judge President, where I said, I accept it. It's the best decision you could have taken, and that the law has spoken, and that I will abide. So, Judge President, that is most unfortunate that those allegations were made. Up to date, none of those allegations, no charges has been laid. But Judge President, that is indeed, as I say, very unfortunate.
The allegations were made by your own advocate society of advocates in Mpumalanga, am I right?
Yes, that is correct, Judge President.
Now, you don't have to explain the extent of it. Have those difficulties been resolved now, as far as you are aware?
Judge President, the issue is this, that the allegations were made. It came from this case over which I decided. I truly believe that the allegations were made in order for me not to preside anymore over further proceedings in that matter. However, the decision of the Judge President was that although no new matters would be allocated to me since the allegations were made, I had to finish with what I was supposed to do. And those matters came before me again. It came in the form of first a letter to the Judge President where a request was made that I be removed from all matters pertaining to the specific clients and parties. The Judge President said that there's no such thing in the law, that one judge can remove another judge from matters. So what happened is that I had to hear an application for my recusal, which I dismissed. Thereafter, I had an application for leave to appeal, which I dismissed. The parties then petitioned the Supreme Court of Appeal. Their petition was dismissed. I'm aware that at this moment, the matter, they applied to the Constitutional Court, and that for leave to appeal to the Constitutional Court, and the Chief Justice has issued directives only pertaining to an allegation in the other party's affidavit where a punitive costs order is requested due to the vexatious, unwarranted, and so forth, defamatory allegations that was made against me and also against the Judge President.
And you're aware that after a long period of time, almost like 9 to 10 months, inquiry was made with the LPC as to whether there has been complaint which has been laid against you by the complainant in those allegations, and we were told that there was none. And thereafter, you are aware that the minister wanted to satisfy himself on your suitability, and you are also aware that in response thereto, he came back to say, according to the LPC National, there is nothing against you, and there is nothing that can impede on your consideration for acting appointment. You are aware of that?
I'm aware of that, Judge President, and also the LPC commented that their members would welcome my appointment as an acting judge, that they found nothing untoward that is against me, and that there's no pending complaints. I might add, Judge President, that I also sent the complaints as well as my response to this commission immediately upon receiving it. I requested in my mails that the matter be dealt with. I've received nothing from this commission. I also sent the complaint and my response to the LPC and asked them to do what they deem necessary, because there's 3 ways in which the LPC can act. 1 is a complaint by the members of the public. 2 is a referral of conduct to them by a judicial officer. And 3, if they are of the view that there are serious misconduct, they can make investigations on their own part. Nothing of this has happened, Judge President. So as I'm sitting here, there are allegations. Nothing has been done about it, Judge President. And as a result of those allegations, the Judge President wrote in the letter, which I referred to in my judgment, that I would be acting for the rest of the COVID period, or the rest of the lockdown. As a result of those allegations, I was not invited to act. And Judge President, so that is where I am now, Judge President.
Okay. You are aware that there is a number of women who have also applied for the positions that you have applied for. And I suspect that you are going to be asked about transformation and the extent to which, if you were to be appointed, it will play a role. Now,
yes.
now I'm just, and it's up to you. Perhaps you might want to wait for those questions. Do you want to say anything as regards to the extent to which you think your appointment will accept some sort of significance in terms of transformation?
Judge President, transformation has a broad meaning and also limited meanings. Society must transform. We must transform to a society that's non-racial. There's no more violence against women, that there is economic opportunities for all. That is society that must change. But institutions must also change. The bench must change, but transformation is a means to a goal. And the goal is a bench that is representative of the peoples of our country. In Mpumalanga, because that is where I applied for a position, 12% of people are white. The rest are of other a color. In our division, there are already women. There is a judge president, deputy judge president, I've just heard that has been recommended. She made it clear during her interview that her aspirations is to become the judge president. It is wonderful.
Where did you get this? Oh, by the way, it's for public consumption.
Yeah, it is
okay.
published immediately. And I was with her when she got the news.
Oh, okay.
So Judge President, when we look at the bench in Mpumalanga, there are white people, there are women. It is a pity that there's not a white woman that is a candidate, because, of course, that would have been the better choice, to appoint a white woman. And I know, Judge President, as I've been acting, there has been white women. Currently, I know that there is a white woman that is acting, a very good judge. In my view, I've appeared before her, but she's not a candidate now. The other white woman that acted did not decide to come back. There was a colored woman that acted, and there were issues. So, Judge President, unfortunately, for purposes of these proceedings, I'm and Advocate Braakman are the two candidates that have applied, and unfortunately, we are both male, Judge President.
CJ, thank you so much, and I'm sorry for taking time.
Thank you, Judge President. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
Advocate
Premier.
Rulo. I just have one question. Now, if you were to be considered for this position, how would you assist to transform the gender composition of the bench?
Premier, I use all opportunities when I have the opportunity to act. Colleagues that are with me, even senior colleagues, we discuss matters, and my door has been open. There is commissioners that are here that can attest to that. When we speak about gender, I don't see the person. I see the office. The person is just the bearer of the office. That is how I was brought up. I will have respect for anybody, no matter if they are what color or what gender, because it's about the office they are bearing. So if anybody, doesn't matter who it is, would come and knock on my door and ask me to assist, I will do so. I've assisted with pupil training. As a matter of fact, I also, after the Judge President invited me, assisted in the schools program, debate program that was hosted by the Human Rights Commission, where we taught and presided as judges over moot court proceedings, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I enjoyed training, maybe for the selfish reason that the more I train, the more I learn. So, Premier, that is the small thing that I would do. Anybody would be welcome, and I would not see, and I do not see the person. I see the office.
Just as a follow-up, Chief Justice, I just want to check, given the vast experience that you have, how many of your colleagues that you have mentored thus far, and how far have they gone in terms of the ranking?
Premier, I've been involved in training of pupils from the start at the bar. I've attended courses and I've given training. I understand how difficult it is to access the advocate's profession. It was also difficult for me, because you must remember that the advocate's profession are closely protected. When I became an advocate in 2003, I did not have money to do pupillage. So I acted without being a member of the bar. And I want to share this experience because there are many people out there that might find themselves discouraged. This is what happened to me. Advocates that are not members of the bar do not get proper briefs. There is a culture among attorneys, or was, that only advocates that are part of the bar will get proper briefs. However, one attorney, a prominent human rights attorney, Mr. Spoor, I'm going to mention him, approached me one day without being a member of the bar to assist him on a brief. The brief was about a road and a township development. I went and asked permission from a big attorney's firm to use their library. I got permission. When I took out the book about township development, a senior partner came in and asked me what I was doing there. I said, I'm doing research, I have permission. He asked me, are you a member of the bar? I said, no, and he chased me out. So I left, discouraged. The next day, and I want to share this because it's happened to me. I was on my way to Tulamars to defend a person that was accused of rape. When I exited the court, there was a big heap of building rubble. On top of that heap, there were 2 books. I went to the books, I've still got it. And the one book was the road ordinance, and the other book was the township's ordinance. And I had the materials. I asked the magistrate if I can have the books, and the 2 books I needed to execute the brief was placed there for me. I don't know how and how it happened. So that's why it is so difficult for people to access the profession. Pupillage is difficult. A year without income. I lived in Bombela. I did my pupillage in Pretoria. I had to leave my family. I saw them every 3 months. And I had a household to run. But I wanted to do pupillage. And today I'm thankful for that partner that chased me out of his office or out of the library. Because if it was not for that, I might not have done pupillage. So, Premier, I've been involved in training throughout my career. At the Mpumalanga Bar, I trained the first 6 pupils single-handedly. And I'm committed to that.
No, thank you very much for the response. No further questions, CJ. Thanks.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable Mogonese.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I think my questions were asked by the Judge President, but Advocate Rolofta, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Or good evening. The allegations against you, they are quite serious if they can be proven. What advice would you give us? Because I don't think that we can just pretend that they are not there. If, for instance, this body recommends you and those people decide to proceed and press charges, would you want a situation where a sitting judge would have to deal with cases of fraud whilst sitting in the bench?
Most certainly, Commissioner, I do not want that, but one must look at the circumstances. The relevant people had more than a year, or now it's a year, to lay the charges. I asked them in my response, please, lay the charges, proceed as you wish, because the interviews are coming, and this will seriously impact upon me. Commissioner, in all fairness, I immediately did what I was ethically obliged to do, because I'm bound by the authority over me. I immediately disclosed it to the Judge President, which led to me not being able to act invited, although he confirmed in a letter that I would be acting until the end of lockdown. I had no income because I had no practice left. I committed myself to my judicial duties. Then, up to now, no charges were laid, neither with the JSC or with the LPC. The LPC had all the allegations, and they confirmed that all of their members supports my appointment as an acting judge. So how long do I have to wait, Commissioner, for this to be resolved? I thought by myself, maybe I must lay a charge against myself. And that would bring it to the pass. I asked the JSE to deal with this as soon as they can. I asked the LPC to do so also because the interviews were coming. I'm ready. I've worked hard. I've done my part. But I think through an attempt to pressure me into submission in decisions over the matters I was presiding was the only reasons for the charges being laid. Because after the Judge President wrote that he's not going to take me off those parties' cases, 2 days later the charge sheet came. So it is pressure that was exerted upon me. I did not succumb to the pressure. I wrote to the Judge President when he asked me, after a year has lapsed. He called me in November. Judge Mashile was not able to, he was busy, permanent Judge Mashile. If I was willing to assist for 2 weeks, I must decide, because it might happen that the whole thing will be resuscitated. I wrote to the Judge President and I told him that I'm sure it will be resuscitated, but if I succumb to pressure, because I'm afraid what can happen to me, I'm not worthy of judicial appointment in any event. So I will accept any judicial duties he wants to give me. I accepted it. 2 days later, there was a complaint, and the Judge President was questioned as how dare he again appoint me. I'm not prepared to succumb to that pressure. And if the law has spoken, and the law at this moment for me is the Commission, that I'm not worthy of judicial appointment, after all has been said, I will accept that. But I'm ready. I'm willing to do my part. I've still got 15 years left to serve the bench to the best of my ability. And it's in the hands of the Commission. But I cannot be ransomed for the rest of my professional career just because people were unhappy with the decision that I took. The issue over the order that I made where all these problems arose is now before the Constitutional Court. And my thinking is, I might be wrong, through the directive that the Chief Justice has issued, only pertaining to the vexatious allegations that was made against me and the Judge President. They wanted submissions on costs and punitive costs. I don't know what's going to happen, but my feeling is that my order is going to be sustained, and the Constitutional Court might want to express itself with due respect on the hijacking of the judiciary by allegations and interference, which cannot be allowed in our country.
Thank you very much, Advocate Rolofse. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Magonish. Honorable Dodovo.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Advocate Rudolph.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
My question to you is to check whether in your deepest conviction, do you believe in Section 11 of our Constitution, that is the right to life?
I truly believe in that. I started my career in the prison service. I don't like to talk about this. I was a warden. I started there in 1988, the 2nd of February. I worked in Pretoria Central Prison, where the whites were kept. Pretoria Local Prison is where the black people were kept. And then there was the other prison, high security prison, and that's where executions took place. The last execution was in 1989 of Mr. I think Ngubeni. The time I worked there, they were still executing people. I was a young warden. We were taken to the maximum prison, to the front of the gates. We had to stand there on a Thursday, because on Thursday it was execution day. And we heard the gallows fall.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I fully understand that you subscribe to
Yes.
to that section of
Yes.
our constitution. No, it's okay. Now, the reason why I'm asking this question is because in 2004, and I'm sure you were just fresh as an advocate, you represented a woman in Bushbuckridge.
Yes.
That woman, as the allegations were going, she had injected her stepson with an AIDS injection,
That's correct.
and you chose to represent that woman. What was propelling you to do that? Or even before that, can you just share more about the case itself?
Yes, it was a difficult case. It was world news. It's the first time that such a thing happened. I could not refuse the brief because an advocate may not refuse a brief. Because imagine what would happen if advocates can choose who they want to represent or not. We have to deal with the most heinous crimes and represent those people. Otherwise, the promise that the Constitution gives, that everybody is entitled to legal representation, will come to naught. That is why attorneys can decide not to take on a client. Advocates are not allowed that luxury. If you have expertise and if you have time, you cannot say no. And that is what people do not understand, mostly. In that matter, I was assaulted by crowds outside Mala Court. I was hit with knopkieries. One day, when I exited the court, a crowd stormed me, and the only person that rescued me was a police captain who came between me and the crowd and shot with his firearm a few shots, and the crowd dissipated. So, did I like it to represent a person with that allegations against them? No. Was it my duty? Yes. And that is what public often do not understand. Because imagine if you are wrongly accused of a crime that is most heinous, and nobody, because they believe unproven allegations, is prepared to represent you. You are entitled to representation. It is not about the person. Life has taught me, my time in prison when I worked there, I did not spend time there. There was 2 attempts on my life because I did my job as a prosecutor. And you know who saved my life? A man that was convicted because he was an undertaker and buried his corpses in his yard in Emalahleni. and sold the coffins again.
Okay, no, it's okay.
So
It's okay.
not about the person.
It's okay. I think you have sufficiently answered me. Thank you very much. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Honorable Dogo. Prof.
I think I'm covered, thank you.
Commissioner Sigogo.
Thank you, CJ.
Hello, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
I'm good. You indicated that you have never been charged for the complaints that are leveled against you.
Yes, Commissioner.
But in the pack that I received, the complaints are in a form of a charge sheet.
Yes.
So was that charge sheet not executed?
It was not. It was a charge sheet that was issued by the chairperson of the Mpumalanga Bar. I must say, it hit me like it took my wind out of my sails. But I immediately realized it's because I had to continue with the cases I was presiding over. So it was a charge sheet that was issued by the chairperson of the Mpumalanga Bar. There was no decision by the Bar Council to charge me. It just came through. I resigned from the bar, and the commission has my reasons for that. Because I simply could not afford to pay 18,000 a month in bar fees while I earned nothing. And I did not want my debt. So it was not executed.
Okay, that is part one of my question. But then part two, when I read this charge sheet or the accusation against you, they are all about, there are mainly two.
Yes.
One, your failure to pay bar fees. Two, your choice to get a letter of good standing from the LPC as opposed from the Mpumalanga Society of Advocates.
Yes.
In law, Legal Practice Act, as we speak today, which body is the regulatory body of legal practitioners and which body legal practitioners are to pay their subscription as well as to be cleared in terms of letters of good standing, in terms of your understanding?
Thank you, Commissioner. I wrote a judgment which dealt with the admission of advocates and attorneys in the Mpumalanga province, and my opening words were out with the old and in with the new. Prior to the LPC Act coming into operation, it was the different law bodies, the bar councils, the bars, as well as the attorneys associations that had authority. Presently, the only authority over all legal practitioners, which is a good thing, is the Legal Practice Council.
Thank you. You need to stop there.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will press for time. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you very much, sir. Advocate JNSC.
I'm covered, thank you, CJ.
Can you add me, CJ?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, CJ, and good evening, Advocate.
Good evening, Minister.
Yeah, I'm happy now I can put the face to the person. I've only interacted with you through papers.
I met you when the court opened, Minister.
And I did not know it's you.
There were lots of people.
Yeah. Advocate, I just want to ask you on this matter that Mr. Gogo has just concluded on. And I think the JP has also asked you at length on it. Don't you think you leaving the Bar Council after they've charged you creates an impression of someone who was running away?
I have dealt with that in my response. I gave my reasons for that. And my thought was, I disclosed the charges to the LPC, who was the real body that had control over my conduct. And I also disclosed it on my own volition to the General Bar Council, which previously was the only body that could apply for the striking off of advocates. And I also disclosed the allegations to this body. I said that it might be thought that I'm now running away by resigning from the Mpumalanga bar, but I did not. I resigned because I could not afford the bar fees any longer. When I was asked to act, I had no practice left. And you do not act for whole years on end. You act for 3 months. Attorneys can't get hold of you. You have to start your practice again. When you're not acting, it's very difficult. So that is the reason, and I clearly apologized, and it's in the pack that I've also provided to the Commission. So it's not to run away from responsibility. I clearly set out in all my correspondence that I will subscribe myself to any discipline because I consider myself bound to it, Minister.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you, CJ. Good evening, Advocate.
Good evening, Commissioner.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yes.
I'm terrified, but
yeah, well,
but,
no, don't worry, we don't bite. Yes, no, I just was interested when you gave that explanation of the cab rank rule, and I'd like to ask you about it because I was told that part of these sessions, because they are publicly advertised, it also help the people to understand our constitution. And we must thank those who have done it, like Judges Matter and people like that. Now, can you explain the importance of the cab rank rule and the fact that advocates cannot say no to clients, and the fact that if you represent a rapist, it doesn't mean you condone rape? More particularly in relation to, I think that misunderstanding, you said people don't understand it, stems mainly from not understanding the professional duty of an advocate.
Yes.
Because if you take other professions, can you imagine if doctors would say, I will not treat you because you are a member of the IFP, or a teacher and say, I will only teach children of my church.
I don't treat people with runny stomachs. I mean, I can't do this.
Yeah. Can you just explain succinctly, very briefly, the way it fits? In other words, if you are appointed, obviously you'll be in one area of the profession, which is the judiciary. But all these are parts of one chain. The attorneys have their role, the advocates their role, the judges their role, and so on. Interpreters their role, all prosecutors have their role. So I'd like you to explain the role of the advocate in that mix.
The advocate's profession is absolutely necessary. It was very important, and it's a very good thing that there's one controlling body. It will provide access to the profession. I hope that the LPC will do something about training and standardized training. And this issue of only giving briefs to people that are members of the body is a thing that cannot be sustained, because you have a body of advocates out there where many problems arise because they are not bound. But so the LPC is a good thing. Advocates, there's a taxi or a taxi rank. What's the name? Cab
rank rule.
Cab rank, yes.
Yeah.
As I understand it, that an advocate cannot decline a brief. Only where he does not have expertise. So let's say I'm a civil attorney and now I'm confronted with a criminal case, I can say I don't know that. Then he can deny it, or if he's already fully booked. Otherwise, he must accept a brief that an attorney brings him. He cannot say no, because that would be unethical and unprofessional conduct, no matter who the person is. And that subscribes the value in our Constitution that every person has the right to be legally represented. And I consider it a noble rule. So you feel bad. I mean, I went to the hospital where that nurse worked. I saw the boy in court. I had to cross-examine him. It was the most difficult thing I had to do because he was ill. And I had to cross-examine him, but it was my professional duty to do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Justice.
CJ, quickly.
Yes, thank you very much. Is that you, Honorable Malam?
Yes. No, I wanted to reassure advocate that your first response on that issue was correct and was pointed because you dealt with it properly and you gave proper example of people who will be accused here of murder. And when lawyers represent them, does the lawyers then love murderous people? No. You said it here nicely. You'll be wrongly accused of murder. What happens? We must come and represent you. You are on point. I'll brief you outside. All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Briefing time.
Malema. I consider.
Thank you, sir.
The law.
You are excused, sir.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Amen.
Advocate Mpofu.
Chief Justice, the candidate is ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vuyela.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you, ma'am?
I'm trying. I'll be okay.
Thank you. Thank you. We're running late, so we're sorry. We should have been here around 2 o'clock.
Excuse me?
I'm saying we're sorry that we've detained you, we've kept you waiting. You should have been here around 2 o'clock according to our schedule.
Oh, it's okay, Chief Justice. There's no problem.
Yes. You have worked as a prosecutor and as a district court magistrate and now as regional court magistrate. And if I add up your service as a judicial officer, it comes to about 18 years, am I right?
You're correct, Chief Justice.
And you have acted as a judge.
I have. Thank you.
For how long would you say your acting things put together amount to? How long would you say it is?
If I include this term, of which I've acted for 2 weeks in this term, it amounts to 42 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
And I take it, okay, all right. I take it you would say all this have prepared you for the position you're now applying for.
Very much so, Chief Justice.
Oh, okay. Colleagues, let me have the names of those who are going to put questions to the candidate.
Nyambi, Lamola,
Schlemmer,
Mlambo.
JP, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Acting Judge Fugeya,
Yes, JP.
you must be at ease. The fact that you are the last candidate to be interviewed has got nothing to do with your ability. If you have to blame it, you must blame it on your surname because it starts with VU. So everything is being done alphabetically.
I suppose I have to blame my father.
And by the way, you come from Mdenjini in Babaton, am I right?
I come from Mjindini in Barberton.
And the gentleman on my left is almost like your neighbor.
He's my neighbor, yes, of course.
And that neighborhood has got nothing to do with what is going to be the outcome of this interview. Can we agree on that?
I hope not, because I would like to get this on merit.
Ah, okay. Okay. As you have indicated to the Chief Justice, you have been in the justice system. If we are to start from the time when you were a prosecutor, district court magistrate, and so forth up to date, you would have been in the justice system for how long?
22 years. No, I'm sorry, JP, 20 years. Because the other time I served my articles. Yeah, it should be a total of 23 years, including my articles.
And I want to imagine that if you were to be appointed, you would prefer to be based in Bombela, which is closer to your home town. Am I right?
Yes, Mbombela would be preferable. Middleburg is also preferable because I work there and I bought a house there and I'm stationed there. I work better there than in that state.
Okay. Now, we all know that the regional court magistrates are almost expert in criminal matters. But if you were to be appointed, you are not just only going to be dealing with criminal matters. You also have to do civil work, that is civil trial, opposed and unopposed, in appeal matters.
Yes, JP.
Did you have the opportunity during your acting stint to do civil trials?
Yes, JP. Most of the time I've acted in the High Court, I've done civil work. Though I work mainly with criminal matters in the regional court, in the High Court I've dealt mostly with civil work. There are only 1 or 2 times when I've done criminal work.
As a judicial officer, starting from being in the district court and regional court, how did that sharpen you up in terms of judgment writing, irrespective of whether it's criminal or not? How did that help?
I started at an early age to try and make sure, even if it was a small shoplifting case, I tried to write my judgments because I was actually preparing myself for something big one day. And when I went to the regional court, they took us on an aspirant course where we were actually trained how to write judgments. I think I learned a lot there. And that prepared me for the job that I have applied for today, the reason why I'm here today. Working on the bench in the district court and the regional court has actually done a great deal of assistance to me because I cannot say that I write the best judgments, but I at least try, with the little knowledge that I have. I try my best to make sure that my judgments are good and well reasoned.
And by the way, some of those who have appeared before you, and you know these people, they keep on talking about us. They know us better than we know ourselves. They have indicated that they like the way you preside over the matters, engaging the parties and so forth. Where did that kind of expertise come from?
I think I started sharpening my judgments after the first acting stint that I got from the High Court. And I also do a lot of reading and I do a lot of research. And before I give a judgment, I give myself time to reason it, because that's how I was advised by some of the senior judges when I acted in Pretoria. You know, don't give your judgment hastily, even if it means standing it down for an hour or two. Just stand it down so that you can reason it well, even if it's a small postponement. Stand it down, think about what you're going to say in your judgment, write it down so that you can say it properly. You know, I got a very good training, even from the judges that I work with in Mpumalanga.
I'm also told that from time to time, when you have a matter and you do have some difficulties how to deal with the matter, you always phone some few colleagues and for some sort of an advice. I would imagine that does not make you to move away from the fact that you assist with the matter. Ultimately, you're the one who is going to write the judgment. Am I right?
No, not necessarily. You are right, actually, Judge President. It helps, you know, to before you do something, you cannot know it all. Of course, there are certain things that you know that you can do out of your head, but there are certain things that you actually need a second opinion from someone who already knows. So that's what I always do. Even if I know what to do, I just get assurance from someone, you know, most of the time, just to make sure that I'm in the right path.
And just before I forget, and you know that I always blame it on the numbers in my life, but speaking about judicial training, did you attend one quite very recently, conducted by the JC? Not the JC, but Sajay?
Yes, Sajay, you mean one for aspirant judges?
Yes.
No, I have never attended one for. It has never been easy. It has never been possible for me, because most of the time I get the invitation to attend, and you find I have to make arrangements to be there, and it's already late to make such arrangements. I have a court role to do. Or to deal with, it's always very difficult for me, though I have always wanted and wished I could attend such courses.
In the pack that you submitted to this commission, you included both civil court judgments and the criminal court judgments. Now, how many of the civil judgments would you say you have written?
It could be more than 30, around the JP.
And how many of those judgments, more or less, were taken on appeal?
I know only one. Of course, there are recent ones that have been taken on appeal when I acted in Bombela. I do not know the outcome of those ones. I should still check. But there's one that went to the SCA, and it was dismissed. You know, it was dismissed.
It means your oh yeah. So your judgment was upheld.
My judgment was upheld. The appeal was dismissed.
I take it is not the one other appeal that I draw your attention to almost like 4 or 5 years ago.
It's
when,
that one.
When you were acting in Gauteng.
It is that one, JP.
Okay. Now, do you think, in the light of the experience that you have shared with the commission, you are ready to hit the ground running on permanent basis?
I'm ready, JP. I'm very ready.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Judge President. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon, Ms. Vugay.
Good afternoon, Premier.
Just one question from my side. Do you have any reserve judgments? If so, for how long have they been outstanding?
I do not have reserved judgments currently.
Thank you very much. Thanks, CJ.
Let me correct myself.
Okay.
This week or last week, I picked up about 2 or 3. I think I have 3 that I picked up from last week.
Now, for how long have they been outstanding?
Just
for
1
a
week.
week? Oh, okay,
Just 1
that's
week.
fine.
Yes.
No, that's fine. Thanks. Thanks, CJ.
Thank you, Premier. President Maya.
Thank you, CJ. Good evening, Judge Vugeyo.
Good evening.
Acting Judge Vugeyo.
Good evening.
The professions have submitted conflicting reviews of your judgment writing skills. The Society of Advocates sings your praises. They say your judgments are well structured, well researched, and are competently written. And they further describe you as an elegant and fluent writer with a good command of the language. On the other hand, the Law Society has objected to your candidacy, and they say, well, they complain that despite your long acting stint, you have not a single reported judgment. And then they say your judgments are not easy to follow, issues are not summarized, and salient facts are not extracted, whatever that means. Can you just help me, untie this knot? Which version shall we take to the headman? Are you a good judgment writer or not?
I think I'm a good judgment writer, President. It depends on which judgment you are reading. The issues are not always the same. Some of the issues are complex in certain instances. And you find that you write whatever you write, you ask for a second opinion, and the person who gives you the opinion says it's all right. But we see things differently, and as jurists, we always differ with our how we see things and how we interpret certain things. So I do not know whether to say it is a fair comment or an unfair comment, especially the second comment, because it might be that it was a complex issue and maybe they read one judgment. I'm not so certain. I can only say that I believe that I do my best. I give myself time to focus on the judgment, as I've said earlier. I give myself time, and I do my best. I put in a lot of time. If it means working through the night, I do it. It could be that maybe the judgment they read, I was still a novice in the High Court. I wouldn't know. But what I know is that I try to perfect my work. That's as much as I can say.
Well, from those you've made available to us, I have no complaints. I think you can write and write well. Lastly, Mr. Johan Leroux has filed a really long complaint against various judges in Mpumalanga, and I think others are in other divisions. You are included in the lot. And he alleges that between 2017 and 2018, you adjudicated a summary judgment application in which he was a respondent. He does not state the name, but the case number is. And he accuses you, first, the applicant filed, he was allowed to file further papers which were not served on him. And then his answering affidavit was not placed in the court file. And despite his best efforts to bring that to your attention, you went ahead and decided the matter without taking his answering affidavit into account, and he accuses you of bias, among other things, in the way you handled the matter. As I say, all we know is that the respondent was a Johan Leroux. The case number was 432 of 2017. If that means anything to you. Do you recall such a case, and what explanation do you have for failing to give him? I mean, the essence of his complaint is that he was given Audi.
It cannot be true. I remember this case very well. I had just finished my court role in Brighton, where I was doing criminal work, and I phoned the JP. I asked the JP, what can I help with? And the JP referred me to Nelspruit to do unopposed matters. And amongst those unopposed matters were like actually the files. I think those files were like 20 or so of a summary judgment, and this gentleman was unrepresented. I proceeded and I heard the matter and I explained to him what he could do. He insisted that he would like to represent himself. Obviously, with unrepresented people, you find that they want most of the time you to sympathize. Of course, you do sympathize with them, but you cannot always disregard the rules and disregard the law just to favor them. I'm of the view that Mr. Leroux only wanted me to favor him when I made the decision and decided against him. I gave that judgment a lot of reasoning. I unfortunately do not have it here with me. I couldn't file it because I didn't know that it was going to come up as an issue in this interview. But I did my best to try and protect his rights. He was just adamant that he's right, and I found against him, and he was upset.
Thank you very much. Thank you, CJ.
CJ, with your permission, CJ, with your permission, with your permission, CJ, Judge Vugeya, the member of the public that you have spoken about, I can assure you that any judgment that goes against him, you can be rest assured that the following day or a week thereafter, you will receive a complaint being lodged against you.
JP, I mentioned that in my judgment. I also mentioned that he takes up other judgments that were given against him by other judges. And he brought that up in the summary judgment application, and I had to deal with it in my judgment, and I dealt with it, and I explained in that judgment that that is his way of doing things. If you decide against him, he brings it up and he makes you the enemy.
Honorable Nyami. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, follow up, Chief Justice.
Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Barnard.
Thank you. Good evening, Judge. Just if I can take you, perhaps, the criticisms on judgment and so on, it's also, it's a large organization and different members provide different input. I look at the judgments, and if one looks at, for example, at page 129 in the bundle, which is a judgment state versus Moslasho, it's just a matter of if one has to quote from that. That's really the only thing that I can see, just quickly refreshing my memory after reading these things. If one were to go and quote from this judgment to, for example, a higher court, there's no paragraph referencing indicated in here and so on. But then again, there any number of other judgments which are paragraphs which you have other colleague judges with you. That is so really, I wouldn't make too much about that. But maybe if you want to comment on that one, the one judgment in the Middleburg Court on page 129.
The Moslasho judgment.
Yes, please.
Right, or the manner in which it was written and structured. Is
Yes.
that what I should comment on? All right, this judgment is not something that I wrote so that it can be published or something. it is my judgment that I handed down in the regional court. I actually prepared it so that I can read it into the record, instead of just writing it out of my head. I was just preparing it's actually what I put on record as the reasons for finding against the accused. I don't know if that explains it better, because
That's
sometimes you go and you give your judgment without thinking what you are saying. So sometimes it's better to prepare your judgment so that whatever you say, how you evaluate the evidence, and how you come to the conclusion that the person is guilty or innocent, you should have something structured in a judgment. That is why it is written in that fashion. It was not for publication.
Thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnard. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, CJ. Evening, Ms. Vugaya.
Good evening, Commissioner.
I can see that 23 years as a legal practitioner. You worked as a prosecutor, as a magistrate for 17 years. You have acted as a judge. Anything that is very significant that stand out that will share with us that contributed positively, that made you to keep you strong to date as a woman in that rural province?
I've worked with our profession is predominantly, or rather is male dominated. In a normal court, you will find more than 5 men standing up and presenting stuff to you. Some are intimidating because of their seniority. When you are a magistrate, you're still young. They try to pull this and that. I pride myself in the fact that I have been able to stand up against such things, and I'm able to see if someone is trying to intimidate me, and I stand on my 2 feet and I say, this is not happening in my court, especially if one is threatening witnesses and intimidating them, or in the process trying to intimidate me to decide in their favor. I am always able, and I pride myself with that, to stand up and say, not here. It's not just men who do that. I'm sorry if I came forward as putting men to be like that, but also some women, it depends on their seniority. They want to come and they think that they can take advantage of you because sometimes they think you are learning when you have actually been there for some time.
My last question, as you have acted in this division of the place of the rising sun, if you can share with us 3 attributes of a good judge, focus on those that you think you possess that will assist you to make sure that you are efficient, effective, and that division is operating at optimal level.
I come with a lot of integrity. I respect people, whether a person who appears before me is a learner or whether that person has been there for some time. I present myself well, and I try to make sure that people feel comfortable in my court. So I'm starting with integrity, and I can also mention the fact that one has to commit himself. If you are a judge, you have to commit yourself to what you have decided to do. You put in extra hours when you do your work. You read a lot. We need judges that can actually be committed to their work. We have judges who are like that, but we as people who are coming in for the first time, we should bring that with us. We shouldn't just come there as people who, I'm new here and I'm still, I'm trying to learn. No, you come back with those attributes and you present yourself as a person who's committed to what you're about to do. The other thing is that we, as a judge, one should conduct himself in a way that will show respect to the people that you work with. You don't have to be rude to people, even if you do not agree with them. You have to do it even if you speak to the accused. I'm just going to talk about an accused because that's what I do every day, like criminal work. You speak to the accused, and if you give him his sentence, he must not feel the hostility coming from you. He should understand why he is being sentenced, and he should understand why he's going away for some time. But it shouldn't be hostile. That's what I'm trying to say. We need, a judge needs to be like that. You don't have to just go there and harass people. I'm totally against
Thank you, Ms. Vugeya. Thank you, CJ.
it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. Honorable Minister.
Sanibonani Mambuye.
Sawubona baba.
Yebo.
Are we
Thank you,
continuing in
CJ.
Zulu, Minister?
No, you can if you want to. For, for, for the benefit of the house, you can. What I want to ask is, I see you have acted a lot. You also did your work at the district court.
Yes, sir.
Did that include the civil cases? And if so, for how long?
Okay, I had the head of office, Mr. Okay, it doesn't matter anymore. I forgot his name, Melder. Now, Mr. Melder always preferred to do the civil work and let me do the criminal work. But then I used to struggle when he wasn't there, because I had to fit in and try and, people give you files, you don't even know what to do at the time, you're not sure. And then I went to him and I approached him and I said, can you give me an opportunity? Let's exchange, alternate. This week you do the civil, I do the civil. That's how I got into how things work in the civil court. So I may have done that for some time, maybe a year. And when he retired, I became the head of office. And that became also my work, my job. I mentored the magistrate who was with me in that office, and we continued to alternate for at least 4 years. When I was the head of office, I did it that way. So I can estimate at least 3 years in the district court that I did civil work.
I also hear that also that you also, as you act, also work in the Middelburg as a court. And I hear that there's a lot of mining and environmental matters in that court. What do you think could be the role that the judicial play to also ensure that the objects of the MPRDA in terms of economic benefits reaches the communities in the surrounding areas or those that are affected by mining in the area?
I'm not sure if I understand the question properly. May you please repeat it?
Maybe to put it differently, one of the objects of the MPRDA is that the economic benefits of mining should trickle down to communities in terms of the socio or environmental plans and so forth.
Right.
So what do you think could be the rule that as matters come before you that are related to those aspects, the judicial could help so that the community really feel the benefits of the mining in the surrounding communities?
Right. I'm going to try and answer this the best way I can. In our judgments, we should always try and protect the communities. Not that we should be biased in favor of communities, but if there are issues like the community should benefit from the mining community, we should actually impress on that in our judgments and be fair to the communities instead of favoring the mines that are actually taking a lot. If the case favors them, then we have to favor them. If the case favors the community, we have to ensure that our judgments are clear as to what the benefits of the community should be.
Ngiyabonga, Mamvuke. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Minister. Prof.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
You mentioned quite a number of times that you have little knowledge and that you speak to colleagues to get their points of view. How well is the court equipped in Mpumalanga to allow for the research and the reading that you say that you do before coming to a final conclusion?
Okay, I cannot say that I said I have very little knowledge, with all due respect there. I ask. I said, even if I know, I still ask. The people who are surrounding me, I find even if I work in Gauteng, even if I am in Mpumalanga, the judges, they are so welcoming and they are always willing to assist if it becomes necessary. So if you get a complex case, a situation where you do not know how to decide, there's always that support system around you that you can always approach someone and not feel humiliated or embarrassed that you are asking. So what I'm trying to say is that even if I know something, I still ask, just to be sure and certain.
And the second part of my question concerning the resources available?
We've got, these days it's so easy because you can get case law from your cell phone. We do not necessarily have a library in Middleburg. Or maybe it is there now and I have not seen it. I am not sure because we're working from home. I always get data. I have all the gadgets that I can use to do my research. I don't really struggle. Even when I was in Gauteng and did things on case lines, it wasn't a problem at all because I have the gadget. The department has provided us with such gadgets to be able to use as resources.
Okay, I think Chief Justice should listen that the court, I think, are in need of more materials. You don't have access to any of the most recent textbooks?
No, not in my office at the High Court, but in my office at the Magistrates Court, I do.
Thank you very much. Thanks, CJ.
Can I also add that there's something called the Visual Library that we use that and we access a lot of case law there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm sure the JP knows what to do in case of need. JP Mlambo.
Thank you, Chief Justice. My issues were covered by the JP and the Minister in terms of civil work exposure. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Judge President. Thank you very much, Acting Judge Rugaya. Your excuse me.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you.